Okay, thank you. All right, good morning. Okay. Good morning. My name is Tanetta Graham, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustments. With me today is Secretary Cheryl L. Gaskin,
Present, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Chitty.
Board Member Michael Johns.
Present, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Board Member Taya Nguyen,
Present, Madam Chairman.
and Board Member Ryan McAdams.
Present, Madam Chairman.
Also present are Board Attorney Hillary Emerson, Zoning Board Director Ian Hegarty, and Board Administrator Lakeisha Gandy. A recording of this hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you are called to speak, you must state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before beginning your testimony. Any person may enter their appearance to become an interested party to a case. There are 3 ways to enter your appearance. You can identify the case property address on your Zoom webinar registration. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business day tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of the appeal case. The following guidance is for our remote attendees. First, when directed by the chair, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. Second, if you are called to testify, you will be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. Third, the webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on cases in the Q&A. Fourth, if you are participating by phone, press star 9 to raise your hand and star 6 to unmute. For our in-person attendees, please refrain from talking, eating, or drinking during the hearings. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across from the elevators. A water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and the court reporter. In the event of an emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear of the room. The nearest stairwell is to the left outside the doors. In case of evacuation, the rally point is at Love Park, directly across from Arch Street. Please remain there so we can account for you. Okay, so we're going to look at our schedule for today. Okay. I'll do the continuances here. MI 205, excuse me, MI 2025-001281-9418 Frankfurt Avenue. This case is continued till 8/5/2026 at 9:30. Number 5. Okay, number 7. Number 7, MI 2025-001318, 6247 to 49 Dix Avenue. This case is continued till 8/5/2026 at 9:30.
Madam Chair, you can continue number 6 as well.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. MI 2025-001309, 1014 Fanshawe Street. This case will be continued to 8/5/2026 at 9:30. And MI 2025-006074, 222 Hartel Avenue. This case will be continued till 8/5/2026 at 9:30. Okay. All right. So let's go with, we have some cases that don't, that are missing some exhibits, so I'm gonna call up case number 1. We have a Bengali interpreter. Is the interpreter available?
Good morning, Chair. This is Jasmine, and I will be your co-host for this morning's session. If we have the Bengali interpreter in the audience, please raise your virtual hand. Okay, I have a Muhammad Kareem with their hand raised. I'm going to allow them to speak.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Jasmine.
Muhammad Kareem, please unmute yourself. So they are unmuted. I'm not sure if they're having technical difficulties.
Okay,
Can you hear me now?
oh, there you go.
Okay.
Mr. Corinne, you are our Bengali interpreter?
Yes.
Okay, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
I am Mohammed, Mohamad, D for David.
Okay.
My ID is N as in November, O as in Oscar, 819.
Okay, thank you. Do you swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially from English to Bengali and from Bengali to English to the best of your ability?
Yes, I swear.
Okay, so we have a case that we are missing exhibits for, so I'm going to call up the case and I'll ask you to call up the applicant. Okay?
Okay.
All right, so case number is MI 2024-006063, 2137 North 8th Street. The applicant is Mustafizur Rahman. Could you please call them for us?
জি, মিস্টার মুস্তাফিজুর রহমান আপনি আছেন? মিস্টার মুস্তাফিজুর রহমান আপনি আছেন?
Chair,
Mr.
I see
Mustafizur
no
Rahman.
one in the audience with that name.
Okay. All right, so we're going to dismiss the case. So, so interpreter, I'm going to read that we're going to dismiss the case and then you can interpret
Okay.
just in case anybody
Okay.
is here related to the case can
Okay.
needs to hear it. So MI 2024-006063, 2137 North 8th Street. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Brian McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is to dismiss.
Okay, so
Interpreter, can you interpret that the case has been dismissed,
Yep.
please?
এই কেস MI 2024-006063, 2137 নর্থ সাইড স্ট্রিট, এই কেসটা ডিসমিস করা হলো।
okay, thank you, interpreter. Okay, so our next case, no exhibits, third listing, MI 2024-006094, 4626 North Penn Street. Andrew Pierre Saint is the listed owner.
I have a hand up and the phone number ending in 852. I'm going to allow them to speak.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Is this Mr. Andrews Pierre Saint?
No,
Okay, can you speak up, sir? You're really, really low.
can you hear me okay now?
Okay, we can't hear you, sir. Can you speak up?
Can you hear me okay now?
Okay, yes. Is this for 4626 North Penn Street?
No, it's for another address. I'll just keep holding on.
Okay. Still looking for 4626 North Penn Street, Andrew Pierre Saint?
I see no one in the audience with that name.
Okay, thank you. MI 2024-006094, 4626 North Penn Street. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is to dismiss.
And Madam Chair, I just, excuse me, want to note for the record that that was the third listing for that matter, and we have no exhibits.
Okay, thank you, Yearling. Okay, number 4. I think we did. We continued number 4. Number 6. Yeah, number 6. And, number 8. 13. All right, number 13. MI 2025-006294, 1319 West Allegheny Avenue. This is no exhibits first listing. Greg Shore is the attorney. James Presley is the listed owner. Anybody from this case?
I have a hand up by the name of Bria Kennedy. I'm going to allow them to speak. And I also have another hand up after that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Hi, good morning, board.
Okay, good morning, Ms. Kennedy. Could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Yes, Bria, Bria, last name Kennedy, Kennedy.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right. All right. So this case is we have no exhibits, and this is your first listing. Where do we stand?
We're asking for a continuance to make the changes and considerations requested by Swamp Poodle RCO.
Okay. All right.
And Ms. Kennedy, what's your relationship to this case?
The applicant, ma'am, along with
so
Attorney Greg
what-
Shore, he had a
Okay.
conflict today.
Okay, so I do see him on here. So normally we require either the attorney or the person who is seeking the variance to request a continuance. We'll take this, since this is the first listing, we'll take this request, but just wanted to let you know that the request does need to be made by the attorney or the appellant, the person seeking the variance.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay. MI 2025-006294, 1319 West Allegheny Avenue. This case is continued until 8/5/2026 at 9:30. Is there any more requests for continuances?
I see no hands up at this time here.
Okay, and we do have a case that is withdrawn. Number 9, MI 2025-004384, 2528-30 South 69th Street. This case has been withdrawn. Okay, so we have no add-ons today, so let's move on to our hearing list. Number 5. Do we have a Spanish interpreter?
Yes, I have a hand up by the name of Stephen Albane. I'm going to promote them to panelists.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Bain, and my interpreter ID is YM288. My last name is spelled A.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Go ahead.
my last name is spelled Aubain, and I'll be the Spanish interpreter.
Okay, thank you. Do you swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right. So I'm gonna state the case and you can just call up the applicant for us. So MI 2025-001308, 5252 Saul Street. Felix Pimentel is the current owner. Can you call
Así
him up,
que
please?
nosotros vamos a llamar el caso MI 2025-001-3085252, es South Street, y si Felix Pimentel, si puede prender su micrófono, por favor.
Ok,
Felix
buenos días.
Pimentel has joined us as a panelist.
Y Felix Pimentel se ha unido como panelista.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Pimento. Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Así que, señor Pimentel, si puede dar su nombre y deletrarlo para el registro.
Buen día, sí. Mi nombre es Félix Pimentel. Felixpimentel.
So, good morning. My name is Felix Pimentel, and it's spelled Felix, and last name is spelled Pimentel.
Okay, can you ask him, do he swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Juro y afirma decir la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad.
Afirmo.
Yes, I affirm.
Okay, so our Board Secretary, Ms. Gadsden, will have a question for you.
Así que la secretaria de la Junta tiene preguntas para usted.
Ok.
After.
Oh, you can go ahead. I'll read it after.
Good morning. This application is for the legalization of a 10-foot fence at the rear of an existing attached structure.
Así que, buenos días. El pedido de esta solicitud es para legalizar una cerca de 10 pies a la parte exterior de una estructura que está atada.
No change of use from single-family household living
Así que no hay cambio de uso de vivienda unifamiliar
no change to accessory off-street parking as previously approved.
y no hay cambio para el estacionamiento accesorio en la calle como previamente ha sido aprobado.
There's one zoning refusal,
Y hay una negación de zona
property is zoned RSA5,
y la propiedad está en la zona RSA 5,
whereas the maximum rear/side yard fence height is 6 feet
y donde el límite máximo de la cerca de lateral en el lado de atrás es 6 pies
and 10 feet is proposed.
y 10 pies está siendo propuesto.
And could you ask him, please, if he filed his documents or exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Y le estamos preguntando, ¿usted sometió los documentos y evidencias 5 días en adelante de esta reunión?
Sí, es correcto.
Yes, that's correct.
And does he waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Y usted renuncia a que nosotros leamos la negación y estipula con su certeza?
Sí.
Yes.
You can share your documents and begin your presentation.
Así que puede compartir sus documentos y comenzar con su presentación.
Ok, gracias.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay, yep.
Oh,
So
ok.
before we start, there's a letter of unanimous support from Frankfurt Neighborhood Advisory Committee.
Así que antes de comenzar, hay una carta de apoyo unánimo del Comité de Aviso de la Vecindad Frankfurt.
Sí,
Okay, and
Yes.
there's also a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Lazada.
Y también hay una carta de no oposición de miembro de la Junta, el señor Lozada.
sí, es correcto.
That's
Okay.
correct.
So we have all your documents, so you can just tell us what you're trying to do today.
Así que ya tenemos esos documentos, si nos puede decir lo que está tratando de hacer.
Ok, buen día. Mi nombre es Felipe Pimentel, propietario de la 5252 Saul Street. Soy propietario desde el 2014. Instalé ese fence en el 2017. Ya tiene más de 10 años instalado.
So,
Okay.
Descono-
Yeah,
permítame.
let the interpreter interpret it to English for us. So,
ok.
So, good morning. My name is Felix Pimentel. I am the owner of 5252 South Street, and I've been the property owner since 2014. In 2017, that's when I first put up the fence.
Desconocía que necesitaba un permiso para eso. Una vez que pues nos dimos cuenta, sometí el permiso, me fue negado, posteriormente lo apelamos.
So,
Somet-
I didn't realize that I needed a permit for this. So, once I found out that I did need a permit, I asked for permission, which was denied, and then we moved towards an appeal.
can you tell them to show us photos?
Así que si nos puede enseñar las fotos.
sí, aquí tengo el título de la propiedad. Um,
Yep, we have, there you go.
Aquí tengo fotos de la propiedad de frente y de la parte de atrás, de donde está instalado el fence.
So this is the pictures of the front and the back where the fence is installed.
Okay, you gotta move a little bit slower.
Tiene que ir un poco más lento, por favor.
Okay.
Ok. Esta es la foto del frente. Eh, Aquí tengo fotos de atrás, abierto y cerrado.
So this is the front, and then this is the back, open and closed.
Ac-
Okay. And so the fence, you said he installed the fence. When did he install the fence?
¿Y cuándo fue que usted instaló la cerca?
Instalé la fence en el 2017.
In 2017.
And when did he purchase the property again?
¿Cuándo compró la propiedad?
En el 2014.
2014.
Okay. All right, questions from the board?
Yes, are
Preguntas
there
de la
any
Junta.
other, oh, sorry.
Ok.
Un
Um,
momento.
Are
Go
there
ahead.
any other properties on your block that also have this same fence set up at the rear?
¿Hay alguna otra propiedad en la cuadra que también tiene esta misma cerca en la
Es,
parte
cor-
posterior?
es correcto, sí hay varias fences.
Yes, that's correct.
Igual a la mía.
There's a couple of fences like mine.
And can you explain what drove you to want to install such a tall fence?
Y si nos puede explicar qué fue la causa que causó que usted quisiera instalar una cerca así de alta.
Ah, Tengo ofensa igual en la vecindad y tomé una tarjeta del que instaló una de esas fensas y le propuse que me la instalara allá porque la zona se estaba poniendo un poco peligrosa. Vivo frente a la estación del tren ahí mismo y se estaba poniendo un poco ya medio peligroso para...
Permítame. So, I saw that a neighbor had the same fence, and I asked who installed it, and I got the information, contact information of the ones that installed it. And I put it up because the area was becoming dangerous. I live near the train station, so it's just becoming a lot more dangerous.
Soy papá soltero, tengo un niño pequeño y quería darle un poco más de seguridad que pudiera jugar en la parte de atrás y no tener esa mortificación de que se me saliera o que alguien quisiera traspasar.
So I'm also a single father. I have a young son, and I wanted to have the peace of mind that he could play outside and without either getting out or someone trying to come in the house.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, any other questions from the board?
Así que ¿hay alguna otra pregunta de la Junta?
Yes. And why are you seeking permission now? I mean, you've had it up since 2017. What drove you to ask for permission now to legalize the fence?
¿Y por qué usted está pidiendo permiso ahora si ya ha tenido la cerca desde el 2017? ¿Cuál fue la causa que usted viniera a pedir permiso para legalizar la cerca el día de hoy?
No sabía que tenía que pedir un permiso y me dieron una violación. Ah, y por eso me dieron la oportunidad de que legalizara todo y quiero hacer las cosas correctas como deben de ser. Me dieron la oportunidad de que solicitara el permiso y pusiera todo legal.
So I was unaware that I needed to ask for permission, so I received a violation. So it was because of that I am seeking to do things legally and correct the situation. I was given that opportunity to file to legalize this, and that's the reason why I'm here and asking for permission.
Thank you.
Okay.
Luego tuve una reunión, un meeting con los coordinadores de la ciudad y mis vecinos. Se le enviaron cartas a mis vecinos, asistieron todos, la mayoría, y todos están de acuerdo con que instale ese FEN ahí, se mantenga ahí.
And then we had a meeting with the coordinators, and they sent letters to the entire neighborhood. We had a meeting with most of the neighbors, and they were all in agreement that to let the installation of the fence.
Incluyendo los coordinadores, también estuvieron de acuerdo.
And also the coordinators were in agreement as well.
Okay, thank you. Questions from our attorney?
Así
Hillary
que
Emerson?
gracias. Preguntas de la abogada Hillary Emerson.
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Questions from the virtual audience?
Preguntas de la audiencia virtual.
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
No veo manos levantadas.
All right, Planning Commission?
Comité de planos.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, David Fecto, FECTEAU with the City Planning Commission.
Okay, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Así que David Fecto, que es del comité de planos, él afirmó el juramento.
Chair and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location.
Presidente y miembros de la Junta, el plan comprensivo recomienda que no haya cambio al RSA 5 residencial unifamiliar zona para esta ubicación.
The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2014 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan.
La ciudad rezonificó esta vecindad en el 2014 de acuerdo a las recomendaciones del plan comprensivo.
The appellant appears to have built a non-compliant fence without the benefit of permits.
El apelante aparece que construyó una cerca que no estaba en cumplimiento, sin los beneficios de permisos.
The City Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the proposed height variance for a non-compliant fence.
El comité de planeo de la ciudad recomienda que la Junta denegue la variancia de altura propuesta de esta cerca que no está en cumplimiento.
Okay, thank you. MI 2025-001308, 5252 Saul Street. I vote yes.
Así que para el MI 2025-001308-5252 South Street, yo voto que sí.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Michael Jones, yo voto que sí.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, yo voto que sí.
Brian McAdams, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, mi voto es sí.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes.
Taya Wen, mi voto es sí.
Okay. Thank you. You can tell him he has his votes and we're done.
Así que ya tiene sus votos y terminamos.
Thank you, interpreter. Okay. Case number 2, MI 2024-006072, 518 East Thelma Street. Mohammed Ahorani is the owner and applicant. This is a pro se.
Muhammad, last name starts with A, will be joining us as a panelist.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Muhammad Al Horani, MOHAMMADALHOURANI. I'm the
Okay.
owner of 518 East Thelma Street, 1912.
Yep. Wait a minute. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Okay, all right, so this is the application for use as a two-family household living in an existing structure. And you have a refusal because this is prohibited in the RSA 5 zoning district. Our board secretary, Ms. Gasson, will ask you a couple questions.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Did you file your exhibits and documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal? And
Yes.
stipulate to its accuracy? And
Right.
stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
You can now share your screen and begin to make your presentation.
Sure.
So, Mr. Ahorani, we have all your documents. So you have unanimous support from the 42nd Ward RCO, and you also have a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Lozada. So you can tell us what you're trying to do today and show us some pictures and explain as your pictures, your documents.
So this is the plan I have for the
Can you
property.
blow that up, please? Is there a way you can make that bigger?
Sure, yeah. You see it now?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the second floor of the property. This is the entrance right here. In the back, I have the bedroom right here, one bedroom. And this is the kitchen, right here, a bathroom. And in the front, there is a living room. And this is the first floor. Right here, we have a living room. And there is a bedroom. And there is a bathroom in the back. And the deck all the way in the back. And the kitchen right here next to the living room. And this is the entrance for the basement. In the basement right here, I have like a big room, and I have the laundry, and I have the garage all the way in the back. And there is the entrance for the garage from here.
So you're trying to make a duplex?
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
I can show you some pictures.
Yes, please show some pictures.
So this is the entrance for the second floor. Also, I'm sorry. This is the second floor too. This is the back room, and this is the kitchen. This is the back room for the second floor. This is the kitchen for the second floor. And also this is the living room for the second floor. This is the deck in the back of the house for the first floor. And this is the first floor, where's the living room and the kitchen. The kitchen is right here. And this is the living room. This way it goes to the bedroom right here and the bathroom. This is the front entrance for the first floor. And this is the kitchen right here. This right here in front of the house, where we can leave the trash for the second floor and the first floor.
Okay.
I think that's most of the pictures I have. This
All
the
right.
pictures I have.
Yep.
on both
We
sides.
have those. Any questions from the board?
I have a few questions. One,
Sure.
you showed a photo of a kitchen that didn't have a stove or a refrigerator. And I just wanted to know, are they being installed or
Yeah, I
'cause they were
mean,
shown on the
the house-
plans, but they weren't shown in the photo?
yeah, the house has been empty since 2021. Since I purchased this house, I'm trying
I
like
understand. Yeah, I
yeah.
understand nobody lives there, but like, what's the plan for the big appliances? Is the hope that the tenant is bringing the appliances?
No,
Are you
I'm gonna bring it, of course.
You're gonna bring it. Okay.
Yeah, 100%.
And then my second, it's less of a question, it's more of a comment. The way the living room is designed on the second floor, it looks like a bedroom, and I just wanted to understand why you put a closed door on the living room.
Can you go back to the plan so we can see what?
Sure, yeah. I have a door for the living room for the second floor.
Yeah, I was asking why.
I mean, I've been there, so I didn't change anything, honestly. Can show you the project plan right here. There you go.
So I think the issue with that is that the dining room and the kitchen is small. I mean, it's a good size for a dining room and a kitchen, but I just want to make sure that this doesn't get rented as a 2-bedroom.
No,
Because
it's
that would make
fully-
that second floor have a very small living area.
No, it's only one living room.
I understand that, but because the
Yeah.
door is on the living room, that functionally could have it defined as a bedroom according to code. And so,
Yeah, I mean, if I have to remove it, I would remove it. There's no problem with that with me. Mm.
I do think that would be advised.
Yeah, I mean, it's more reasonable to remove the
And
door.
then
It's the living
I
room,
guess
right?
only the first floor apartment has access to the garage in the basement.
Yeah, it has access to the garage in the basement.
So where are they doing laundry for the second floor unit?
The second floor, they have their own they have their own access. They can get the washer machine and do it in the kitchen.
How?
I install what do you mean like the hose for the water for the cold and hot water with the sink.
Oh,
Like
so you're
at the-
saying the plan is to put a washer and dryer on the second floor?
Yes.
Not, okay, yeah. I was like, they don't have access to the basement.
Okay, any other questions from the board?
The basement, what are the plans for the basement? It's an open space. Is it for storage? Is it another room for the first
It's a
floor to
storage.
use?
It's a storage for the first floor because it has a garage. It's a laundromat. It has a garage.
Okay, and do you know if any other duplexes are on the block?
Yes.
And do you have the support of your neighbors that are adjacent to
Yes,
you on both sides of you?
I do have the RCO support. I can show you right now.
I mean, the support from your near neighbors on the block. Have you
Um,
spoken with them?
they joined the RCO meeting when we had the RCO meeting, all of them.
And what's your plan for the trash for both units? That
I have
front
yeah.
casing?
Yes, the front I'm gonna like bought 2 cans for the first floor and the second floor.
Okay.
What I show you on the picture. You want me to show it to you?
No, I think I remember seeing it.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have any more questions from the
Yeah,
board?
yeah, I've got, yeah, my
Go ahead,
comment
Mike.
generally is about the trash is one. You've got enough room within the units to store the trash within the units until trash day. So that's an issue, having the trash cans out in the front. The other thing is you showed a picture of the front that doesn't have a retaining wall. Then you showed another picture when you said you're going to put the trash out front that shows a retaining wall.
Oh,
So,
that was the Google map. It didn't get updated right here.
okay. So
Yeah, this
so
one is
this,
not updated.
so this is a Google map.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So the retaining wall, was the retaining wall there when you bought the property?
I'm sorry.
Was the retaining wall there when you bought the property?
No, I did that.
Oh, and you got permits for that too?
I did that like in 2022 because I had a couple violation about the grass. I kept getting violation about the grass. So that's why I did that, honestly.
Did you get building permits to do that?
No.
Oh, well, that's problematic. So yeah, so my issue is you've got enough room to store within the unit. So I would recommend that the units store their trash within the units, either with the first floor clearly can store their trash on the rear deck or in the basement. And that the upper unit could clearly store their trash within the unit if you create a vented trash closet, as opposed to having trash cans in the front.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes, I have a comment and then just an agreement. The second floor where you have the bathroom where you have to go from the bedroom through the dining kitchen area to get to a bathroom. I have a pet peeve about that. 3 o'clock in the morning, nobody wants to go wandering through most of the unit to get to a bathroom. I think that's a bad layout. And then I agree about the trash, and I don't understand the enclosure. I mean, is there a door there? Is there that retaining wall? Is there a door there to the basement? Is that how people get in there, or is that just closed off, or what did you do there?
Oh, for in front of the house?
Yes.
Can I show you
that wall? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I can show you a picture right here. What I did. Just give me 1 second if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is she showing you something?
Yes.
Yeah, I want to show you a photo. I'm trying to send it to the laptop so you can see in the front that I have the door.
Is that to the basement, or what's
No,
that?
to the like in the front of the house where they're gonna leave the trash.
Can you show us a photo of that?
Can you show us?
Yeah, I'm gonna show you a photo right now.
Okay.
Do you have
Was
a
that-
shop drawing of the retaining wall itself?
That one, no.
Oh.
Well, he
And Hillary,
already
we're
said
good
it.
to
He already
provide
said he
full
did it
interior
without
trash
permits.
storage.
Yeah, I already answered this question. I said no, I don't have it. No, I done it like a long time ago.
When did you purchase the
Like
property?
2021.
And when did you do this wall?
2022.
Okay. And the conversion here that you've done, because this is a legalization, correct?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when did you do that?
When I did what?
Okay. So like 2022 as well?
Yes,
Okay.
I did the wall in front of the house in 2022.
Yes,
Because
but I mean, the conversion to two-family. When did you do that?
it's already done. The house it was like that when I purchased it. Because when I purchased this house, it was for a lady who bought the house from the old owner, and she didn't complete the payment. So the old owner took the house from her, and all of that was done from the previous tenant. And I have a court day. I have to do eviction there with her. So it took me a year and a half to make her leave the house. You know what I mean?
So you're saying that the property was in this condition when you purchased it?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Questions from our attorney?
Try.
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, and questions from our audience or virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, David Fecto. With the City Planning Commission, Chair and Board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1982, and a council-supported map change. This is a primarily single-family block face. There is no unique physical condition or circumstance of the property that would prevent it from being used in strict conformity with the zoning code. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested use variance for 2 dwelling units.
Okay, thank you. MI 2024006072 518 East Thelma Street. I vote yes with proviso, interior trash storage.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes
Wait a
with
minute,
proviso.
I'm sorry. I got some requests for no household living in the basement as well. So I'll do that over again. MI 2024006072 518 East Thelma Street. My vote is yes with provisos, interiors trash storage, and no household living in the basement.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with provisos.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Ian McAdams, my vote is yes with provisos.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Okay, thank you, sir. You have your votes. Good luck.
Have a good day.
All right, case number 12, MI 2025006170 810 South 10th Street. Sharon Whalen is the attorney.
Morning, board members.
Good morning. Good morning, counsel. Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Certainly. Sean Whalen, Whalen.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify your client and the relationship to the property?
Certainly. The client is Jason Ball, sitting next to me here on the left. He is the owner of the property.
Okay. All right. And so we have a letter of non-agreement from Bella Vista Neighbors Association. And this is a refusal for a fence height of 6 feet 0 inches, and the proposed is 10 feet. Right? Okay.
Yeah.
So our board secretary, Ms. Gasson, will ask your question.
Good morning, council. Did you submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
You can proceed with your case.
Thank you very much. And just for clarity's sake, this is not just a regular fence. It's a roll-top garage door. A roll-top door at the back of an existing parking space. So
It's installed already, or it's not installed?
no, it's not installed yet, but it is purchased was supposed to have permits from the contractor, and contractor did not get the permits, so we're
Okay.
here for those permits. So again, you can see right here, basically at the corner of South 10th and Catherine, you have where the blue dot is, 810 South 10th Street. What we're looking at, you can see this alleyway back here is essentially a shared drive aisle for all the properties that front on South Warnock and South 10th Street. And here's really the condition that we're looking at. So you can see on the left-hand side here are all the cars that park in an open air surface manner behind the houses on South Warnock Street. And then 810 South 10th, you can see on the right with the red dot, it's just before everything gets completely covered by the large trees. There is an approved existing parking space in the rear there. And to put the cart before the horse, the neighboring property has a condition which exactly mirrors and identifies what we're seeking to do. So I'll show you that. So we did receive one refusal. There's no new construction or change to the existing structure whatsoever. All this only deals with the rear existing. It's actually a fence, not a wall, not a fence. So we have that one refusal. We have the engineered plans. Again, they show just the roll top metal gate that's going to go back there at the end of the driveway. So here's a photo standing immediately in the alley looking from basically where the roll top door would come down. This is what my client is facing. These are the open air surface parking spaces that you could see in Google Earth. Scrolling down, this is just if you turn to the right a little bit, you can see numerous parking spaces along that area. And there's the line here is the brick is sort of the joint drive aisle, and the concrete is the parking spaces across the street. So here's essentially what we have. This is the existing condition immediately in the red box. You can see the prior owner had put in a cinder block wall with a small wooden gate here. However, there was approved parking for that. My client has found it difficult to impossible to actually get your car into that location without severely scratching his car, which he's already done. And so he immediately looked next door and saw this red roll top door that is existing. It was approved by the board, and that is essentially, we're trying to match exactly that. Ours will be tan, not red, but it will match in height and essentially effect. And again, that's just a better view of that roll top door. So my client walked through the neighborhood. These are the adjoining kind of 3 blocks in every direction, showing, there are numerous instances of these same types of doors throughout this neighborhood, all on these kind of rear streets and rear alleys where people are parking. And it was interesting. So my client actually had 2 meetings with BVNA. They stated that they did not reach agreement on the application. However, if you scroll down to the vote count, the votes in favor were 4-0 of the individuals who were actually there. And then it was the RCO board, the BVNA board itself, that voted 3-2 in opposition. So that's how they came to a position of basically no position, leaving it to this board. And so I'm happy to proceed. And we would also accept a proviso. I know this was a consideration that BVNA had, that we will not exceed the height of the adjacent neighboring properties garage door. It's going to exactly match that same thing. It's the same product.
What was that height? Do you know the height of that?
It was measured this morning by Mr. Ball at 9'11".
Okay.
So I would say 10 feet, but if we want to be specific, we're happy to deal with that too.
Okay, and you can bring your client on to adopt your testimony.
Certainly.
Oh,
Well, actually, you need to swear him in.
State your name and spell it for the record. Oh,
Sorry about that. My name is Jason Ball. First name is spelled Jason. Last name is spelled B as in boy, AHL.
okay. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Sean?
Thank you very much. Mr. Ball, you're here as the owner of the property, correct?
Correct.
And you submitted this application?
Yes.
Did you hear all the testimony I already presented?
Yes.
Do you believe to be true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes.
And would you adopt that testimony as your own?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So the RCO seemed to have issues with visibility, like, they wanted more eyes on the street and stuff. Is that a concern of yours, or like, do you understand, the issue with having the fence and the solid fence along all of the quarter?
I did, and I did agree to explore it, because I didn't, obviously they were bringing it up at the meeting. That wasn't in the plan. So I did contact the company that I had gone through the process of purchasing a door already with, and they basically, at the BVNA meeting, he was arguing to have the more open area up above the level where the fence already was. And when I spoke to the door company, they said that you couldn't really do that, that if they had a panel like that, it would likely come down further anyways. So really the mesh area was going to come down further than the original wall was. And our other concern was when you look from our property back to the neighbors' houses are actually up a little bit. So it sort of creates a situation where from their windows, they could sort of look through that down into our backyard, which it's not the ultimate end of the world. Our preference was just to have a door, as Mr. Whalen stated, that just mimics the neighbors.
Okay. All right. Questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. Can you go back to the previous photo? Whose property is that at the pavement across from your site? See this line here? Is this public property or is it shared? Whose property is that?
The neighbors, each home has parking that they can park perpendicular out to that.
Okay, so that's their property?
This is shown as an easement alleyway in the city records.
So the brick, correct?
The brick, and then actually going into, I didn't measure it out, but going into, it's wider than the brick. So I think it was the neighboring properties paved over a little farther than they're allowed, but nobody cared because it's a shared driveway for all of them.
Okay, so I guess because my question, and I'm asking this because there's no way that you can get in and out of that driveway or your parking space without going on that concrete.
Correct.
The brick is just not wide. The brick paving is just not wide enough. So that's why I wanted to know sort of where the owner's properties end across the street or behind you, because you need to go on that property in order to get into your driveway or whatever it is, your parking pad.
Right. So when I, as Mr. Whalen stated, tried to come down the alleyway, and basically what you would do there is you would slide the wooden part across to the concrete part. And I tried to we have a Mazda CX-5, very normal SUV. I tried to make a turn into there and basically scrape the door on it. So by having the wider expanse similar to what the neighbor has, that would allow me to make more of a gradual turn in there rather than trying to very tightly make a very sharp left turn into that parking space.
Yeah, I just don't see how you do it without going on the concrete that's across from you. So that's, and I don't know that because we don't know where their property ends. It would seem to me that it would have been good to have like some sort of support from the folks that own those properties behind there, because you're gonna end up cracking the pavement like it's shown here from getting into your spot.
Yeah.
So understood, Board Member Johns, and with respect, all these houses who have parking spaces on the South 10th side, these are already approved parking spaces with the allowance to get there and the turning radius already required by the Streets Department in order to get
Yeah, but
into and out.
they don't have fences.
So
Right.
So like what
It's
we've
all-
got
it's
is
all
the
open,
one
right?
side of the shared alley, people are putting up these fences. And on one side of the shared alley, they can't. And the shared alley is what is allowing everyone to be able to actually turn into the space at all.
Right.
So it's still creating an unequitable access issue, right? Because some people aren't sharing their piece of their property for the turning, and then the burden is falling on everybody on the other side of the drive aisle.
So just to be clear, that's not the case, and I apologize if I confused the situation.
Can you explain how it's not?
All cars drive down on both the brick and the concrete. And then the houses that I'm showing right now, they have every right to put up these same doors if they wanted to. What happened
Sure,
is.
but then no one would be able to turn.
No,
Right.
They paved over too far. And so.
I get what you're saying, but I also want you to know that if there was a fence exactly across from this property that was 10 feet high, neither of them would be able to easily turn into their property if both were parked.
They'd likely have to back in, but.
But you can't if there's a fence there. That's what I'm saying. If there's a fence on the other side, you don't have the space to back in. What gives the space right now is that there are no fences.
That is why, so I agree with the cinder block wall there. That was difficult to do.
Mhm.
That is why I would like to have basically that width that you see in the red box there, because it does allow for, there's nothing else sort of impeding it once that cinder block wall is gone, so that you can make a curved turn in and not go over to the neighbors. I'm
Gotcha.
very cognizant of.
Your roll-up gate is wider than your neighbors. It's going to be a little bit wider than your neighbors.
It may be I'm not sure if it's a little wider than the neighbors,
Okay.
but it would be that entire area.
It's
not
that whole
just
red
where that
thing.
wooden fence.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
But
All right, so y'all confused me a little bit. So a car can go through the brick, a car can fit on the brick paveway? Or
yes,
it's some of it,
you do go down the brick pathway to get there.
okay. Any other questions from the board?
Yes. I guess my question is about the opacity. Is there no way to have something that is more open, like the fences on the other side are not closed like this, or not fully opaque? So, I mean, I understand that you can, I would think that even if you're talking about a roll top door like this, that it could be more open, maybe not up at the top like we're talking about, but more open so that it doesn't look as closed off. And I think I understand the concern of the RCO that you're going to have all these basically closed off spaces. You can't really see what's going on behind them and what have you. And I don't know whether it turns out to be a safety issue or not, but I mean, it just, yeah.
Yeah, I think, so I know that they do make doors that are fully, I call them mesh, but.
Yeah, more mesh.
Yes. Our one concern, which actually the RCO agreed with, was we have a dog, and rather than sort of having the dog run up and barking at things that are going back and forth through the alleyway, you would have it essentially covered. So that was why they had made the recommendation along the top. They do obviously make doors that are more mesh throughout. I think the other reason in my mind, if you walk down the alleyway, there's as you saw, the rolling door on the one side. On the other side, it's a mix, but there's a number of walls that are just cinder block walls that are 7 to 8 feet tall with weeds growing up and over them. I think
I can pull that up now.
Yeah, I just felt like we already had a situation where, look, we're neighborly people, open the door, speak to the neighbors and things like that. It wasn't that we, wanted to wall ourselves off from the neighbors, which is kind of what some of those other cinder block walls do. So that was our consideration around it. I mean, we try to be flexible and good neighbors, but that was our thought around it.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Questions from our audience or virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chair and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RM1 residential multifamily zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1985 and a council-supported map change. The proposed fence with a roll-top door will not injure the use of adjacent property. The City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed dimensional variance for a non-compliant fence.
Thank you. MI 2025-006, oh, sorry, 6170, 810 South 10th Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, number
Thank you
11.
very much. And I will apologize in advance. I can't be here for I'm just getting a continuance at 3:30. I'm in court at 1, so I'm not going to be able to be here.
All right, busy day.
It's already been. I just.
Okay. MI 2025-006082, 3606 Mellon Street. Vern Anastasio is the attorney.
Vern Anastasio will be joining us as a panelist.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Good morning. Counsel, can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Sure, it's Vern Anastasio, Anastasio.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, all right, so, counsel, we're missing, RCO letter, and also, I think Hillary said you needed, the proviso form. Do we have those things? In
We
order for
sent,
us to,
yes, I mean, we sent over the revised plan and I can send over the proviso form. The RCO letter, I believe they sent it over to the zoning board. They were in support.
okay,
I did,
so,
that's what I was told by the RCO. I have not seen their letter.
okay, so Hillary, he said all right, do you
I
want us
have
to,
revised plans and I can forward the proviso form.
so we can go in here the case and vote?
Mr. Anastasio, if you have the proviso form ready, if you can forward it now, then I can look at it now. Otherwise, we'll just need to hear and hold this so I can review it.
Can we do a hear and hold, please?
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't want to have to look for it in my file at the moment.
Okay, not a
Yeah,
problem.
sorry, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, all right, so,
May I proceed?
go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Could you identify your client?
Yes, Xavier Balunsky.
Okay, and the relationship to the property?
He is the owner of the property.
Okay, all right, Board Member Gaskin has a question for you.
Good morning, Council.
Morning.
Did you mail your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Thank you. You can now show your documents and begin your presentation.
Thank you. (3606) Mellon is of the application for the construction, brand new construction, ground up 3-family dwelling. Property, of course, is zoned for RSA 5. and therefore we've gotten a refusal. Sorry. Oh, I just had an error. Excuse me for one moment. Can you see that screen? Do you see that?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, great. So this is the basement. This is a large family room and an office. We have laundry room, mechanics, full bath, and one of the bedrooms. This is the first floor, which is part of the basement, of course, is part of the first floor unit. Here are the front steps. You get into the unit by turning left. You have a dining and living room and kitchen, all open concept. And then you have a bedroom behind the kitchen. You have a hallway, which becomes very important in a minute, a full bath, and then the bedroom in the rear. This hallway is the access to the rear yard. Original plans that I saw had a door coming out of the bedroom into the rear yard. I advised the design team that that would be unacceptable by the board here today. And so we came up with the alternative by creating this corridor wherein folks can walk down the corridor to the side yard. There's the trash storage, and there's the rear yard. Second floor unit. As you can see, again, living, dining, kitchen, all open floor concept. We've got its own laundry room, full bath, and then 2 bedrooms and another full bath. Top floor, little different as far as the layout is concerned. The center is the core living space, all open concept, living, dining, kitchen, more than 30 feet in it. There's also a vented trash closet, not only on this floor, but in the second floor unit. And we have 2 bedrooms, one in the front, one in the rear. And the rear bedroom, so they don't have to go through the kitchen and the dining room and the living room to get to a bath. The rear bedroom has its very own bath, so it's a suite. And you know who I'm talking to.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Council.
Board Member Gaskin is
I talked to
smiling
2
right
of
now.
you. And I spoke to both 2 people up there today. So
We name no names here.
yes, you got it. You got it. There's the roof deck. There's the elevation. Really handsome building. And there's triplexes that are currently going up on the block right now. So that's what we are proposing is completely consistent with everything that's going up on the 3600 block of Mellon. I've also have, I'm going to stop sharing this for a moment. Moving in the entire exhibit packet that includes the proof of mailing, the notice that was mailed, all the addresses. This is the site right now. This is a multifamily here, and there's several multifamilies going up. 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units. With that, I'd like to call my client, Xavier Belinsky,
Sure, bring your client on.
adopt my presentation.
Xavier Belinsky has been promoted to panelist.
Thank you.
Vern, while we wait, can you go back to the first floor plan, please?
Sure.
Good morning, Mrs. Vern, what's your client's name again?
Xavier Belinsky.
Okay. Mr. Xavier, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Okay. Hi. Could you state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, my name is Xavier Bolonsky.
Spell it for the record.
Xavier, Xavier, Bolonsky, Bolonski.
Okay. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Vern, you want to
Thank you.
pick up your testimony?
Yeah. Mr. Belinsky, did you hear my presentation to the board this morning?
Yes, I did.
It's true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, it is.
And you adopt it as your own testimony.
I do.
And you were present with me at the RCO meeting, right?
Yes, I was.
And to your recollection, did anyone offer any opposition to this at all?
They did not.
Thank you.
Okay. Questions from the board?
Yes, what is the height of the building out of the ground? Because I know you're in between two buildings, one that looks like it's much lower than the other.
Well, yeah, that one's coming down. It's boarded up right now, but
It's
go ahead,
been
Xavier.
raised actually.
The reason I was I'll say the reason I'm
property-
asking is because you're showing a lot of steps at the front of the building and no steps at the rear exit. So I was trying to figure out where the level change is happening.
Go ahead, Xavier.
The property to the left is actually a triplex now as well. That
Yeah,
was
no.
raised and rebuilt.
No, the
So
question-
both
I'm worried
properties
about the
are.
number of units.
Xavier-
I'm literally just trying to figure
Xavier,
out how
the
high.
question is about the how much is above the ground. How much above the ground is above grade is the basement? Is that the question, Ms. Nguyen?
Or the first floor. Yeah,
Or the first floor, yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't have the plans in front of me here. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I was trying to look at the screen, but I couldn't see it
I
on
think
the
I see
screen.
it. It's
Or
I
about,
think it's in an elevation.
it's right
I think
there.
it was 38
Well,
feet,
yeah,
I believe.
I could turn. I can get to that.
I see
It's
it.
right, it's right there.
It's right here.
It's right there.
You got it. It's 3 feet out. Okay.
There you go.
And then so there are steps out of the side door to the rear yard, or is the rear yard being raised? Like, are you raising the grade of the rear yard?
I don't believe so. That door would just go right out back.
Sure,
the-
but the first floor is 3 feet above the ground, so they're gonna have to walk down steps to get to the rear yard. Right now, that's not shown. That's why I'm asking.
Yes,
So
then
there's-
if that's the case, they would have stairs right there through that
Gonna be
corridor.
stairs there. Okay.
Yes.
So I think a couple comments that, one, I think a 7-foot high basement, while that is legal, is really tight for you to want to have a bedroom in the basement, and a full bath. I do think that needs to be at least 8 feet. I think the second comment is you have, yes, they're legal, but the egress well that you have for that rear bedroom is the one that creates the darkest environment underground, and you have a lot of space in your backyard. You're going to have to dig out anyway, and that I do think this was an opportunity to have a much better light well into that rear bedroom if you would like it in that basement. And so my suggestion would be to do a much better light well, and utilize some of the space that you have in the backyard to create space, which could present the opportunity to do a rear deck. But that's up to you.
Understood.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
I would just ditto board member Nguyen's comments about the basement ceiling height. And if you do make that change, since you've got the ability to raise the first floor, I'd raise it as opposed to going lower in the basement. But I believe you're at 38 feet for the height.
I believe so.
Yes.
You're at 38 feet for the height, so you're a little tight there. But yeah, I agree with that. The only can you go back to the second floor plan?
Sure.
It's the second. But it must have been the second floor plan, and then the third floor plan are the same, are close to the same.
Yeah. Somewhat.
Yeah, so I think the second would be the third floor plan and the first floor plan. The concern that I have with the layout really is the amount of natural light, because you've only got that small window that's at the kitchen that's going to provide any sort of real light into that entire dining room, living room, kitchen space. So it's going to be all mostly artificial light. that's in there, so which is not a great living experience. But other than that, it meets the code. Appreciate the fact that you did the trash storage rooms that are going to be vented, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I think the last question is, the roof is accessible to all of the units or just the third floor unit?
Just the third floor.
Just the top.
Okay. Questions from our attorney?
No questions. I just wanted to note that we did check again for the RCO letter, and unfortunately, we haven't received anything.
Okay. All right. Questions from our audience or virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Okay. And Planning Commission, we're gonna hold it, but you want to state your, okay.
Oh,
All right, Planning
absolutely.
Commission.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. David Effecto with the City Planning Commission. Chair and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2017 and a community requested map change. The proposal for 3 dwelling units matches the character of the other homes on this block face. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use variance for 3 dwelling units.
Madam Chair, I do have a question. I guess this is for Attorney Emerson. The changes were purely inside, interior layout wise. I don't believe there were any exterior changes to the block, to the building itself.
Okay, so there's no change to height, location of pilot house, that sort of thing?
None.
Okay, all right, if there wasn't, then we don't need to adopt revised plans.
I guess the question I have is, some of the comments that we just brought up that they agreed to would change the exterior, because if we're talking about pulling that basement up a foot, it could affect the height of the overall building and the roof line. So do
Well,
we?
we could do that administratively once we get our go for the permitting, for the building permits.
Yes, I mean, there is room to amend within a certain number of feet or percentage.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I would prefer to handle that.
Okay, all right,
Well,
that's fine.
actually, the height, you actually have it because your parapet is at 35. You've got 35 at your parapet, so your roof can be at 38. So you've got more than enough room to raise it if you wanted to.
Right, because we could do 38 plus 9. if needed.
Right, you'd still be within. Yeah, you'd still be within.
The suggestions were great, and I think they'll make the space more livable. But I think we can do that once we have the zoning permit.
Okay, so are you requesting a vote then today?
Please, yes.
Okay, not a problem.
So we're not gonna hold for the proviso form?
No, because we don't need revised plans.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you good with that? Yeah. Okay. All right. MI 2025006082 3606 Mellon Street. My vote is yes.
Michael Johnson, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Ty and Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
14. Okay, number 14. MI 2025006299 1401 East Cheltenham Avenue. Brandon Savron is the attorney. This is for multi-family household living within an existing structure.
Brandon Savron will be joining us as a panelist.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman.
Good morning. Could you state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, Brandon Savron, spelled Brandon, then S as in Sam, A, V as in Victor, RAN as in Nancy.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And could you identify your client and their relationship to the property?
Yes, my client is Horizon Homes Capital LLC, and this is a husband and wife owned company, and they are here to adopt my testimony.
Okay. All right. And so we have your letters of support from the Frankfurt Neighborhood Advisory Committee and a letter of non-opposition from Council Member Lozada. Our Board Secretary, Ms. Gaston, has questions for you.
Good
Okay.
morning, Council. Did
Good
you
morning.
submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can share your screen and begin your
Okay.
presentation.
Okay.
Okay, and we do have all your documents, so.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, there we go. All right. Good morning. This is the refusal. I'm here to present a case for 1401 East Cheltenham Avenue. As I'll show you in a minute on the zoning map, this is a structure about a block from Roosevelt Boulevard at the intersection of Cheltenham Ave and Large Street, near Oxford Circle. I have submitted 18 exhibits to the board, which are displayed here on my screen, and I would ask be made a part of the record. Essentially, to start with the refusal, this is a case about a building, a corner building. And you know what? Why don't I just show you one
Yeah, I was
exterior
gonna say, bring us
photo?
some pictures.
Yep. So here is a recently taken photo of the long side of the exterior on Large Street, and then here is a slightly older photo of the front of the building on Cheltenham Ave. Some of the photos, as I come back to these later, through Atlas show bars on the windows on the ground floor, and those have been removed by my client. So this photo's from last week, and you'll see there are no bars. So essentially, this building, I'll go through interior photos, I'll go through past permits. Historically, this was 2 dwelling units over a store or an office. Before becoming an apartment, this, according to the zoning permit archive, had an office for a pest control business on the ground floor. At some time before that, it was a building supply store. So all sorts of things have occurred down there. At some time, 2020 and prior, could have been far prior, an owner, 2 owners ago, converted what was that office into a 3rd apartment. My clients purchased the property as is, as we can discuss in a minute. They have some thoughts about how to potentially improve the ground floor unit, but they have not touched it. They have not put a resident in it. They've done nothing because what they did was they bought the property, realized that they could not get a rental license for 3 dwelling units, so got a rental license only for the top 2 dwelling units, and they only have tenants in those 2 dwelling units. So that's probably a good time to show you the rental license. Here it is, and you'll see it says number of units, 2. Before I continue, I'll just mention that I did send a memo of law to the board. This will discuss how we believe our application satisfies all of the legal requirements for a variance, hardship, and otherwise. I won't go through those arguments unless you have questions, but they're there in Exhibit 2. So here are some of those past use permits. This is one in which the gentleman that we understand built that 3rd apartment, Mr. Marzulli, he pulled a permit that just said 2 dwelling units. Not quite sure why, because before that he had pulled permits like this one from 2006. You'll see his name there that says 2 dwelling units and an office. I don't know whether he was trying to pull the wool over L&I's eyes and what he was really doing was creating an apartment down there. But just to give you a sense of, that's sort of what the record shows. And if you go back in time, you're going to see other commercial uses. Here's a store in 1983, etc. I will skip through stuff like the tax clearance, the
Yeah, we have
deed.
those documents, so.
Yep. Okay, great. Zoning map really quickly. You got the property here at Cheltenham and Large. I made this land use map myself, trying to zoom in a little bit, and I put all the addresses of the highlighted properties in the upper right. And basically what this shows you is that there is an extensive amount of multifamily use in the area. Every orange property has 2 or more dwelling units. All of the properties here across Large Street from us are multifamily. I'll show you in these aerials here. It's sort of like what seems like a coordinated, constructed together like complex of multifamily row homes. So that's directly across the street. So this corner is very much sort of like a multifamily mixed use corner. Here, there are just additional photos of our property, and then I'll show you the greater neighborhood too. This is the rear shared driveway behind us. This is the back of our building, so we have direct rear egress from both the ground floor and the second floor unit. And the third floor unit has a roll-up window ladder to assist with egress in case of emergency. Okay, here is that sort of multifamily complex directly across the street from us that I showed in my handmade map. This is what's across Cheltenham Ave. So this building, like ours did in the past, has a commercial use on the ground floor. It is unfortunately an alcohol-oriented mini mart. There is I believe like a seafood restaurant with other sales, catty corner from us. And this is our property looking back from that store. Our zoning posters. Here's our floor plan. Before I go into interior photos, I'll show you the floor plan. So you come up into a shared lobby off of Cheltenham that serves the second and third floor units. That's pretty straightforward, as I'll show you in the photos. And as I mentioned, the second floor unit has an egress to the back. The first floor unit, this is not my favorite layout of all time. It's safe. It has, a door to the rear. So there's 2 egresses. It's got plenty of windows, as you saw in those photos. I think my clients are contemplating redoing some of this, but they didn't want to do that until they got the variance to legalize the existence of this unit. But wanted to say that because I do have the architecture firm that drew these existing conditions plans on the line, and in defense of their work, I just want to throw out there they did not design this space. Again, it was created 2 owners ago, and it has this very large back room that the tenant has access to. What really should happen, I think, there's a little pocket here in the corner that has shared mechanicals that should be closeted off, and probably this back room should become the bedroom. But this is the bedroom as of now. In the middle, it does have a window. So again, I don't think there's any safety issue implicated there, but we, happy to take questions on that if you have any. Okay, let me now go into interior photos. So this is that first floor unit. Again, my clients did not renovate this. They haven't occupied it either. It's just sitting there. Those bars are now gone. You'll see in all the photos there is a alarm system with smoke detection hardwired in all of the units. Bathroom downstairs. This is the lobby for the second and third floor. So this would be the staircase here to the third floor unit, door to the second floor unit, door out to Cheltenham Ave. Here is the panel and a strobe for the fire alarm system. Going into the second floor unit, this is their den. Again, the strobe from the fire alarm system on the wall there. This is their kitchen. This is their bedroom in the rear. Sorry, it came out tilted, so I tried to fix that. Unit 3, this is now occupied. It wasn't when the photos were taken, but this is the third floor unit. Strobe there from the alarm system again, and there's smoke detectors throughout. Zoning code, RCO letter, the chairwoman mentioned. We have support from Frankfurt CDC's NAC group that does RCO service. We have a letter of non-opposition from Councilwoman Lozada. This is a letter. I'm not going to read it. I kind of went through everything it mentions, but this is from the realtor that was involved in selling the properties the last 2 times. So he was able to attest for us that it was the owner 2 units ago that created that apartment.
Okay.
And then proof of our RCO mailing. So I can have my client adopt my testimony.
can bring your
Also
client
happy
on.
to take your questions. Yep.
Okay.
My
What's your-
client is probably listed under Roman DeJean. If Roman, if you could raise your hand.
He's been allowed to speak. And Roman, can you just unmute yourself, please?
Hi,
Good morning.
good morning.
Hi, could you state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, my name is Romain Dejean, Romain Dejean.
Okay, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Roman, did you hear my testimony in your case this morning?
Yes,
Was it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
yes, it was.
Are you authorized to speak on behalf of Horizon Homes LLC, Horizon Homes Capital LLC, as one of its principals?
Yes, I am.
And your company bought this property about a year ago?
Yes,
Okay. Would you adopt my testimony on behalf of the LLC as if it were your own?
yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yeah, so I have sort of a main question. One, you already have approval for the 2 units that are currently occupied. I know you're seeking approval to allow for you to have this third unit, but the third unit, as you've already addressed, requires a lot of work. And I think it's really hard to sit here and sort of envision what this could be without having had any floor plans done to sort of outline what the changes are. And I think,
Sure.
my general concern right now is approving it in its current state would allow that unit in its not great condition to be rented out as such. And so, I think my question is, can your client expand more on what their plan is, and how
Yeah.
they want to move forward with the renovations on that first floor unit?
Board Member Nguyen, before I let him speak, I'm just going to pull that existing conditions plan back on the screen. Just give me 1 second.
I
And
have it burned
while
into my memory, but if you would like to,
oh,
you can just
okay.
ask some more questions. Um,
Yeah, and I'll Roman, I think just to play the lawyer for a second, the hardship is that this floor has never been tied into the rest of the building internally, right? So it's got to be something on its own basis. It's not going to be combined into the second floor unit without, considerable work. I think that knocking out these non-load bearing walls to reconfigure this space is actually a pretty light lift compared to what it would take to combine this floor into the rest of the building.
I
And
wasn't
if
necessarily suggesting that you combine it into the rest of the
okay,
building. I was just saying that without seeing the plans currently, as it stands, what we're being asked to do is legalize this. So if this is the plan that we're legalizing, I think this is
well,
not great.
so I think what we would ask to do then is a hear and hold. We'll submit a proposed floor
I
plan
think that's
rather than.
it's a very smart idea.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Roman, do you want to address sort of your vision on how to maybe move or enlarge that bedroom or anything else you would do to improve this?
Yeah, in the utility storage room that you see here, as Brandon mentioned earlier, utilities are mainly on the street side, and so we could potentially knock down the non-bearing wall and extend the bedroom into the utility storage on the non-street side of the
On the
building.
street side, or is that a alleyway?
That's a street. That's a large street there where my
Oh,
hand.
got it. It's on the right. Got it. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the alleyway is in the back.
I mean, I think that would make sense. I think the question I have, and maybe I was trying to avoid having to bring the architect on, but is that utility storage room already insulated?
I don't believe so. Roman, do you know? And if not, do you think?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
Okay. And then, I mean, I think
Go
just
ahead.
the general concern about this bedroom is, one, it looks like the renovations from switching this from an office to a house were done without permits. I'm like
Yes.
90% sure that that room is not legal in terms of size. So, I mean, I think
Okay.
apart from like just being a better living space, I think to come back with a plan for the revision of that back side of that apartment would be advised.
Okay. Okay. That's absolutely fine. I think I don't know, Madam Solicitor, if you would like to have public comment in the Planning Commission before we wrap up.
Do we want to resume the hearing or?
We're not,
Yeah.
yeah. Can we, I guess I'm interested in, you said you wrote a brief. Okay, so.
Yes.
What are your hardship, like
Well,
zoning hardship
yeah.
kind of issues?
So several things, Board Member
Out of
Gaston.
curiosity. Okay.
Sure. So as I showed on that map, it's particularly at our corner, right, as opposed to further down the block. At our corner, this is really a predominantly multifamily environment. The investment to whether making the whole building a single unit or even just combining the ground and the second floor, the investment to combine those spaces would be major, and we don't think would be repaid by the market, given how thoroughly multifamily the immediate vicinity is. I think that beyond that, the history of the building's use, it's never been, as far as the records show, at least for something like half a century, a single family home. So, and again, we're of course happy to submit a floor plan and come back. But if this will ultimately be denied, right, it would really leave the options as either leaving it vacant, which is economic waste, or turning it back into a store, which probably would require a variance given the time that's elapsed since it was last an office. And having this as an office or a store, I don't find it economically viable at this time, but even if it were, that would seem to be less in line with the zoning code than having a third unit, given that, our block is RSA 5. Even if there's other commercials in the area, the zoning is RSA 5. So it doesn't seem like favoring commercial over residential is like a valid basis for denial here. Any questions or comments on that? I'll kind of keep it at that.
Well, you're kind of going for economic hardship.
Well, I don't think so, because the space is not combinable with the remainder of the building. It's never been. I mean, there's no history of this floor being tied into the rest of the building. I think to say that the space should sit vacant is more than an economic argument, and the case law bears that out. I mean, that's basically foreclosing the use of a significant portion of the building, and this is an above ground floor largely. So I don't classify that as an economic argument. I think that is well within the ambit of other use variance case law that's non-economic.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry.
But I guess I was going a different way. So it was represented to him, to your client, that this property was already zoned as 3-family. Is that what the representations were?
I believe so. I believe there was an effort made to pull a rental license, which came back with L&I saying you can only have 2 units based on the prior permitting.
Yeah, well, I guess I was just going out on a little limb and thinking about perhaps he could argue that he was a bona fide purchaser for value, in the sense that he had the real estate agent who knew the history of the property and sold it to him as like 3-family. And
well, the real estate agent wasn't necessarily, was not. Let me go a step further. The real estate agent was not his agent. He was either the seller's agent solely or doing a joint listing. And we know there's inherent conflicts in that.
yeah, well, no, I mean, but that would, it's still someone, represented to him that this property
Yes.
was a 3-family, and
Yes.
what he relied on when he purchased the property. And
I
so
see. Okay. Okay.
an
Yes.
argument that could be made regardless of who made it to him. And actually, that works better in his favor that somebody who, was not necessarily someone on his side in this whole purchase. So,
Right.
All right.
Right.
again, just a thought.
Okay, any other questions from the board?
Thank you, Board Member Gaston.
Okay, questions from our attorney? Hillary, how you think we should?
Yeah, so I think that if I don't think necessarily a resumption hearing is necessary, but we can just close the record except for revised floor plans that the board can view prior to voting. But the issue on the table today is the use, and I believe the Planning Commission is prepared to comment on that, and we can take public testimony regarding the use.
Okay, all right. Any questions from our audience or virtual audience?
I see one hand, Chair. I have a
Okay.
hand up by the name of Nikki Burnett. I'm going to allow them to speak.
Hello,
Hi, could you state your name and spell it for the record?
my name is Nanika Burnett. I'm block captain of 1400 East Cheltenham Avenue.
Okay, could you spell your name for the record, Nanika?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
N-N-N-E-K-A Burnett, B-U-R-N-E-T-T.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, what is your comment? Do you oppose or support the project?
Upon my neighbors and myself, we support the project if it's going to be used as a living space and not a business space.
Okay, all right, thank you for your testimony. Is there any other hands in the virtual audience?
I see another hand up by the name of Leslie Roman. I'm going to allow them to speak.
Okay.
Hello,
Hi, could you state your name and spell it for the record?
my name is Leslie Roman. First name spelled Leslie. Last name is Roman.
All right, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, are you a near neighbor?
Yes, I actually live on 1469 Cheltenham.
Okay, all right, and do you support or oppose the project?
I only support if it's going to be residential. I am against a commercial.
Okay, all right, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Any other hands?
I see no more hands at this time, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chair and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2014 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan. This property has a documented history as 2 dwelling units with a commercial ground floor. At some point, a prior owner appears to have converted the ground floor commercial unit into a residential unit without the benefit of permits through no fault of the current owner. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use variance for 3 dwelling units.
Okay, all right, thank you. So council, we are going to hold this, but we're going to close the record, for revised plans. Right,
Okay.
Hillary?
Yes, we'll close the record except for a revised floor plan for the board to review prior to voting.
Okay.
Okay, all right, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, case number 15. MI 2025006985, 8310 Bustleton Avenue. Kevin Valentine is the attorney. Good morning, council. Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Kevin Valentine, Kevin, Valentine, Valentine.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay.
I do.
Could you identify? There you go.
I do.
Thank you. Can hear you much better. Can you identify your client and
Yes.
its relationship to the property?
Yes, my client is Eduardo Salgaro, and he is the lessee of the property at 8310 Bustleton.
Okay. All right, thank you. So we have, this is for use as an assembly and entertainment. And existing structure, you have unanimous support from the Ron Hurst Civic Association and also a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Okay. And our Board Secretary Gaskin will ask you a few questions.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
Did you submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Thank you. You can share your screen and begin your presentation.
Sharing my screen, this is always. Are you able to?
Thank you. I got some.
Okay, it's here. Let's see. Just make sure I'm sharing it. Right, that's what I'm looking for. Boom. Here we go. Here we go. There we go. All right. Here we are. Yeah. Well, good morning again. My client applied for a permit in 2025, and as you can see here with the refusal, that refusal was issued in October of 2025. The refusal was based upon, if I can go down. The refusal was based upon two code sections. 14602 does not allow for a CMX 1 property the use for assembly and entertainment. Section 14825 also has parking requirements for a CMX 1 facility. So those were the two features that that L&I identified. My client has been using the facility as an event space for the past 3 years. In 2022, he acquired a permit for use as commissary and catering. Last year, he realized that that was not the use that he needed. He actually needed assembly and entertainment, because what my client does is conduct events for post-baptism celebrations, weddings, and bridal showers.
Can you show us some photos as you're
Yes,
speaking about
yes.
this? So it's already being used as an event space?
Yes, yes, it is. And the photo should be coming up shortly as I scroll.
And this is the whole building?
No, it's just the ballroom. Actually, we do
Oh,
have.
I'm sorry.
we
I'm
do
sorry.
have another location.
Wait a minute. You want to state your name and spell it for the record?
Eduardo Salgueiro, ETUARTO, SALGUEIRO. It's a lot of letters.
That's okay. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay.
All right. What you're looking at here is the zoning notice meeting poster, but that is the front of the facility. I'm going down a little further, more photos of the zoning poster. We'll then move into, and there is a larger frontal photo of the facility. This is an overhead picture, and one of the reasons that I had shown this was that 14802 had a restriction on parking. But Mr. Salgado, can you identify where your
So it is close to the corner on Fox Chase Road and like right between the mall and the Fox Chase Road.
and
Okay, we can't see that here. It's not identified. So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
You have a cursor on your,
Let's see.
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Yeah,
Is that where you are?
one more.
One more?
Right there.
Okay. thank
Right, right. Well, one of the reasons that was shown was that 14802 had a restriction on parking that that said that the parking for this facility had to align with the adjacent category. The adjacent category is CA1, I believe, which is for shopping malls and things like that. And so the parking matrix for a CA1 is, I believe, 4 spaces for each 1,000 feet. My client's facility is 2,500 square feet, which would which would mean that he would require about 10 spaces. Currently, he has 2 deeded spaces in the rear of the location. But what I think really alleviates the parking requirement is that his hours of operation are from 7 to 10. The parking that you see in front of the facility goes free at 6 o'clock in the evening. So basically, there would be parking there.
Do you have pictures of the 2 spaces in the rear?
See if I can get.
And also like photos of the interior?
Yes, I do have photos of the interior. Yes. Well, here are photos of the interior. And I'll just scroll down if you're
Yeah,
okay.
keep going.
This is the entrance, the vestibule or foyer area. This is the rear. As you can see in the rear, there is a display case for soft drinks and things. I wanted to point out that my client's use for this is BYOB. There is no food prepared on the facility. In fact, he has another facility at 8010 Castor Avenue that prepares food and actually delivers it here. The only thing that takes place here is that the food is served on chafing dishes and then served to patrons. And here you can see the chafing dishes in the rear of that photo. Let's see. This is the basement area, which is used primarily for storage. There again.
All right, and so do you have pictures of the parking, the parking that already exists on the property?
Let's see if I.
I know you said it was 2 spaces, I think.
Right.
There is the Google one that I sent.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I.
Let me see if I can get it from, if I can go into the overhead. No. Let's see, can I get it up?
So you said that they can use parking in all these parking lots that,
Right.
that we see now that they are?
Yes.
Do you have to have an agreement for that or just folks just park there?
Are you talking about the 2 spaces in the rear or?
No, the remaining parking, you said it was after 6 o'clock.
Oh, after 6 o'clock, there is no, it's free parking there.
Okay.
In the 3 years that they've been operating as an event space, there have not been any issues with respect to parking or noise, which is one reason I think why he was able to get the letters of support from his adjacent neighbors.
On the aerial view, there's the. I'm sorry.
Can't hear you.
Sorry about that. So right behind the property, there's like a parking lot.
Okay.
And a loading dock, whatever.
All right.
And we do have like 2 space assigned to us. And basically is like offices and they just close it down like 5 p.m. So usually there's like plenty of parking spaces on the Fox Chase
Okay.
and Busselton Avenue. And also there's like across the street, there's the SEPTA terminal.
Mhm.
And most of the guests nowadays, they just rather go to those places using Uber. Across the street, also there's like a parking spot, but it's basically free after 6 p.m.
Okay.
It's like a riding horse.
Oh, right. Across the street is an
It's like
equestrian
close to the
center.
street, so.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Not anything else. I'll
Okay.
take.
Well, you can ask your client to adopt your testimony.
Mr. Salgaro, you are the lessee of the property?
Yes, I am.
Yes. And do you adopt my testimony as I've given it here this morning in front of the board?
Okay. Questions from the board?
Yes, for deliveries, are they coming through that same front door entry on, what's that, Bustleton?
Deliveries?
Yes.
So usually we just bring our own things from the other side and we use our loading deck, which is like we do have a gate to the basement on the back side.
Okay.
And there's like 2 exit doors, emergency doors. So we use that. And basically we use the basement as storage as we do like events like weddings outside. And we do have like stagings, like church settings and flower arrangements. So everything is basically used on the loading. We just go through to the loading dock in the back.
And then, so one, I guess the question is for the facility, are you all the exclusive caterer?
No, no,
No.
no.
So what happens if somebody hires an outside caterer?
So basically we just do like food wise, we're the only ones.
You are the exclusive outside caterer.
Yes.
Okay.
But sometimes with people just ask to use for like celebration ceremonies and for example, like training, certifications. So the location is very good. So sometimes constructors, they just need like permits to get like a license in the terminal, like something. And they just got all the employees to get like a training section there. We do have audio visual, like
Oh, you're talking about activity.
Commissioner, your question was about the another catering.
Is that if there's an other vendor that's not
no,
you?
Otherwise, it's only us.
Okay, and what about furniture?
Oh, furniture, we do
Yeah.
provide our own.
So you do, so literally, like most things that people would have to order for an event are already on site.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what the basement level is for, the storing for the,
But that doesn't mean that like, you might need
I understand.
4
I
extra high tops. I'm trying to figure out if
I
you need
understand.
extra things, where are they coming in?
Different chairs, tables.
Exactly. Yeah,
everything.
yeah. Okay.
Any other questions from the board?
Yes. What size events are we talking about here?
So usually we do have the other one, and this one we use mostly for like a religious ceremony. So we can use one side for like the chairs and the other side for like celebrations like tables. So no more than 50.
Okay. Okay. And you've been doing this for how long?
Over there,
Mhm.
3 years.
Okay. And you said you have another facility?
I
Is
do
it the
have
same?
at 8010 Castro Avenue. They have
Ah,
like industrial kitchen there, and they have a venue for up to 50 guests.
Okay. And then in terms of this space,
Mhm.
you say you bring the food in. Do you have some place to store the food? Do we have?
Oh yeah.
some, like-
So we just use the square footage is like 2,500,
Mhm.
but we use less than 2,000 because there's like the bedrooms, like big ones,
Mhm.
and also the back service area when we have like a chest freezers. We do
Okay.
have like a vertical fridge for like non-alcoholic beverages,
Mhm.
and we do have like food warmers in the back.
Okay. And what about water of some sort so that you can like mop floors, wash?
Oh yeah, we do have it.
You
Like
you
water?
have, yeah, like you have
wash and
main-
station kitchen.
oh, a supply, what, there is, in one of the photos, if I can get to it, there was, a display case where they have, soft drinks, sodas and things like that. Right across from that, display case, there is a sink where they can wash out.
3 stage sinks.
Okay. All right.
There is no need for dishwasher because most of the parties are like disposable. So we just put everything.
No. I'm not necessarily saying you need that, but you still need some source of water outside of
Oh, yeah.
the bathroom
Yeah,
to
of course.
wash down tables
Like
and
hot water,
chairs
I
and,
mean,
yeah, mop floors, things like that. So
If you look at that picture and you look at that,
We see it.
the display, just across from that display is the kitchen where they will wash out, whatever dishware or, cutlery they might use.
You, you,
Okay.
you keep calling this a display. It's a bar.
Well,
It's a bar. It has wine
yeah,
glasses.
people would come up to get sodas and soft drinks and things like that. And again,
What a bar does.
It's
sorry?
a bar.
What a bar does.
No alcohol.
Yeah. Well,
Bar
no,
is any
I'm
place
just,
you
yeah,
can get any beverage at a event.
right. You just kept saying a display, and I thought it was like some sort of image or picture or video, but it literally it's a walk up
Understood.
bar. You're
Understood.
not selling alcohol. So
All right.
yeah, so all right, that
All
was
right,
just
thank you for that. All right, questions from our attorney?
No questions. I just wanted to make a note because I think the refusal was a little bit incorrect. Well, the use is not permitted in CMX 1, so you need a variance for that, but the
Yes.
use is also more than 2,000 square feet, so there should have been a variance also for that. So it's okay that it's not there. I'm just noting for the record that if this is granted, that variance is incorporated in it as well. So.
Understood.
Okay. All right, questions from our virtual audience, or there's no one here, but anybody from our virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chair and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from CMX1 to CMX2 commercial mixed use. The city rezoned this commercial corridor in 2022, and a council requested map change. The City Planning Commission recommended against the zoning map change. The previous CMX2 base zoning permitted the proposed use by special exception. The proposed use is adjacent to a strip mall with abundant parking. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use variance for an event assembly facility and for not including off-street accessory parking.
Okay. MI 2025-006985, 8310 Bustleton Avenue. My vote is yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. And the RCO said you keep it clean, so continue to keep the place clean.
Our kitchen, the floor is like white. Can you believe
Yeah.
that?
Thank you.
Insane.
Okay.
Thank you.
Number 8. MI 2025-004243, 2654 South Alder Street. Zen Jen is the attorney. It's for a sit-down restaurant in an existing structure.
Zenjin will be coming in as a panelist.
Good morning.
Good morning, counsel. Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, my name is Zhenjian, Z-H-E-N, last name J-I-N, here on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and could you identify your client and their relationship to the property?
Yes, my client is 2652 to 54 LLC. They're the owner of the property. Salvatore Dunobile will be the representative for the LLC.
Okay, and our board secretary, Ms. Gaskin, will ask you a couple questions.
Good morning, council.
Good morning.
Did you submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, some of the documentation were submitted within the 5 days, but most of it was submitted ahead of the 5 days requirement.
Okay. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Thank you. You can now share your screen and begin your presentation.
Thank you. I'm going to share with the board what was previously submitted by the client. Actually, we reorganized. Oh, for some reason, the sharing stopped. Let me try again. Can the board see my presentation on their screen?
Yes, yep, we can see it.
Great, thank
And
you.
yep, and we do have your documents, and we also have a letter of unanimous non-opposition from Lower Moyamensing Civic Association and a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Squilla.
Thank you. Good morning. This is an application for use at 2654 South Elder Street as a sit-down restaurant in an attached structure. This restaurant actually has a history as a bar going back 30, 40 years. This property's been used as such for as a bar restaurant for all that time. The CMX1 zoning doesn't permit the new concept, which is less of a bar, more of a actual restaurant service. They're moving from just a bar to like a sushi bar restaurant where there's going to be sushi, sit-down service. Although when you see from the plan, the space itself really isn't going to have substantial change as far as the kitchen location and other things. The owners met with the RCO and obtained their support. Everybody knows the history of the property being a restaurant bar all these years. So this is a consistent use to what's always been there. So there are no new concerns that would be raised based on the change of use. This is a posting. This is Cookie's Tavern, which is the current operation name, and it's going to be changed to a new operator who's going to operate it as a Japanese restaurant and bar. The interior, as you can see, does include a bar section, bench seats, and kitchen, bathroom, and storage. So the actual building has 2 floors. All of the building, basement, first floor, second floor, is all part of the tavern and will remain part of the commercial use. The second floor is actually accessed from the stairwell outside, and it's only used for storage and when needed, office space for the business. The basement is only accessed through Belco doors located on the side of the building, and that's only for storage as well. All the main operation is going to be on the first floor, including the kitchen, the bar area, which will remain, the seating area, which will remain, and the storage that already is within the space. So in order to manage trash, the owner actually proposes to have the commercial pickup increase to 3 times a week from its current 2 times a week. As far as the operation itself, hours of operation, and the number of workers, they anticipate regular restaurant hours from 11 to about 10, and with the bar service, probably longer on the weekend. They're anticipated to be 3 to 5 workers within the space between the bar, the kitchen, and service itself. So again, this is a continued use of the space with a slight different concept. It is still essentially going to be a restaurant bar with more focus on the restaurant side of sushi food rather than more focus on the alcohol side of the bar itself. So that is basically what we're seeking before the board. Because it's zoned CMX1, it is not permitted to be a sit-down restaurant. However, we believe given the history of the use of the property and the neighborhood's understanding of the use and its acceptance of its use throughout the years, we believe that this would not cause hardship to the community once it is converted to a restaurant, sit-down restaurant permit at this location. I believe my client is here to verify my testimony.
Okay, you can bring him on.
And sure. I'm going to stop sharing for a second. Salvatore, can you raise your hand virtually on Zoom to be identified?
Hi, good morning. Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
It's Salvatore Dinubili. It's Salva, T as in Tom, O-R-E. Last name is Dinubili. It's D as in Delta, I, N as in Nancy, U, B as in Bravo, I-L-E.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, counsel.
Thank you. Salvatore, did you see my presentation on your screen and hear my testimony before the zoning board?
Yes,
Can you verify what I have represented to be true and correct and adopt it as your own testimony?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, the floor plan that you showed, is that an existing condition or is this what is proposed new construction?
This is an
renovation?
existing condition.
Okay. I guess the question I have is I think try to convert the, mostly bar to a sushi bar seems like a really smart conversion. I think there's not a lot of things that you can convert bars to. And is any additional construction going to be needed to sort of make it more available as a full service restaurant?
I believe the kitchen before served food, and the sushi preparation and sushi hot dish preparation, even for the Japanese restaurant, doesn't require any change to the existing kitchen. So no, there won't be any construction needed to start the operation itself.
Okay. And then what's the plan for trash storage? I saw there
So
was a storage unit a storage space on the plan.
yeah, well, that's not for trash itself. The basement's accessible from outside through Velcro doors for some of the trash. And they also have an exterior stairwell that leads to a second floor, which has storage as well. So trash normally wouldn't be left outside. They will have trash cans outside while it's open to make sure, if people eat, they're not just going to walk down the street. But those cans will be taken in at the end of the day.
Okay,
and
this
again,
is-
we're going to try to have pickup 3 times a week to avoid gathering up trash.
And this is dine-in and takeout?
It's primarily going to be dine-in, but accessory takeout would be part of the restaurants. If somebody finishes or do not finish their food and want to take it out, that would be how it would work. It's not primarily
Understood.
going to be takeout.
So it's not going to be primarily like Uber Eats or Grubhub, DoorDash. Okay.
No.
I don't think I have any additional questions.
I don't know that much about what you have to have in terms of kitchen equipment for sushi. So are we talking more refrigeration? Are we talking prep area? What do
So
we?
so the refrigeration that's there are refrigerators in the space that would hold the meat and sushi. Because it's sushi, it's actually delivered pretty often so that you can't really hold it for many days. The only cooking that'll be done will be, for example, teriyaki dishes. That heating of the food there, those are cooked. Tempura would be on the fryers, but that would be really most of the dishes. Sushi are always cold, but most of the dishes that are hot would be tempura, teriyaki, those kind of dishes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Questions from our attorney?
No questions. I just want to note that we didn't receive the floor plan that you showed. So if you could forward that to us for the record, that would be great. Thank you.
Oh, sure. I thought it was actually submitted through the portal yesterday morning, so I
think we
will
had
definitely
everything else
email
that you-
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just checked. We had everything else that you showed, but we didn't have that. So just if you send that, that'd be great. Thank
Sure,
you.
absolutely.
Questions from our virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chair and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX1 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1996, and a council-supported map change. This property has a documented history as an eating and drinking establishment. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use variance for a sit-down restaurant.
Thank you. MI 2025-004243, 2654 South Alder Street. My vote is yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Hi, McAdams, my vote is yes.
Hi, Wynn, my vote is yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other cases on the 9:30 list that have not been heard or called?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Okay, thank you. See everybody at 2. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tanetta Graham, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustments. With me today is Board Secretary Cheryl L. Gasson,
Present, Madam Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns,
Present, Madam Chair.
and Board Member Taya Nguyen,
Present, Madam Chairman.
and Board Member Ryan McAdams.
Present, Madam Chair.
Also present are Board Attorney Hillary Emerson, Zoning Board Director Ian Hegarty, and Board Administrator Lakeisha Dandy. A recording of this hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you are called to speak, you must state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before beginning your testimony. Any person may enter their appearance to become an interested party to a case. There are 3 ways to enter your appearance. You can identify the case property address on your Zoom webinar registration. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business day tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of the appeal case. The following guidance is for our remote attendees. First, when directed by the chair, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. Second, if you are called to testify, you will be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. Third, the webinar and Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on cases in the Q&A. Fourth, if you are participating by phone, press star 9 to raise your hand and star 6 to unmute. For our in-person attendees, please refrain from talking, eating, or drinking during the hearings. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across from the elevators. A water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and the court reporter. In the event of emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear of the room. The nearest stairwell is to the left outside the doors. In case of an evacuation, the rally point is at Love Park directly across Arch Street. Please remain there so we can account for you. Okay. Gonna look at our afternoon hearing list. Okay. Case number 3, MI 2025-007117, 1650 to 60 Van Dyke Street. This case has been continued to 6/10/2026 at 2 p.m. Oh, that's all we figure. Okay, and then we have one case with no exhibits, our first listing here. MI 4, no, I'm doing number 4 now. MI 2025-007118, 7118. Let me just do that again. MI 2025-007118, 4634 North Front Street. Yolanda Delizario is a listed owner and applicant. This is a no exhibits first listing. Is Yolanda here?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. This is Doreen.
Ooh.
This afternoon.
Yolanda,
Yolanda
you're going in and out.
Hi, can you hear me?
Okay, this is Yolanda.
Yes.
Okay,
Hi.
could you state, wait a minute, could you state your name and spell it for the record?
Yolanda Deliz Arroyo, YOLANDADELIZ-ARROYO.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, so we have no exhibits for this case. You want to tell us how you'd like to proceed?
I uploaded the exhibits yesterday. I do have a presentation.
Okay, I believe yesterday is not enough time. No, our attorney addressed that.
Yes, I'm sorry, Ms. Arroyo, we did not receive, the exhibits are due 5 days in advance of this hearing so that we can review that they are complete. And we did not receive them, so unfortunately, we will need to continue this matter.
I understand. I requested a continuance last week. An email was sent to me on Monday stating that I can still present and we can continue based on the missing clearances, because that's in the email I stated I didn't get the tax certificate clearances. So I requested for it to be continued. But I was told in an email that I can still present and with the contingents that the tax clearance will be submitted later.
I don't know that we've received any of the documents. My notes indicate no exhibits at all, not that we're missing just a couple things. So unfortunately, we're not gonna be able to hear this at all today. So we will reschedule it and the chair will give you the new date. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So MI 2025-007-118, 4634 North Front Street. This case is continued to 6/10/2026 at 2 p.m. Are there any other requests for continuances? Good afternoon. You want to state your name and spell it for the record?
Stephanie Magana, Stephanie, Stephanie, last name is Magana, Magagana.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what case are you here for?
I'm here for case number 1, MI 2025-004371, 8226 Germantown Avenue. We submitted a request for a continuance via email yesterday. That comes amongst others that were submitted for this case. So I represent the owner and the applicant for this case. We have been working on obtaining support from our near neighbors for several years now that's culminated. And we are very close to finalizing a development agreement with one of our abutting neighbors. And that will come with other letters of support that have been promised from other near neighbors, kind of contingent on that agreement. We are very close, but we're not there yet. That neighbor, Bowman Properties, is represented by Ballard Spar. We have been in touch with them. We understand that they're supportive of this request. We've also been in touch with Chestnut Hill Community Association. They are the coordinating RCO. Their board actually votes on this case tomorrow, so we don't have their official vote as of today. They are also generally supportive of our request for a continuance so that they can vote, and we are also formally aware of their contingencies to the extent they have any conditions on their vote. They did ask for a traffic study as one of those at their preliminary meeting. We're in the process of working on that, but that is going to take us several weeks. So for that, we think the record today is incomplete. As a separate matter, we have another next door neighbor, Mr. Peter Fox, who's also represented by Mr. DeMarco. He has submitted a request for continuance based on questions he has concerning an easement here. While we disagree with his position on that matter, we're supportive of his request for the continuance and will be looking to work out an amicable solution with him. Mr. Len Reuter, on behalf of the city, because of Mr. DeMarco's concerns, I believe, was also looking at this. I understand he's not here today, but he expressed to us his intention to request a continuance of this matter if he was here or if it was going to move forward. So he's aware of this as well. So for all of those reasons, we would like to request an additional continuance. Notwithstanding where we stand with neighbors, we feel very confident we're going to have many letters of support at this point, but we'll be fully ready to proceed when the board reschedules this case.
Okay, thank you. Hillary, you have anything to add to that?
No, I've been in touch with Mr. Reuter as well and understand he's because there was a request from Mr. DeMarco on behalf of his clients about the refusal, and so that's why Leonard got involved, is to review that concern about the refusal. So, but yes, he's unable to be here today, but he is looking into this matter. So hopefully we'll have everything worked out by the next date.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. MI 2025-004371, 8226 Germantown Avenue. This case is continued to 6/10/2026 at 2 p.m. Any other requests for continuances? Thank you, Council. Is this Doreen trying to speak?
Yes, you can't hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clear now. Do you have any other
Yes,
requests for continuances?
can you pardon that background noise? Yes, I have a hand up by Richard DeMarco and I will promote. Richard DeMarco is coming in now.
Mr. DeMarco?
Sorry, my computer takes forever to join. Forgive me.
Okay, could you just state your name and spell it for the record?
Sure, Richard DeMarco, last name DeMarco.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Okay, so Council Stephanie Box just requested a
Right.
continuance. She said you
Right.
were in agreement. I guess this is why you came on. So the case has been continued to 6/10/2026 at 2 p.m.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just would ask to be copied on these requests. I was unaware that the applicant was requesting a continuance, so I had to fully prepare for today. I would ask all the parties to please copy me on that. I'm definitely agreeing with the continuance, and I'm glad to hear from Hillary that Len is involved. I just finding that out right now. So please include me on your emails. I am represent a very interested party in this case. So going forward, let's have full disclosure to everybody, please. And thank you.
We have,
I
we
agree
have
with
some
the continuance.
affirmations here. They will, we have some nods of an agreement.
Okay.
All right,
I
thank
appreciate
you.
that. Thank you for
All
that.
right. Any other requests for continuances for 2 p.m.? Okay.
There are no more hands.
Thank you, Doreen. All right, let's go on with our case list. Okay. Number 2, MI 2025-005235, 700 South Second Street. Erica Cronin is the listed applicant.
Erica Cronin.
Okay, very good. All right, just state your name and spell it for the record.
Erica Cronin, Erika, Cronin, Cronin.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. All other parties related to the case, Jim Kelly, right?
Jim Kelly,
Okay, state your name and spell it for the record, please.
Jim Kelly, Kelly, on behalf of the city.
Okay, and I think Rachel Prisker should be on.
Yep.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Okay, yep, could you state your name and spell it for the record?
Sure. Rachel Pritzker, Pritzker.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so this case is an appeal against LNI. We'll go with the order as follows, Rachel, and then Erica, and then Council Kelly. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah, and Ms.
Okay.
Pritzker, we're having you go first because you filed the motion. So today's discussion is only on the motion to dismiss that's been filed by the property owner permit holder.
Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Excuse me, this is the court reporter. Was Attorney Kelly sworn in?
Yes, we'll do it again. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so as mentioned, Chairwoman and members of the board, this is not an appeal against LNI. This is just for the limited scope, given that this appeal is moot under the law. Essentially, this is Brown Street. Sorry, that's from later. And I represent the owner of the property of 700 South Second Street. So the property was originally issued a zoning permit back in July, and then it was amended back in October. Mrs. Cronin's appeal, or Miss Cronin's appeal, relates to the scope of work and was filed based on the July 2025 permit, not the amended 1014 permit. No appeal was filed related to the scope of work and the active zoning permit, which is issued on 10/14/2025. So the back and forth that's gone on with this is that the project, there were significant revisions. It's a historic project. It's a directly affected rear neighbor directly behind the property that we worked with her attorney to resolve some of her concerns for the project, and had to, they were so significant that we had to amend the zoning permit. And so the permit we're talking about and the scope of work relative to that permit is from October 14th, 2025. There was no appeal filed related to this 10/14/2025 permit. And so as a result of that, under 14-303-15, any appeal that challenges a specific and final order or decision or determination made by L&I has to be filed within 30 days of that decision. So that would be this October 14th, 2025. That is the final and last determination from L&I, not a July permit that is no longer active because it was amended. Ms. Cronin, again, filed an appeal related to a July permit, again, that was amended, and there was no appeal filed for October. So the Zoning Board of Adjustment and L&I has to follow the scope of work and the amended permit in October, not a prior permit. The ZBA couldn't even grant relief for a permit in July because it's not active anymore. So for those reasons, the appeal that was filed by Ms. Cronin for a July permit is unfortunately moot. We did post the new zoning posters on the property, have them in the file, which I'll go through in a second. So there was ample time to file within 30 days. It wasn't filed. And in the emails back and forth, so these are revised plans, making those amendments. And again, they were significant, so we had to amend the permit with a new issue date. And then we posted that permit back in July 14th. That was the original permit that was posted. Then for the October, which is what she originally appealed, then for October, we posted the property, I believe, in January 22nd, 2026, and no appeal was filed within 30 days of January 22nd, 2026. She also mentions in her emails to everyone, including Board Counsel, that she doesn't have any issues with the amended permit. She has issues with the prior permit. Well, the prior permit is no longer active. So there would be no reason to have a hearing against L&I for a permit that's not active anymore, that has a revised amended permit dated 10/15/2025, and for which she didn't file an appeal. So the case is moot legally and in all other ways. And so that sort of was the purpose for us being here. And like I said, even if the board wanted to, they couldn't provide relief on a permit that's not active anymore. And L&I won't be following a permit that's not active anymore. They'll be following the October 25th one. And that will be the scope of work in which a building permit will get issued, not a July scope of work. So that's why we're here. And we ask that, we are sympathetic to Ms. Cronin's issues. I've had conversation with her to try to, work through any construction concerns she has or other issues she may have about this project. But short of that, we have to follow the law here, which is that we have no longer an active appeal for what she filed for.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Counsel. Ms. Cronin, you can talk, but make sure it's just about the appeal only. Let's focus on that.
And pull your mic just a little bit closer, and Mr. Kelly as well. Just pull your mic closer. Thank you.
I'm here to oppose the developer's motion to dismiss our appeal for the July 2025 zoning permit. The motion is based on the idea that later amended permit automatically makes our appeal disappear. This is not correct. I am here today because I feel like this project needs a closer look, and like most variances, for not conforming to the code. And I can keep on going on.
Just about the appeal, not
Yeah.
about the actual project. So just about the appeal. Focus on that. That's what you have to say about that? That's your argument for that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr.
Can
Kelly,
I
you
just
wanna-
briefly respond? This is not a variance. This was a by right project that went through historical commission. There's no, we are not asking for any variances or any relief from the Zoning Board of Adjustment or any other administrative body. so that we're clear. So we are not, this is an appeal against LNI, not from the Zoning Board of Adjustment. So I just want to make that clear that we are not asking for any variances here. This is a by right project.
Okay, thank you, Counsel. Mr. Kelly?
Sure. So, thank you. The city agrees with Ms. Pritzker's position here that this appeal should be deemed as moot. Ultimately, of course, we defer to the board. But because the applicant obtained an amended zoning permit that substantively changed the plans, because that zoning permit was posted, the city believes that a new final order has been issued under section 14303 of the code. I believe that this appeal should be dismissed as moot. The zoning permit that the petitioner appealed no longer exists for LNI's purposes, as there's been substantive changes to it. So it's effectively no longer a final order. So for those reasons, we agree that the appeal is moot.
Okay, wait a minute, I didn't hear your last statement. For those reasons, you agree the appeal should be moot. Okay, all right, thank you. Any questions from the board? No? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, and I guess planning doesn't. Okay, all right. You got your, yep. MI 2025-005235, 700 South Second Street. A motion to dismiss is granted. This appeal is dismissed as moot.
Michael John,
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify, the motion is to dismiss as granted,
Mhm.
on the and the appeal is dismissed as moot.
Okay, on the basis, okay, the motion to dismiss is granted on the basis that the appeal to dismiss is moot, I'm sorry.
Michael Johns. Do I need to say that? Do I need to say
You
that?
can, you can just say appeal dismissed.
Michael Johns, appeal dismissed.
Cheryl Gaston, appeal dismissed.
Ryan McAdams, appeal dismissed.
Taya Nguyen, appeal dismissed.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, move on to number 6. MI 2025-007188, 441 Brown Street. Rachel Pritzker is the attorney for the owner. Okay, you're still here. All right. So Ms. Pritzker, you've been sworn in. You would like to identify your client and the relationship to the property.
Sure. Again, Rachel Pritzker, Pritzker, attorney for the owner. I'm here on behalf of Andres Rolon, on behalf of MCG 441 Brown LLC, which is the owner of the property.
Okay, so we have some letters of support from Northern Liberties Neighbor Association and a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Young. Our board secretary, Ms. Gadsden, has some questions for you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Council. Have you submitted your exhibits and documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
And you can share your screen and begin your presentation.
Thank you. So, as the board may remember, because I think some of you were on the board when we originally went through, this is the second time this is coming to the board with the same scope work just a few years later. So it's just not that complicated of a project. This is for a demo of an existing garage and the erection of a 3-story attached single-family home, not to exceed height 38 feet, with a roof deck and pilot house, balconies at 2nd and 3rd floor, and an interior off-street parking space accessed from the primary front street. The only refusal that we have here is just for an RSA 5, RM1, and CMX2, accessory parking for any single family home, 2-family home, or multifamily cannot be from a front facing street. It has to be either from a rear alleyway or rear street directly abutting the lot, whereas the parking we're proposing is accessory parking access from a front street. Tax clearance, the deed of the property. This is an aerial view for the zoning maps of this property. Again, it's zoned RSA 5 and it fronts on Brown Street and then North Fifth Street at the corner. Aerial view. So as you can see, this property already has had front-loaded parking with a curb cut and a garage for many years. So we're just repurposing the same curb cut and same front-facing look of this project. It's been an existing garage and warehouse for many years, which is why the community was supportive of this. It's in character with the block and also of this parcel as well. We're just turning the property into a single-family home as opposed to the warehouse use that it's been on a completely residential block. These are the zoning posters that we posted on the property. And as you can see a little further back, it's completely surrounded by single-family homes all the way down Brown Street as well. This is a view facing towards North Fifth Street. This is a view further down Brown Street. This is an interior view of what this garage looks like from the back of it. As mentioned, this project was approved by the zoning board for exactly the same thing back in 2021. Inability to get financing and other reasons was why the zoning permit expired. As you know, zoning permits are good for 3 years with a 1-year extension. We're outside of that, so we have to go back through the process. This is the old zoning board, single family home to include parking garage for 1 parking space. Same thing as we're doing here. This is the code provision in which we're asking for relief. As mentioned, we met with Northern Liberties Neighbors Association. They had seen and approved the project before. Here are the letters that, the certification that we sent to the neighbors. And this is Northern Liberties Neighbors Association supporting the project for the second time. We also, as mentioned, have a letter of non-opposition from Councilman Young's office. If we can just briefly bring on Jason Trutner to just go through the architectural plans, if he's on the line, that would be appreciated.
Yep, you can bring him on.
Trutner is being promoted now.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, good afternoon. Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, it's Jason Trutner. It's JASON TRUTNER.
Okay, and Mr. Trutner, do you swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, counsel.
Jason, do you want to just go through the plans I have on my screen?
Yes, sure. So as was discussed, this property was an existing, has an existing garage on it, and we can see that the proposed plans here feature, again, a fully front-loaded parking garage for a 3-story single-family dwelling. You can see in the perspective in the sort of upper left corner of the screen, just an image of what the proposed project is going to look like, with the garage and the balcony mentioned and the front entrance. The project went through review with the streets department to confirm any turning radiuses, and we did a study with the community prior to presentation to them to make sure that the proposed location of the proposed project would have no impact on their existing street parking. You can see here all of the various turning analyses to make sure that this would still function as intended for a single family residence.
Do you have renderings on your end, Jason?
Yes, I could share my screen if you'd like.
Yeah, just if I can quickly too, because I assume the board might ask. I just want to also show, it's just was hard from what I pulled up. If you go down the block just slightly, originally what we had proposed was 2 garages. They did not want that given the amount of space that takes up and wanting us to keep within character. But most of this block has on both sides has parking. So just when I said in character, I didn't have good photos before to show that those elements of it.
All right, counsel, you can bring your client on to adopt your testimony.
Okay. Is Andres Roland in the audience?
Yes.
Yep.
They will be promoted.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon.
Andres Roland, can you please unmute yourself?
Okay, sorry.
And put your camera on, please.
Hi. Okay, I can hear him. Hi, Mr. Roland. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Andres Roland, Andres Rolon.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Chairwoman, do you want him to turn his camera on?
Yep. Mr. Roland, can you turn your camera on?
I try. Let me see if I can do it. Okay, I gotta find that. Hold on.
There you go. Okay.
Sorry, thanks.
Andres, have you heard my testimony today? Do you believe it to be true and accurate, and do you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I have one question. Do you have the support of the neighbor that's immediately adjacent to the property?
So we had met with the neighbor in multiple community meetings and made some revisions to limit the scope of it from 2 garages to 1. So that's why they gave us their support. Most of their concerns are around construction. So we will be meeting with them to deal with any sort of construction issues. But long story short, yes.
Okay.
And that was why we also limited the original scope of the project.
Okay. Questions from the board?
So what is this garage door gonna look like when we get done with it? Is it going to be, okay. I had a client once that did one with plexiglass, it looks like. So the question
Yeah.
is gonna be just a regular closed kind of door like we saw in the other pictures, or are we gonna try and do something that makes it look a little bit more open?
Yeah, Jason, I don't know if you can share the renderings, because that was also to your point, board member, that was a lot of the conversation was on the aesthetic at some of the meetings as well. So I just want him to kind of be able to show what we presented.
So here's a rendering of the exterior.
Okay.
I believe the question was around the aesthetic of the garage door. We are proposing a glass or frosted glass garage door in the front.
Thank you.
Of course.
Is there an overall site plan that shows the property in the rear yard?
Yes.
Okay.
So we can see an overall here. I could also show the zoning plan with a little bit more detail if that's helpful.
That might be helpful. I guess so. Right now, the garage is away from the adjacent property's rear yard and fence. Okay.
Yeah, it's on the other side.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming the garage ends where that dotted line is in the plan, sort of behind the ghosted in car?
Yeah, approximately there. I can show a.
Okay, so there's going to be
ground
some, yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay, I don't think I have any.
Okay. All right, questions from our attorney?
Just to Ms. Prisker, one quick question. The change that you mentioned to the garage, should that change anything to, like, that would require revised plans, any changes to the envelope or anything?
No, we already submitted the plans with those changes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep, sure.
All right.
Actually, I did have one additional question. I know that you have the RCO support letter, but did you talk to the neighbors on either side of the property?
Yeah, the chairwoman asked this as well, and we did.
Okay.
This is now the second time we've gone through this in the last, 5 years. So that was why we actually reduced the original plan, which did show a double garage. So they did not want that, so we reduced it. And then also all the traffic engineering, turn radius stuff. They asked us basically, can you show us, like, if you get two cars, if you're going to take off more cars off the street or not? And really it actually, yes, as you can see, they wanted to make sure we were only taking up the same amount of space we had taken up before. And then a lot of the other concerns are around construction. So we've been in coordination with the head of the RCO and with them a lot. We didn't start construction on this, but there was Roland, Andres, was there a fire or there was a water break or something, and like a couple weeks ago that we were working with them on? So they're in communication with us a lot over this this project in particular. And again, a lot of the scope of this was limited based on their feedback and not wanting us to take up more space than we had originally.
Understood, but I guess my question was less about specifically removal of parking and just were the people that live at 801 to 805 North 5th and then like 431 to 439 North Brown specifically, have we talked to them directly just about the development as a whole?
Yeah, we've talked to them multiple times over the last couple of years. And the reason that I think they supported this again through the second time was because we had spent so much time the first time around. So Andres can share if he's had additional conversations, but my experience with them through the first round of this back in 2021 was their support of this. And again, a lot of it is their concerns around construction. So we have to work with them on that, especially because we have to get sign off and things like that. There was no opposition from them on the first round or the second round once we made revisions and have been in communication.
Okay, I was just clarifying because there wasn't
Yeah.
a specific signature of support. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Is there any questions from our audience or virtual audience?
Yes, there's a hand up from Dorothea Gamble.
Okay, you can bring her on.
Okay. They're coming in.
Mic and my screen.
Hi, good afternoon, Ms. Gamble. Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, Dorothea Gamble, Dorothea Gamble.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you turn your camera on? There you go. We see you. All right, are you a neighbor?
Yes, I'm right next door to this property that's going to be constructed.
Okay, and do you support or oppose the project? You want to tell us your
I actually
position?
oppose the project, but I mean, it's really nothing I could do about it. But my thing is what Ms. Pritzker said. I have not been in direct contact with anyone. The only thing I've done was allowed to do was join the meetings at NLA, but have not spoken to anyone. And neither has the two neighbors next to me, as far as I know, because we've discussed it. So this is really,
You
and she's
emailed
correct.
us. Sorry, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. Thank you. And she's right. I'm extremely concerned about the construction and how it's handled because my house is very, very old. It was built in the 1800s. And as she said, we had recently had a problem with a water main break that completely flooded out my basement. And we didn't get any response from that. So I'm concerned that during this construction, if anything happens, say my house falls down, I'm not going to have any contact with anyone except for Ms. Pritzker. Because I have contacted Ms. Pritzker about the flooding and we haven't gotten any. The point is I have not communicated with this woman. I've only ever seen her on Zoom. And she's I'm sure she's excellent at her job as it appears. She basically just recites what's going to happen. So,
Okay.
no.
Yeah, so we
Okay,
talked.
thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your testimony.
Yeah, just to
Counsel-
respond to her, because she is a neighbor, you reached out to me about the water issue because you had my contact information. I brought it to the owners and the head of the RCO. And I don't live at that property or own it, so I can't go and fix that issue. But my job is to respond to you, which I did. I think you've emailed me a few times and make sure that the owners attend to it. And I believe it was resolved, but I don't have it's not my property. So and I'm certainly spoken to you on the RCO meetings, and a lot of the concern was around construction. So that doesn't, there's nothing we can do about construction concerns for zoning. Zoning's a prerequisite. And then with the building permit, as we mentioned, we have to go and provide building plans, and we also have to get sign off. There's a period with 60 days. You have to go get sign off from the near neighbors. So and I looped you in on the email with the owners directly. So if there's not been more communication, I'm happy to try to be supportive. I included my cell phone number, but that's all I heard since we sent those emails. I hadn't had any follow-up from then.
Okay, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Gamble. Is there any other hands in the audience? Okay, no more hands?
No more hands.
Okay, all right, thank you. Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chair and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2009 and 2014 in community requested map changes. The condition of off-street accessory parking is not common on this block face. However, the curb cut for this property exists. The appellant is proposing to reuse it but not expand it. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant a proposed variance for off-street accessory parking accessed by a primary street.
Okay, thank you. MI 2025-007188, 441 Brown Street. My vote is yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
And McAdams, my vote is yes.
Hi, and Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can smell something burning. Okay, it is. Okay, all right. Do we know where the exits are? So, all right, number 7. Okay. MI 2025-007189, 1101 to 53 Chestnut Street. Stephanie Boggs McNaglia is the attorney.
Yes, good afternoon.
All right.
I believe I'm already sworn in.
Yes, you are. Could you pronounce your last name for me?
Magana.
Magana. Okay,
It
sorry
took me a
about
minute,
that.
but don't worry.
Okay,
It's my husband's name.
all right. Okay, so could you identify your client and the relationship to the property?
Certainly. My client is Thomas Jefferson University. They are the ground lessee to this property pursuant to a ground lease with the owner, the estate of Stephen Gerard.
Okay, and so this application is for temporary structures, 3 food trucks at an existing parking lay-by on Clover Street. We have a unanimous non-opposition from the Washington Square West Civic Association and a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Squilla. Our Board Secretary Gadsden has some questions for you.
Good afternoon, Council. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the referral and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can share your screen and begin your presentation.
Thank you. So this subject property is 1101 Chestnut Street. It is the southernmost parcel that's part of the East Market development. On the east side of the property is the Honickman Center, formerly known as Jefferson Specialty Care Pavilion. And on the west side of this site is now Jefferson Plaza. There is Clover Street runs between this parcel and the rest of East Market. That is a private street, and it includes a lay-by lane where we are proposing to put 3 food trucks there on a rotational basis, but as a more permanent offering here on the site to provide a different food option for visitors of the Jefferson Plaza and for, tenants, guests, employees, and customers, patients alike that will visit the Honickman Center and East Market overall. L&I has classified this as a takeout restaurant use within temporary structures, and it requires a special exception for a takeout restaurant use in this section of the Center City Overlay District. As was mentioned, we did present this application to the Washington Square West Civic Association, and their unanimous letter of non-opposition is included in our exhibits. Here's a rendering of Jefferson Plaza. You can see to the top of the screen here, right across from the hotel, is Clover Street. There's currently nothing there, but you can see that there is an existing lay-by lane in Clover Street where the food trucks are proposed. So they will not be in the traffic lane or blocking any traffic. It is a two-way street on Clover Street. The trucks will be parked in the lay-by lane, and about 3 will fit there. This is a rendering of Market East overall. Again, this is very much intended to be part of the offerings to Market East in general and not just specific to Jefferson Plaza. But the plaza is of course, an important, more recent addition to Market East. This includes the location of the trucks. So you can see that they're proposed within the lay-by lane. 3 trucks is what fits here. That is what we're asking for in terms of our application. Again, they will rotate, so different trucks will come. But this application seeks to make this a permanent offering to provide a more affordable food offering at the plaza and in East Market. But they're going to be selected to make sure that they complement and don't take away from the existing restaurant uses that are here and that are nearby as an additional amenity to the space. There is an existing electric hookup here within the lay-by lane, so the trucks will not run on generators. They're going to be plugged into the systems, and the trucks will also utilize trash services, kind of the existing infrastructure that has been put in place for East Market to manage trash and anything associated with visitors and guests, kind of using Jefferson Plaza as a public square, bringing food from outside of the plaza as well into the square, as well as from these food trucks. So the existing back of house operations are prepared and existing to make sure that they can take care of any refuse that comes from these trucks and make sure that that is taken care of. Here's a site plan that was submitted with a little more detail. This is part of our zoning application to L&I, consistent with the rendering that I just showed you. And these are some recent site pictures. You can see the trucks are parked in the lay-by lane. And as I mentioned, this application is seeking to make this what was a temporary kind of amenity here, a more permanent fixture at this location. But with that, I'll ask Charles Norman, who's a representative for Jefferson today, to come up and adopt my testimony and
you're
us
here.
answer
Come
any
on up.
questions.
You can press the button till the green light comes on, then you know you're being heard. Okay, could you state your name and spell it for the record?
Charles Norman, Norman.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Hi, Charles, have you heard the statements I made to the board this afternoon?
Yeah,
Are they true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
they are.
Would you adopt them as your own?
I would.
Thank you.
Okay.
If the board has any questions, we're happy to
Yes, I have one question before I give it over to my colleagues. So the trucks are there 24 hours, or do they leave every night and come back?
Every day they leave and they come back, and it's a rotating.
Can you speak up a little more? Can't hear you.
Sorry,
Speak a little more.
The trucks leave every day, and they rotate through. So some days we'll have different, food trucks than we do on other days.
So is it the exact same time every day? Like they arrive the same time and leave the same time?
Essentially, yes. So they arrive in the morning, they serve through the lunch hour, and by the evening they've departed.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes. Usually with these trucks, they are attached to a food commissary where they, they get loaded up with the food and the whatever water they need and different things. And then they go out. And then on the way back, they go back to the food commissary, and those are like monitored by the health department. So is that how this is going to work with these trucks? since they're
They'll-
going to be?
They're going to be different trucks that are going to rotate. So there's going to be different vendors. It's not the same 3 trucks every single day. So I imagine some of their operations are going to differ, but they'll certainly all be licensed and insured and properly licensed by the health department.
Yeah, but no, it's more than just the licensing and insuring. That they actually, the food trucks that are like on the streets, they all have to be attached to a food commissary. So regardless of what kind of variety of trucks you're going to have, they're usually always attached to this food commissary. And the food commissary ensures that the health department can monitor, and make sure that any waste products are being disposed of properly, and also that they are following safe food like guidelines and what have you.
Right.
So
Safe
that's how
Serve
they-
certified and so on. Yeah, I think the commissaries are going to change is what I'm saying. So as the food trucks rotate and different vendors are brought in, some of that may change, whether or not it's in Philadelphia or somewhere else. Charles, I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to add to that.
Yeah, I don't have the specifics of the agreements, but each of these vendors has to sign an agreement, regarding their occupancy of the space.
Mhm.
So I believe that includes health requirements as well as like insurance requirements and the like.
Okay, all right. So I just want to make sure that we're not, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't have to be the same commissary. It's just that they have to be attached to a commissary. And
If that's a requirement of the agreement, is to make sure that they're satisfying the regulations that are applicable. I won't claim to understand the regulations that are applicable to food trucks, but I can say that that is part of the agreement that they have with East Market to be available. As I said, they may be coming from different jurisdictions, so some of that may change, but they're certainly required under the agreement to meet the licensing and health safety standards of the city of Philadelphia.
all right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question about trash. I do know that there is an existing trash enclosure out there. But I'm assuming with the 3 trucks now being permanent, there's going to be more traffic and activity. So what's going to be the sort of maintenance plan in Jefferson Plaza? Because I've been out there and varying levels of people, varying levels of like stuff
Yeah.
being left behind.
Charles,
And
can
that
you-
was before the trucks were sort of formalized and more permanent. Yeah.
Certainly. Can you speak to the trash management at East Market?
Sure, I can touch it on. So first and foremost, everyone should know that the entire city block has a centralized trash and recycling center. So trash, recycling, compost, it all for all the 6 sites on the property, everything is essentially collected and brought away. In terms of the Jefferson Plaza and the area that these food trucks serve, we have daily trash and maintenance and cleaning of the entire plaza. So I hope you guys agree that we keep it very clean and keep trash off the ground in receptacles which are permanently in the plaza.
I do agree that you guys have been keeping it clean. I just know that I've never seen 3 food trucks out there every day either. Like, I think with the 1 truck, there have been times where it's not that it's dirty, but that like there's lots of people and you can tell that like there's been people out there eating. So I would imagine that with 3 that we're going to see an increased amount. I also know that 2 new restaurants have opened near the plaza. So like in an area that was pretty desolate for the last year. Also, Iron Hill just applied for their liquor license, right? So I think there was not a lot of activity over there for the past year, and I think we're seeing it rapidly and very acutely increase just right now. And so that's part of my. It's also just thinking ahead. I spent a lot of time in this.
All right, questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay. Questions from our audience or virtual audience?
I see no hands.
Okay. Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chair and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX5 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. This part of the city still carries its original 1933 zoning. The appellant has shown that the proposed takeout restaurant will have no detrimental impacts to the neighborhood than would normally be expected. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed special exception for takeout restaurants.
Okay, thank you. So Hillary, we have a proviso here. Is that still relevant for approved uses takeout restaurant?
Yes, no, the use wasn't listed in the description, so I just recommend a proviso that the approved use is takeout restaurant, so
Yes.
that is clear.
Yes, that's acceptable.
I did have one other question. Can I ask it? Sorry, Tanetta.
Yeah, oh, I have one other question for Hillary first. So you were talking about the listing of the unit as unit 2. Does that matter? Does that have to be mentioned in the
No,
proviso?
no, I think that's fine. The property is in like 3 condo units. I think
Correct.
it's just a note to try to
Okay.
figure out what
So this
unit.
is technically common area of the condominium. That structure, as you know, is invisible for purposes of zoning, but it is a common area of the condominium. We did submit the tax return
Yeah,
for all
but-
3 units.
Yes, no, I
to
saw
kind
in
of
your
cover
revised,
that.
yeah, in your revised exhibits, it had the tax
Okay.
for all 3 because.
So just one proviso approved.
But this isn't technically associated with any particular unit. It is abutting what is unit 2.
Mhm.
It's the west portion of this, but I do believe it's a common area of the condominium.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Sorry. So my other question is that I know with some of the more permanent food truck locations, specifically near the universities and also at 30th Street Station, that the trucks would do and allow for Uber Eats and DoorDash. And has there any provision in the agreement that bars them from being able to do that at this location?
Charles, can you speak to that?
I can tell you that we don't have those provisions in our current agreements, but we also know these trucks are not doing that currently.
Okay.
So we could put controls on that.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. MI 2025-007189, 1101-53 Chestnut Street. I vote yes with proviso. Approved use is takeout restaurant.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Number 5, MI 2025-007166, 311-13 North Front Street. Alan Nachumson or Alex Goldberg is the attorney. Alan or Alex? That's
Alex Goldberg has been promoted.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. Good afternoon, Alex Goldberg.
Yeah, good afternoon. Alan should be there in person, I imagine. I think we were quoted 3:45. I'm gonna shoot him a text. If you don't mind throwing somebody in front of us, I'll make sure that he's
Okay.
there for okay? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
All right, so we will come back to number 5. We'll move to number 8. Andrea. Okay, all right. MI 2025-007190, 505-15 Jamestown Avenue. Andrea Solomon is the attorney. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon. Could you state your name and spell it for the record?
Andrea Solomon, Andrea Salomon, on behalf of the owner applicant, Prime Healthcare Services, Roxborough LLC.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, so you've identified your client, and you have, in a relationship to the property. So this is for replacement of an existing freestanding sign? Okay, so you have a letter of unanimous support from Central Roxborough Civic Association. You also have a letter of support from the Roxborough Development Corporation, and a Arts Commission approval letter, correct? Okay, our board secretary Gatson has a few questions for you.
Good afternoon, Council. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal
I do.
and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do.
Thank you. You can share your screen and begin your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. This, again, as Madam Chairman stated, this is for an application for a freestanding sign. We are replacing an existing sign on the corner of Jamestown Avenue and Ridge Avenue. The reason for the refusal is that we're upgrading the sign to have a digital component. The owner is proposing to include this freestanding sign as part of the accessory parking that is part of the Roxborough Memorial Hospital Complex in the Spins District. As Madam Chairman stated, we received a letter of unanimous support from the coordinating RCO, the Central Roxborough Civic Association, as well as from the other affected RCO, the Roxborough Development Corporation, and the nearest neighbor, which is just across the street, St. Timothy's Episcopal Church, is also in support. We also received approval from the Art Commission for these upgrades. The sign is in kind. It's a very similar size to what is existing, but we are adding this digital component that is 2 feet by 8 feet. This digital message board will allow the hospital to communicate things like emergency notifications, community health care. What we see on the screen, it says get your flu shot today. It's really a place for the hospital to show real-time updates and promote different community benefits. I had the luxury that the RCO meeting, the CRCA actually hosts their RCO meetings at the hospital, and this was during the winter in January. It was already dark when I went to the RCO meeting, and I actually went right past Jamestown because I couldn't see the sign. So this is really a much needed wayfinding upgrade for the hospital to really show that the hospital is here, the entrance is here. And I think you'll agree the need is apparent. Again, it's a Spins district. Part of the refusal is due to the fact that the abutting for the abutting residential districts. However, across the street, as I mentioned, is St. Timothy's and their cemetery. A lot of the uses, despite being zoned residential, are commercial. We have an auto body repair shop, other group medical uses, rec center, kind of catty corner from the street. And really, this is at the end of the Ridge Avenue commercial corridor. These are some images of the existing sign, looking at it from Ridge Avenue. The structure, the brick structure in the back is the hospital. Again, it's on the corner of this existing accessory parking that's part of the hospital complex. And the proposed sign is nearly identical in size and height. It'll be in the same location. And here's the image of the proposed sign. With that, I'll ask that Mr. Sean Perrick be sworn in.
Okay. Hi, sir. Could you state your name and spell it for the record?
Sure. This is Darshan Parekh, Darshan Sean Parekh, Darshan. Last name is Parekh.
Okay. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Thank you. Proceed, counsel.
Sean, for the record, can you state your relationship to the hospital?
Sure. I'm the CEO for Prime Roxborough Memorial Hospital.
And you saw my presentation. Is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Absolutely.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes.
Anything else that you would like to share with the board about the need for the sign? And
No, I think you covered it all. I think the biggest challenge, I've been there 2 years, local community members that often pass by and say, it looks like a condominium. Is it really our hospital? So it's not only our demand, but I think the community wants something that's a little bit more obvious. But also the messaging is going to be really helpful from a public health standpoint, which is really what excites us to get the right message out.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, does this have dimming for the evening?
Yes, and with
Really?
us, actually online should also be the sign manufacturers, the sign company. So they could be promoted as well so that they can answer any sign-specific questions. That'd be great.
I'm just asking about more so the digital portion of the sign.
I can answer that if that's
Sure.
okay. Yeah, it does have the ability, and our goal is to set up certain timeframes where it's actually going to go very low, especially overnight, because it could be a little bit of a bear. But yeah, it does have that capability. We confirm that.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from the board? Okay. Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay. And questions from our audience or virtual audience? Okay. All right, Doreen, you were going out. Can hear you.
There are no hands, Madam Chair.
Okay, you saying there, okay, I believe she's saying there's no questions, right? Okay, Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chair and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the SPINS special purpose institutional zoning at this location. The city rezoned this property in 2008 and an applicant requested zoning change. While the sign area is substantially similar to what is there now, the appellant has not shown why an animated sign is necessary for the appellant to derive economic value from their property. The City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed dimensional relief for the sign area, but deny the proposed variances for animated illumination.
Okay, you have any
I'll just,
response?
yeah, I'll respond quickly, but I think we did demonstrate that need. It's for community health messaging, and it will really signify, here's the hospital and this is where to go.
Okay, all right, thank you. MI 2025-007190, 505 to 15 Jamestown Avenue. I vote yes.
John's, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
And McAdams, my vote is yes.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
So I don't see Alan. All right, so I guess we'll move on to Wiley Street. Oh, do you need a minute? Yeah, we'll just see another case. All right, so we'll hear number 9 and number 13 together. Okay, so it's MI 2025-007194, 209 East Wiley Street. And MI 2025-007534, 211 East Wiley Street. Adam Laver is the attorney.
Yeah, and so, hold on, let me just see, because we have an attorney for the city. He was
Oh,
here.
okay,
Grab
so-
him, 'cause I'm gonna have him sit there. Give me 1 second. I think he was meeting up with his witness, so maybe we can, if Alan's ready, we can jump to Alan. I think he'll be back in a few minutes. Yeah.
All right, Alan, you ready? Or you need more time? We can always move.
We can move to.
We can move to Wolf Street,
Wolf
number
Street.
10.
Yep.
Okay, all right. Mr. Laver, we'll be back in a minute. All right, so we're going to move to number 10. Give our folks here some time to prepare. All right, MI 2025-007238, 21 Wolf Street. Vern Anastasio is the attorney.
Vern Anastasio has been promoted.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. members.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Anastasio. I believe you were sworn in this morning.
I was.
So could you just state your name and spell it for the record for this case?
Sure, it's Vern Anastasio, Anastasio, on behalf of my client, Augustine Sarno.
Okay, and so you've identified your client and their relationship to the property?
He is the tenant, pretty much.
Okay. Okay, so this is for a prepared food shop on the first floor of an existing structure. You have a letter of unanimous support with the proviso from the Whitman Council Incorporated.
And Madam Chair, we also received a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Squilla.
Okay.
That's right.
All right, good. So that's all right. So our Board Secretary Gatson has a few questions for you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Council. Have you
afternoon.
submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Thank you. You can share your screen and begin your presentation.
Thank you. This is a large building, as you can see here, 21 Wolf Street. We're not taking the whole thing, but we are going to be talking about a section of it, and I'm going to go through that in a minute. After 122 years, the city's #1 Italian confectionery shop has decided to open a second location, and they've asked me to bring it to you today. Isgro's Pastries is proposing a second retail outlet that would include a cafe where all of their pastries, in fact, could be purchased. People could sit down, have a pastry, have a cup of coffee, and they're going to be doing that in this particular structure, portion of this structure. Here's the refusal. I'll pull it in for you. As you can see, the proposed uses for the eating and drinking establishment, prepared food shop. And actually, this is the original refusal. We also have an amended one, and we're going to show this is the space we'll be using. It's in the corner section of the larger building. You'll have a vestibule. You'll have your cafe section, your point of sale, your pastries, and all different great sweets. And then, of course, all the prep and the toilets, storage. And this is, as you can see, 21 Wolf is a large property. There'll be just one tenant taking up that space. Give me a minute. That's existing conditions. This is an artist rendering of what it will look like when we're ready to open. Again, this is that corner section of the larger building. This will be the entrance here. There's the site plan showing the exact area that we'll be using. The hours will be daytime, no more than 6 members of staff members at any one particular time. There'll be exterior lighting. There will be exterior surveillance cameras for safety. And I think we all know the product, unless you're not from here. Everybody knows what Isgro's is, and that they just want to bring it to a whole new neighborhood down in South Philadelphia. And with that, I'd like to have Augustine Sarno raise his
You can
virtual.
bring your client on. Thank you.
Yep. And if I showed up in person, I would have brought some cannoli, but didn't want to skew the vote.
We're gonna hold you to that, Vern.
Yeah. Afterwards, there's always Christmas, right?
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Could you state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, Augustine Sarno, Augustine Sarno.
Okay, Mrs. Arnold, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. AJ, did you hear my presentation to the board today?
I did. Very good job.
True, is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
Yes,
And do you adopt it as your own?
I do.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, all right. Vern, the RCO has they wanted to have a proviso for trash receptacles or no dumpsters on the property. So
Yep.
how could you address that? That particular proviso is unenforceable, but how can we address the trash or the dumpsters? Or could you let us know about the trash plan?
We have a space for it that's dedicated, an interior space. In fact, I'm sure that there's someone from the design team who can talk about the larger site plan and where that's located. If there is someone from the design team who can raise their virtual hand, I would appreciate it.
I have promoted Michael Baker.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I am Mike Baker. I'm from Lammy and Giorgio Architects. We've
Hi,
done
could
the,
you wait a minute? Could you state your name again and spell it for the record?
all right, my name is Michael Baker, Michael Baker, Baker. I work for Lammy and Giorgio Architects.
Okay, and do you
and we-
swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you can address the question about the trash
Yeah,
and the
Michael,
dumpsters.
I'm going to keep this site plan up. If you could just direct me where to put my cursor, I think I know where it is, but go ahead.
Yeah, so up in the top left right now, right by where that gate is, there is we have an existing freight elevator that exits right out in that area. We're proposing to have the dumpsters be right next to that gate, right in that area where Vern's showing there, and then we're going to construct like a little shield wall so nobody from what is that street? That's not Wolf Street, but what the other main street, anybody looking in from the parking lot and everything would not be able to see any of the dumpsters.
Okay, all right, thank you. And wait a minute, the irony of having an architect named Baker on this case is like, makes me smile. Any other questions from the board?
That's right.
So,
Yeah.
is this, oh, go ahead, Cheryl.
Okay, so question, how many square feet is this?
The cafe?
Yes, is the cafe
Michael?
going to be?
Yeah, so the cafe is going to be 1,917 square feet.
Okay. Excuse me, out of the whole building being how many square feet?
So the first floor square footage is 20,500 square feet.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's going to be other uses coming in here. There's going to be
Right,
virtual
understood.
golf and all sorts of stuff.
Mhm. All right, but your portion is just this 1,917.
Yep, that's the portion that we're here for today. Yes.
So how many seats are we talking about, or how is this gonna work? I see, you have a little layout here, but
Mhm.
how are you planning to operate this? Doors, seating, traffic flow? Is there parking on the lot?
We're not here for parking. The landlord is going to be handling the parking sort of stuff later. We're in the planning process with that. As far as seating is concerned, it's only going to be maybe 3 or 4 two tops, not a whole lot.
Oh, okay. So it's mainly going to be more takeout? I mean, the way you were talking was like people going to come, they're going to be able to sit
Yeah. I
and
mean,
have
it's going to be a coffee shop, right? So people sit down and they drink coffee. Sometimes, if there's a dozen or two, dozen or so people in the cafe, there might be folks who just want to grab a cup of coffee and a cannoli and head out. But but it's not. Our application isn't for a takeout restaurant. It's for prepared food shop, which will require a certain amount of seating.
Right. Well, that's what I was asking. What are you talking about in terms of seating? And you said maybe a couple tables, and I'm like, I don't think that's what we're talking about for a prepared food.
Yeah, I shouldn't have used the word couple. My apologies.
Okay. All right.
All right, any other questions from the board?
Thank you.
Questions from our attorney?
Just quickly, Mr. Anastasio, I understand there's an amended refusal here, which just limits the use to the first floor, but is there a particular unit? I didn't see in the leases for part of the first floor and a bunch of the second floor, but I understand the application's now been limited to the first floor use. Is there a particular unit number?
That's a good question. Michael, do
kinda
we know of a particular unit number for this
So I
as
saw
of
there
yet?
were other unit numbers on the plan, but I couldn't, on the key plan, but I couldn't
Yep.
find one for this
Good
particular
question.
section.
Is Michael still there?
He's coming back in now.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm back in. Yes, so the cafe section, this is formerly 1D for vacant commercial space is what the space was considered.
Thank you.
One
So
D as
if we-
in, sorry, just one D as in David, right?
Correct.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
So it'll be per amended refusal and also specifically for unit 1D.
All right, thank you. Questions from our audience here or virtual audience?
I see no hands.
Okay, Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chair and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from I2 medium industrial to ICMX industrial commercial mixed use. Under the proposed zoning, a prepared food shop would be allowed by right. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use variance for a prepared food shop.
Thank you. MI 2025-007238, 21 Wolf Street. My vote is yes with proviso. Per amended refusal, February 17, 2026, for Unit 1D.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ty Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
One word for you, Vern, cannoli.
You got it.
Okay, so Hillary is the traffic person here. You want to do that one or is there a time
Yes,
thing?
I believe, Mr. Kniffen, you're here. Is your witness here now? Okay, yeah, so we're ready to go with the Wildly Street cases. Okay.
All right. All right, so we'll do the Wiley Street cases so you can come back up. I'll go back and that is case 9 and 13. We put
Missed
them
your
back into
window,
the
Alan.
record. Okay, read them again. MI 2025-007194, 209 East Widely Street. And MI 2025-007534, 211 East Wildly Street. We got Adam Laver is the attorney. And then we have, is this Travis?
This is
Okay,
he.
Mr. Travis Kniffen, attorney for opposing party. So we're gonna ask you this, guys, this is where you went. So we're gonna state your name and spell it for the record.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the board. Adam Laver, Laver of Blank Rome LLP, 1 Logan Square.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I do.
Okay, thank you. You want to state your name and spell it for the record for us?
Good afternoon, Madam, and good afternoon, Commission. My name is Travis Kniffen. Kniffen is spelled Kniffin. I am an attorney
wait a
at the
minute.
city. I'm with the city's law department and I represent the streets department.
Okay, thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, all right. Okay, so these are cases 9 and 13 that we're going to hear together. This is for creation of 2 accessory surface parking spaces We have letters of support from the Fishtown Neighbor Association. We have letters of support from Councilmember Squilla on both. Yep, on both. And then, yeah. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll let Adam put on his case and then you can go next. All right. So our vice chair, not vice chair, well, vice chair for today, but our board secretary, Ms. Gasson, has some questions for you.
Good afternoon, council. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Good afternoon, Ms. Gaston. Yes, we have for both of the cases.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy for both cases?
Yes, we do, Ms. Gaston.
Then you can share your screen and begin your presentation.
Thank you. Madam Chairman and members of the board, I represent Wilde Street Partners LLC and Henry Siebert. Mr. Siebert is sitting behind me, and we have appeared before this board before regarding other projects that Mr. Siebert has brought to our city in the past. 209 and 211 East Wilde Street are companion matters. And we appreciate, in the interest of the efficiency of this board's time, hearing them together. The properties themselves are located here where the cursor is, at the corner of Wilde and Day Streets in Fishtown. They are situated, as you can see, members of the board, solidly in the RSA 5 single-family residential zoning district. And the appeals before the board today concern documentation and confirmation of 2 accessory parking spaces in front of each of the single-family homes, side by side. These 2 single-family homes that are at that corner were recently approved new construction single-family household dwellings. But before delving into the details of what is proposed, it's really critical to go back in time with you. And let's start, if I may, with the Department of Licenses and Inspection Zoning Archives. In 1987, nearly 40 years ago, this very Zoning Board of Adjustment granted variance relief for residential development at this location. You can see that I've highlighted, oops, one moment. The cursor is not showing, but the upper highlight references northeast corner of Shackamaxon and Wilde Street through to Day Street. Members of the board, this is the entire city block, one side of this side of Wilde Street. Was developed in 1987 for single-family residential dwellings, starting at Shackamaxon and going all the way to Day Street. You'll see some photos in a minute. Following the granting of the ZBA variance relief in 1987, the Department of Licenses and Inspections issued zoning permit number 350410, which I've highlighted. That was issued in August 13th of that year, and that was for the erection of 5 single-family dwellings, each of them members of the board, with accessory off-street parking at the front. And you can see here former zoning supervisor Jeannie Klinger's beautiful handwriting, where she writes out that very relief following the zoning board's granting of a relief, that this side, the same site, same location, from Shackamaxon all the way to Day Street, was approved by this board and then documented by the Department of Licenses and Inspections for single-family homes with front-loaded accessory parking spanning from Shackamaxon to Day Street. So why are we here? Nothing has really changed except for the fact that the residents closest to Day Street, that corner that we looked at the beginning, 209 East Wilde Street, was torn down and recently subdivided into 2 conforming lots with 2 conforming single-family residences that were approved pursuant to the zoning code within the confines of the zoning code. They have been built. Construction is almost complete. In fact, there are young families that are ready to move in with their children to be active participants in the neighborhood and in city life. But the Department of Licenses and Inspections deemed that prior approvals, which I've now shown you, for the very same front yard parking that the ZBA had previously approved back in 1987 as requiring, I'm not sure why that just, okay, as requiring new review due to the subdivision. The plan before you is the plan approved from 1987, which is very difficult, I know, to read. And I can zoom in if required, but maybe I will. I'll pull up a little bit so that you can see this better. And this is from the L&I records. Okay, so I've highlighted to try to frame it for you. At the top of the page, you see Shakamaxon. At the bottom of the page, you see Day Street. On the left is Wilde Street, which is the street front that I've described with all of the existing single-family homes on the entire side of the street with front-loaded parking as approved by the zoning board and then approved by L&I. And there's one other party that I'm going to tell you approved this too. At the bottom of the page, you can see depressed curb cuts, typical, and the notes that are really hard to read show you some other typicals regarding entry off of Day Street into these single-family homes. I certainly recognize, members of the board, that nearly 40 years ago, the requirements of L&I were not quite as detailed as they are today in terms of what is expected. However, on the far right of the page are the streets department approvals. So these were fully reviewed, of course, by the streets department as well. With that context, I'd like to turn now to the existing conditions along the block. Here you can see an aerial photograph. And if you follow my cursor as best you can on the left, again, that's Shakamaxon. And running all the way along the side of the street are those front-loaded single-family homes. And here's Day Street on the right, where the trees are. This is the former residence, which was demolished, and there are now 2 new construction homes there suitable for growing families. In this next photograph, you can see a view from Shakamaxon Street.
I have an objection, Commission. Are these photographs? I'm not seeing authentication of them. Who took them when?
Mr. Laver, your response?
Madam Chairman and members of the board, the photographs that I'm sharing with you are a combination of public records and photographs that my client and or the design team have taken. Common in hearings before this board to share photographs like this.
Okay. Yep. Okay, so we allow that.
Madam Chairman and members of the board, the photograph here shows a view from Shakamaxon Street along Wilde Street. We are on the left seeing the single-family homes. These are the older construction. And in the background on the left, in the distance, you can see Day Street and again, the subject property. Also, on the right side of the street, it's covered by, by your photographs here. I don't know if you can see it, but just to the left of Mr. McAdams up on the screen, you see the tip of a garage, just to give you a sense that even on the right side of the street, if you will, we have some parking as well. But most importantly, I really wanted you to see the view of Shackamaxon along Wilde. And here we have some photographs that have been taken by our development team. And we are looking towards Shackamaxon from day, if you will, along Wilde Street, with the older single family on the left and the under construction, completing construction, single family homes, the subject properties, if you will, on the right. You can see the homes with parking, long existing parking, and we'll just go through these relatively quickly. Let's move around the corner though. So this photograph is not the most current. This is before the new construction homes went up, because we are on Day Street, facing towards Wilde Street, which would be on the left. And this corner here that's vacant is the site of the new construction homes that you saw a moment ago. But what I wanted you to see is that just adjacent to this site on Day Street, we also have the subject that's before the zoning board today, the off-street accessory parking for other homes. And if you look at the next photograph taken from public records, as I mentioned, a mix of public records and also our photographs. This is from the stormwater photographs from the Philadelphia Water Department. But you can see that condition that I mentioned off of Day Street just beyond the subject properties. The proposed zoning site plan, on the left we have existing, and on the right we have proposed. Now with existing, we are showing the most recently constructed new construction homes, 209 and 211 East Wilde Street, left 209, right 211. And because of L&I's review of these matters in requiring the documentation and confirmation, we are not showing any parking there, although I have highlighted what is there if you go out to the site as I did, and that is existing curb cut here on the lower left, just to show you, as I had shared from 1987, the entire block face was like that. But on the right, here's the documentation and confirmation, new single-family homes as proposed, each with the two cars out front, each with a curb cut. This presents a plan that is consistent with the conditions along this street. This plan conforms to what had previously been approved by this Zoning Board of Adjustment, what had previously been approved by the Department of Licenses and Inspections, and what had previously been approved by the Streets Department, albeit many years ago, for this entire side of Wilde Street. The notices of refusal each case was, each application was reviewed by a separate zoning examiner. However, each examiner independently, I presume, issued the same 3 refusals for each of the 2 properties. Refusal number 1. Surface parking is prohibited in the required front yard. This board previously determined that there was hardship at this property for this specific use and granted variance relief. We saw that before. So there is a record of this board finding hardship for the same issues. Indeed, there are existing curb cuts. There is an existing curb cut on the site. Refusal number 2. Proposed parking may not be accessed from the front street. That is true. However, there's a particular hardship at this location along this block. Every other home from Shackamaxon to Day Street has documented front-loaded parking. The narrowness of the street and the existing curb cuts prohibit viable on-street parking. Refusal number 3, the last of them. The proposed stall depth is 16 feet instead of code required 18 feet for a standard parking space. I would submit, Madam Chairman and members of the board, that this is de minimis. The 16 feet meets compact car parking pursuant to the code depth in the zoning code as current. I have never seen a letter from a coordinating RCO that actually speaks directly to the grounds for granting variance relief as the letter from Fishtown Neighbors Association does, which I'm sharing with you right now. I can't argue this case better than the own community does. FNA states that the proposed front yard parking matches the existing streetscape, specifically the homes at 201 through 207 East Wilde Street, which have long existing front yard parking, as FNA states. And I know Mr. Everett, or I believe Mr. Everett is here to speak at the appropriate time directly and not through me. FNA also notes that the new homes match the setback of the adjoining homes in the rest of the block. We're not talking about anything different. And FNA notes that given the existing context of the block, the need for off-street parking in this specific narrow street area, and the applicant's willingness to work with neighbors, the community supports this proposal. This is the letter before you. FNA also notes that the applicant specifically seeks 2 spots per house to accommodate families. And the discussion, part of the discussion at the community level, was how unusual it is to find residential new construction that is geared towards family living, room for kids, room for elders who might be part of the family unit, et cetera. District Council member Mark Squilla, Vice Chairman of the City Council Streets Committee, submitted a letter of support for both of these variance requests, writing, "I stand in support of the variance request and the addition of 2 parking spaces per residence." So we've heard from the coordinating RCO. We've heard from the longstanding district council member who happens to have a particular knowledge of issues like this. But what about the near neighbors? Where do they stand on this? They stand in support. Mr. Siebert has spoken with as many of his near neighbors as possible, and the near neighbors who are immediately adjacent along East Wilde Street, the ones who actually have these homes that were approved by the board back in '87, have submitted their support, as have some near neighbors around the corner. So we have Wilde Street, we have Shakamaxon, and that's now in the record as well. So, Madam Chairman and members of the board, we truly believe that the authorization of variance relief will not alter the character of this neighborhood or district or be detrimental to the public welfare. And furthermore, the photos reflect that this proposal fits the neighborhood. We have prepared this map showing examples of similar parking nearby, which we understand is not determinative, but it does speak to context. And it all fits in to this story that I heard loud and clear, that this fills a need in the community. Not that this should be policy. No one is saying that this should be policy in the city of Philadelphia. No one is saying that the code is wrong. No one is saying that streets department regulations are wrong. What we are saying is there are unique circumstances that warrant this relief. Here we are, right next door along Wilde Street. This Shakamaxon is on the left, giving you an example of how people have used these homes for the last 39 years. Here we can see some other examples from that map nearby in the neighborhood known to those who live
Yep, I
close.
think you showed us a lot of that that's happening in the area, so we're
Yes.
good with that.
So in sum, to conclude, and thank you for bearing with me, the support of the coordinating RCO and the district council member, the support of the most immediately impacted neighbors speaks to the granting of relief being of benefit to the public and within the spirit of the zoning code. The proposed variance before you would represent the minimum variance to afford relief and represent the least modification possible of the regulation at issue. The grant of variance relief will not substantially increase congestion in the public streets, increase the danger of fire, or otherwise endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare. In fact, we're taking some traffic off the street with a low impact use. This is not public parking that is in and out. It is vested neighbors who care about their community, care about safety. There are no light and air issues. This will not adversely affect transportation or unduly burden water, sewer, school, park, or other public facilities. There are no environmental issues. We have architect Carrie Jackson Yance available virtually. Mr. Siebert, as you know, is here, and we are pleased to answer any questions
Okay.
that the board may have.
Let's bring your client on to adopt your testimony.
Okay, Mr. Siebert, kindly come up, have a seat, and be recognized by the chair.
Hi, could you state your name and spell it for the record?
Sure. Henry Siebert, Siebert.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councilman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Siebert. I know that you've been present physically in the City of Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment hearing room. Were you able to hear the testimony that I offered fully and clearly today?
Yes.
And would you adopt and affirm it as your own?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
And sit
all
down.
right, thank you, Mr. Niffen.
Now, if I may have the opportunity to cross-examine, would that be now
Yep.
or would that be?
Yep,
Okay.
yes. Go ahead. You can.
Does Mr. Siebert
Probably
need
gonna
an
have to come up
amplification?
and share a microphone with this attorney. Yeah, move up.
Mr. Labor, I think your client will use the microphone. Mr. Siebert, hello. Mr. Siebert, as a developer and as the developer who is the applicant here for both 209 and 211 East Wildy Street, you obviously submitted a lot of plans over time. And those plans started as early as January of last year. Is that right?
You have to affirm in the microphones. You can't shake your head.
I believe so.
Was there a plan submission? Among the plan submissions, was there one in January of last year?
You don't remember? You couldn't.
I don't remember the date.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't remember the date, but probably.
And also, Mr. Siebert, as part of this process, did you take meetings with anybody from the city, from one of our departments in the city?
I did, yes.
Objection as to relevance?
Yes. Mr. C, this testimony I'm trying to elicit is relevant to the review that my client undertook to determine appropriateness, that is to say, safety of this project.
Okay, yep.
Madam,
We allow that.
Madam Chairman and members of the board, this is not a Development Review Committee of the Streets Department. We have 3 refusals before the Zoning Board of Adjustment. I fail to see what refusal this inquiry is leading to.
Okay, yep, we're going to allow it as in line with his questioning, so go ahead, continue.
Mr. Siebert, you met with the Streets Department, correct?
Correct.
Who was present at this meeting?
I'm not sure of the names, but Councilman Squilla was on the call.
And Mr. Siebert, your application as it stands now calls for the installation of 1 further curb cut as well as 3 more parking spaces than are at the location as it stands?
I'll defer to you, Madam.
Madam Chairman and members of the board, the application speaks for itself. We have proposed the replacement of the prior non-conforming ZBA granted front-loaded curb cuts with 2 new curb cuts. Yes, there had been 1 curb cut at
Mhm.
this particular location. We'll stipulate that.
Okay.
Mr. Siebert, in this meeting, you said that you would offer to have only 1 parking space for both 211 and 209 respectively, correct?
I don't recall stating that.
You don't recall offering a condition so material to your application?
Correct.
Once again, objection as to relevance.
That is relevant. Go ahead. You want to continue on, or are you done with the question?
I have no further cross-examination testimony from Mr. Siebert. Thank you, sir.
Is there another?
I have a follow-up, which rather than a questioning, I'll just state. We will stipulate, Madam Chairman and members of the board, that the Streets Department, through its own review process, had a series of concerns regarding this site. And we disagreed with those concerns. We engaged in good faith discussions with the Streets Department. The Streets Department issued SR approval letters, as they're called, which allowed Mr. Siebert and the development team to proceed with the processing of the application through LNI. The Streets Department issued certain conditions to those letters. The development team did not agree to those conditions. So clearly there's a difference of opinion here, which we actually tried to address when we heard on the eve of this hearing that counsel from the Streets Department was going to appear.
I have one recross. I'm sorry, I apologize. If I may have one recross question. Mr. Siebert, in the meeting I was referring to, did you offer to place a deed restriction on the property or properties, limiting the properties to just 1 accessory parking space each?
I don't recall that.
And if you had done that, what would that mean for the supposed hardship of not having 4 total parking spaces?
Mr. Siebert is not a lawyer to speak to legal grounds here.
Okay. All right. You good?
I am.
Okay. You have any other summations or?
So, Mr. Labor, do you have any additional witnesses you were going to call for your presentation?
Not at this time, Ms. Emerson.
Okay, and did you have any other remarks or things you were going to present as part of your presentation?
No, we would just reserve the right if the Streets Department has more, we may have.
No, absolutely. Okay, just want to make sure you were done before we
Okay.
moved on, and then Mr. Kniffen can give his remarks. I believe you have a witness to call as well.
I do, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Commissioners, good afternoon. I am counsel to the 2 Streets Department, and I'm here today on their behalf to address aspects of this project that were within their purview for review. In particular, it's those aspects that touch on the city's public right-of-way. Commissioners, as you know, under the city's home rule charter and under the city code, the responsibility for reviewing and approving these items in the right-of-way, including the installation of, moving of, or modifying curb cuts, and access from the street to accessory parking generally, rests with the Streets Department. In this case, in ordinary course, the applicant submitted such a request as a prerequisite to their LNI approval. My client undertook a holistic review of the circumstances of traffic engineering, of a number of technical aspects, and made a fact-specific determination that the proposal in its inclusion of 4 spaces, presented an unsafe scenario. And so recognizing the applicant's difficulty, but also recognizing the need for safety, my client issued a conditional approval that was sufficient in providing those concerns and meeting the needs of safety. And I do want to address briefly Mr. Laver's opening. Mr. Laver points to a 1987 ZBA approval, which carried a street signature as well. However, Mr. Laver has not shown a permit allowing curb cuts per se from streets on those 2 lots or then that 1 lot. But more importantly, he has shown no evidence that there ever was a significant step toward building or the building of a curb cut. And without both of those things, Mr. Laver cannot show, the applicant cannot show the vested rights to allow them to build these curb cuts. And so the changes to the zoning code as recently as 2012 are in full force when it comes to these 2 lots. Commissioners, I will be calling a witness, an engineer with streets.
All right, right now you want to bring your witness on?
I do, yes.
Okay, bring them up. Are they here or are they on?
They are
Okay.
here in the flesh.
All right. Good afternoon. Okay. All right, you want to state your name in the microphone nice and clearly and spell it for the record.
My name is Janine Wilson, Jeanien Wilson, and I am the plan review supervisor for the right-of-way unit on behalf of the Streets Department.
Okay, thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can begin, counsel.
I've requested a screen share on the Zoom application. Okay, one moment.
Spelled your name incorrectly.
All right, thank you for your patience, commissioners. Mrs. Wilson, thank you for stating your name. Could you please state the responsibilities that you have in your role?
My part of my role with the Streets Department is to supervise plan reviews. There was a subordinate that provided the plan review. Her name is Seema Azarani, as listed on the bottom of the conditional approval and the building approvals for this location. I supervise and oversee the plan review department. So.
And Mrs. Wilson, are you familiar with 209 and 211 East Wildy Street?
Yes, I am.
How did you become familiar with these properties?
The applicant submitted it via Eclipse to the Streets Department as a part of the prerequisite for zoning and building approvals.
And in your role, what activities did you undertake to do the review?
I opened and reviewed read over all of the documents that were submitted to us. There was, if there was I guess, a conflict, we invited to meet the applicant and the developer to have a meeting to sort through the comments or conflicts.
Did you supervise other streets department employees in this review?
Yes, I did.
And if you could tell me again what sorts of documents it was that you reviewed in some detail.
I reviewed the standard documents that get submitted to us are the existing conditions, proposed conditions, grading plan, utility plan, a site safety distance plan, which is an M950S form, and term templates.
Did the process involve any meetings?
Yes, it involved meetings.
Did you take notes of those meetings, and is that a practice of yours?
Yes, anytime we have an appointment with an applicant or a developer, I usually make it a point of taking notes during the meetings. And given I guess the prominence of this location, I did bring my notebook with me to discuss the meetings when the meeting was held.
And Mrs. Wilson, what is the streets review? What does it comprise? What is it made up of when reviewing proposed curb cuts for parking access?
The streets review for the proposed curb cuts is usually a street zoning submission, which is a prerequisite to the L&I zoning, and then a streets building submission, which is a prerequisite to the L&I building. During that street zoning plan, zoning review, we asked for several documents, such as I previously mentioned, the M950S form, and we also asked for turn templates showing if the vehicles could turn in and out from the location safely.
Mrs. Wilson, did streets ultimately issue a determination about this proposal?
Yes, ultimately what based on various meetings, we determined that due to the certain site restrictions, we were able to negotiate certain things in order for us to provide a zoning approval so they can move forward with the development. Since it's a prerequisite, it was necessary for us to give the zoning approval in order for them to be in front of the board even.
Mrs. Wilson, I am showing you Exhibit G, a streets approval letter from October of last year. Is this a document that you recognize?
Yes, that is a document I recognize.
What is this document?
If you scroll down a little bit, it will tell you what is this is the letter that gets automatically generated for approved zoning approvals and for building approvals on behalf of the streets department. And this is just basically is as an approval letter per se. We also write the conditions to the approvals on that letter.
So what are the conditions regarding parking specifically as shown in these written conditions?
Well, we understand the hardship of having off-street parking, and we did recognize that there's parking along the entire block, but most of the other houses seem to have one single car for off-street parking for each parcel, and we recognized that there was already an existing curb cut there, so we allowed to have one off-street parking for each subdivided parcel. So that was one of the stipulations for the first one. The second bullet was something that the owner, during a meeting we discussed, the owner had agreed upon, and the third one was a condition that the chief said, since the excavation for the utility connections spread across Weldy Street. So those are the three. Those are those three conditions.
Thank you, Mrs. Wilson. Before we look at those conditions, before we delve into them more, I'm going to move to Exhibit D, which is a zoning submission from June of last year. Mrs. Wilson, is this a document that you recognize?
Yes, it's a document I recognize.
Mrs. Wilson, could you please orient us? In other words, what are we looking at in this plan? What does it show?
If you can scroll down a little bit, that might be helpful. Basically, this is what, this is a this is showing a turn template on one side of the street, primarily showing the, to your left, you have the existing site plan or, as perceived as existing site plan that shows the existing curb cut and, and it shows an ADA ramp, that's there, but that's not there. But we also have a zoning submission to your right. On the right-hand side, you're showing a vehicle turning in, and backing out onto Wildy Street. And it looks as if it's backing out, does it look like it's backing out onto Wildy Street, might be towards the parking lane. So, that's the best description I could give right now.
And Mrs. Wilson, what specifically is proposed here as it concerns parking spaces?
Here is showing the proposal as the concern is that if there is a wall constructed or if there's any kind of barrier that will be constructed between 209 and 211 East Wildy, the vehicle has a possibility of hitting that barrier in between those two parcels. Well, the tendencies with someone will have a side yard, they will want protection for their lot and for their parcels. So they will want to put some sort of fencing or something. And it's the character for the remaining of the areas too. The side yards aren't open, they are protected by fences on each side of the property lines.
Thank you, Mrs. Wilson. And specifically with regard to curb cuts, what is being proposed in the, I think of this almost as like a before and after as a layperson. In the after diagram, what is being shown?
The curb cuts is being shown as one large continuous curb cut from almost of the point of curvature with Day Street, spreading across the width of both properties.
And where is the proposed new curb cut located with respect to, its proximity to this intersection?
It looks as if the curb cuts are located directly at the intersection.
Could you speak about the conditions present at that intersection?
The current intersection is not stop controlled at all. There is one-way traffic going, I believe the north arrow is, if you're assuming north is up, the existing travel would be going eastbound on Wildy Street, and there you have a northbound traffic on Day Street, and there's no traffic control at either intersection.
In light of conditions like that, does Streets follow any guidelines relating to the distance a curb cut lies from an intersection of this kind?
Yes, in most cases, we don't allow any curb cuts within 75 feet of an intersection if it's an uncontrolled intersection.
Mrs. Wilson, about how far is the proposed curb cut from this uncontrolled intersection?
It looks like the flares are located directly at that intersection of the point of curvature.
How many feet do you think, Mrs. Wilson?
To the best of my knowledge, I believe it might be 1 or 2 feet if you don't include the flare.
I see. And so in the real world, how would a car safely exit that curb cut?
They would have to back up and do a multi-point turn.
And Mrs. Wilson, how does parking work on Wildy Street right now?
The side of the building with the development on it is the designated side that you park on.
Mrs. Wilson, does that mean that there are parking spaces that actually lie between the illustrated moving car and the property side of the street?
There's a possibility, yes.
So does this diagram accurately depict the safety conditions as they really exist?
There is still given the width of Wildy Street, there are residential homes on the opposing side of the street that you don't see necessarily on this plan. That is something that we did bring up during our appointments with the designer.
Mrs. Wilson, how would you characterize your safety concerns about this whole plan as you saw it?
Our concern is primarily to make sure that a vehicle can safely back out and that another vehicle that's approaching will be able to see it, number one. Number two, we want to make sure that a vehicle that is parked within that parking lot can be completely confined to that off-street parking space. That's a second concern. We do not want people blocking the sidewalk to park their car. Also, we want to make sure that vehicles will be able to pull out of a parking space without endangering any sort of fencing or hedges or something along the property boundary.
So was it because of these conditions that you made the conditional approvals? You made those conditions that you arrived at?
Yes, those are the reasons. Those are the reasons why that we determined based on studying the plans and studying the site.
And also, Mrs. Wilson, was this the only document you relied upon to make a safety determination?
No, there were multiple plans that were submitted. There were multiple plan submissions that were made at the time. There were various resubmission and modifications of the zoning for these two parcels, and there was modifications for the building of these two parcels.
In the world of materials that you reviewed for this submission, how early was the earliest submission?
I believe the early submission might have been of maybe January of 25, which was the initial zoning submission.
Mrs. Wilson, I'm now going to look at we're not going to look at some of the earlier materials that you reviewed.
Excuse me for 1 second, Mr. Niffen. So I just want to get a time check here because we're running long. So Hillary, we can let her get cross-examined and then we probably going to have to do a resumption hearing, or are you trying to, 'cause this is,
I defer to Executive Director Haggerty. I know we're okay on time, but we are getting a little long, and we do have a few other cases. Mr. Haggerty?
Yeah, thanks. Hey, Hillary, this is Ian. I think we can allocate another 20 minutes at most to this case, and then we'll have to go to a resumption. Thank you.
Madam Chairman and members of the board, I must state to you, we have young families who desperately need to get into these homes as soon as possible. This, as we've just heard, the Streets Department has protracted this discussion for an unusually long period of time. It's critical to us that the board hear this case and do so in as timely a fashion as possible.
all right, so let's try to speed it along and give you guys an opportunity to finish off and give you some cross time. Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Hillary.
Understood. Thank you, Commissioner. Mrs. Wilson, I'm going to briefly go to some other exhibits because they were materials you consulted. First, I'm going to point to Exhibit A zoning submission. Mrs. Wilson, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I'm familiar with the document.
What does this plan show in terms of layout and access to the street?
This was the original zoning approval for the parcel that we had approved. And it shows an existing curb cut off of in front of 209 East Wildy Street.
Mrs. Wilson, what features, if any, were present here that alerted you to safety concerns?
Objection, we're looking at the current plan that's before the board, not at any other plans. This is just taking up time and clouding the issues.
Commissioners, if I may address Mr. Laver's comments. The Streets Department undertakes a holistic review conducted importantly by subject matter experts, not by me, not Mr. Laver, but subject matter experts.
Go ahead, you can continue, just move it along.
Okay, so, it's a distant curb cut with one side and not the other. And also they showed the ADA ramp adjacent to the other one.
Did you have safety concerns in response to that ADA ramp?
Yeah, we didn't want to use it as a driveway.
Mrs. Wilson, I'm now going to show you a document from a little bit later. This is Exhibit B. This is a site plan document. Mrs. Wilson, what are we looking at here?
This is the initial building submission that we approved. It shows it shows the full height curb. It shows the ADA ramp located in a different location. It shows the red area towards the bottom of the screen highlighted is the opposing side of the street. And it also demonstrated that the trenching would need to be in front of the opposing side of the street would have to be restored in kind.
Were there features present at the corner that presented safety concerns to you?
Yeah, the corner of Day and Wild, you have utility poles. There's an inlet there. There's other pipe posts and things that are located there that could possibly provide a barrier or let itself. We just don't want a car to back out and to hit the poles.
Do those poles and similar objects present visibility challenges at that corner and therefore for vehicles?
Possibly, yes.
And Mrs. Wilson, are there any curb cuts depicted in this plan?
No, the only curb cut that would be, or a change in curb elevation that's shown is the ADA ramp.
Mrs. Wilson, when developers submit site plans, do they include depth descriptions, aka including curb cuts?
Yes, it's usually included on a grading plan if there is a change in elevations.
Is it common for a developer not to include curb cuts that exist?
No, it's not.
Mrs. Wilson, what meetings did you take with the applicant?
Based on my personal records, we did take a meeting on September the 8th, 2025, regarding the project. The project was during the meeting. The notes that I took that the project was currently in a variance process, and that the agreed upon conditions during the meeting was just the private paving or the paving restoration of the street on the other side of the street. That we would agree to one car per each house, and that we were restricted somehow for one vehicle for each parcel.
Did Mr. Siebert say that he was offering to place a deed restriction?
From my recollection, yes. We would not, Streets Department do not review deeds, so we would not have even mentioned a deed restriction unless someone from the outside have noticed it.
And finally, Mrs. Wilson, did the totality of what you learned from the June submission, from the January submission, from the April submission, are those what informed your findings as shown in the conditional approval?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Wilson. That is the end of my direct testimony.
Okay, Mr. Laver.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wilson. We know each other very well, and I hold you in the highest professional regard. But I haven't seen you at the zoning board before. Have you appeared before the zoning board previously?
I do not recall. not Philadelphia zoning board that I recall.
Highly unusual, to say the least. In any event, you had referred during your testimony to a concern regarding the speculative or potential construction of barriers between 209 and 211 East Wildy Street, either fencing or barriers. Have you seen any proposed plans for fencing or barriers between those two properties?
I do not recall.
And are you aware of fencing or barriers anywhere from Shackamaxon to Day Street
Yes, I am familiar with it.
on this side of the block?
Yes.
Where?
I cannot state, but we did send inspectors out there. The streets department did send inspectors out there to show that there are fencing adjacent to other individual lots.
I'd be interested to see those, but we'll come back to that. You also mentioned in response to a query from your counsel regarding the possibility of parking between existing curb cuts along East Wildy Street, which sounds quite surprising. What do you think, Ms. Wilson, those approximate dimensions would be that would permit an automobile to park in between curb cuts here?
I cannot answer that. It depends on where there's not enough plan for me to determine it.
I would submit, members of the board, that there is not, and I'm sure that the intentions here are good. But having been out to the site personally, looking over all the plans, there simply is not room for any standard automobile to park in between the curb cuts. Ms. Wilson, you made a statement slightly different than one that your counsel had made. I just want to make sure that the board that I heard you correctly and that the board makes its own determination based on these statements. Did you recognize the existence of a curb cut as legal at 209 East Wildy Street? Ma'am?
Are you okay? So there's existing and there's existing non-conforming. It was existing based on my knowledge, it was existing non-conforming.
Thank you. And if council would be kind enough to pull up your Exhibit G that you just showed previously.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Any part of the document or the whole thing?
I believe Exhibit G was plans that had been submitted. Did I get that exhibit wrong?
You mean the exhibit I showed after Exhibit G?
Perhaps.
That would be D, I believe.
Can you go up towards the top of the page, please? Perfect, thank you. We see some photographs here, Ms. Wilson, actually showing parking, it appears, very similar to what's being proposed, wouldn't you say?
No, there's only 2 cars there.
I see 2 cars per lot. You don't see that, ma'am?
I see 2 lots with 2 cars next to one another because that's a double wide lot. The other parcels around there are half as wide as what's that end parcel is that's showing the red area.
Okay,
So
thank you.
the
No,
big-
that's okay. If you could please allow me to screen share, council.
I guess I'll stop my share then. Okay.
Yes, please. Thank you. Ms. Wilson, I'm sharing one of the photographs that we put into the record. Have you observed conditions like this along East Wildy Street?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to move now to the 1987 approval from your department. And I'm presuming that that was not you individually, but others that predated you. but I just want to pull that up onto the screen. I'm trying to do this very quickly. Here we are. Ms. Wilson, would you agree that this 1987 plan was properly approved by the Streets Department?
Objection. My client has not reviewed this in her professional capacity.
This is an official record of the department showing official stamps. I believe, Madam Chairman, that
The
that-
plan is not clear enough
Yeah,
for me to
so she
determine.
wasn't around neither too, so.
So I'll state for the board that we have here a record that shows parking, 2-car parking per single-family residence approved from Shakamaxon to Day Street. Bear with me for just a moment. I'm trying to be as economical as possible.
When was that
Ma'am?
approval again?
1987.
87.
Yes.
Thank you.
August of 1987. So out of respect for Ms. Wilson and trying to be as brief as possible, I'd just like to speak to a fundamental issue that's before the board today. Free refusals. A prerequisite Streets Department review is separate. And in fact, if the Streets Department has a issue with what has been submitted, even if the board grants variance relief, we may have difficulty obtaining the final permit in this matter until issues are worked out with the Streets Department. As an officer of the court, I can assure you that this has happened many times in my career. Additionally, Madam Chair and members of the board, as this board knows, appeals of Street Department determinations do not go before the Zoning Board of Adjustment. There is a process, which is what makes this so unusual. I've showed many different examples, and I can pull up the photographs if desired, unfortunately of disparate treatment. And we can delve more into that if desired. But for some reason that we are not quite able to figure out, this location, I'm sure the intentions are good, but is not being treated like all the other photographs that we shared.
All right.
Is there any redirect? Did you have any redirect for your witness, or are we?
I do have a brief redirect, yes.
Okay.
Mrs. Wilson, was it ever Street's position that there was not one existing curb cut at the property?
Okay, so the street's position is that, yes, there is one existing curb cut, but we do not allow all the photos that Mr. Laver showed is not determined to be legal off-street parking. That is how people just choose to park their car. And basing a parking approval or legalized parking approval based on illegally parking your car on your lawn does not constitute of allowing 2 off-street parking spaces. I'm sure at some point during that 1987 approval that it was agreed to a certain amount of grass area and lawn area adjacent to each of these off-street parking spaces, and the homeowners just decided to park on top of the grass because there was no on-street parking and they own 2 vehicles. We at the Streets Department, we believe that if you're going to have an off-street parking space and the parking space is not deep enough to handle per code and is a compact parking space, then we will be willing to work with you. But as long as you can determine that the off-street, that you can back out safely without hitting any utility poles, without impacting your neighbors across the street, without all of these other per instances and stuff. So it's just kind of, I mean, that's up to but based on my review and based on the plans that are currently reviewed, the conditions, we put those conditions and those conditional approval for zoning in good faith, that the applicant and their representative they were agreeable at the time, and that's why it was documented. I'm not sure whether or not that appeal should have been vetted through the zoning board prior to writing it down or not, but that's what the streets department was under the impression when we issue conditional approvals is done in good faith.
Mrs. Wilson, as part of the review that you and your team undertook, did you review historical permit documents and approval documents?
No, we only review the items that were submitted to us on behalf of the applicant. We do not review a license and inspections document. We do not review deeds. We review only the items that were presented in front of us. And I'm sure if we had a copy of this plan or had a copy of the finalized subdivision plan, our judgment might have been altered and it might have been different. But unfortunately, we only reviewed it based on the documentation that we had and based on what our inspectors found in the field.
Mrs. Wilson, if there is no historical curb cut in an area, does that show rights to having that curb cut?
I will defer. I will defer to the board to make that judgment. But there, in regards to rights, because the streets department do not review things based on existing or pre-existing rights. We review based on what's submitted to us.
But pre-existing curb cuts are part of your inquiry, right? And whether or not they existed physically.
Okay, so based on the plan submission, there was one pre-existing curb cut, and that was in front of 209 East Wildy Street.
And you consulted many materials, old photographs, old documents to determine whether there is or was at one point did exist a curb cut.
Yes, we did, and usually in cases like this, we do send. We have a third highway district engineer that we send out to look at these sites, and this may not be something that we go in front. We do for every single development, but especially for corner properties that want to have all-street parking.
And so a low resolution scan of a 1987 ZBA document does not establish the existence of a curb cut over the intervening decade.
Objection.
Over the decades as they were on.
This is an approved ZBA document stamped by LNI, stamped by the Streets Department.
Yep, we'll accept
I
that.
wasn't saying it wasn't genuine. I
Right.
was saying that it wasn't high resolution enough for my client to really analyze.
Gotcha. But it was already approved 1987, it's in the books. So, okay. Are we done or?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay.
Just a couple
you're done.
recross.
Okay,
based on
Ian, you want to do a check? We okay with time still?
2 to 3 minutes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Chair, we can proceed and finish this up. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Wilson, I believe that you had said that you don't review old documents, but then I heard you say that your team did review some old photos and things.
We review.
Wait a minute.
I'm
Let him ask the question. It's okay.
Could you clarify, please?
Did,
What was reviewed and what was not reviewed, and particularly why it wouldn't be standard practice to actually look at the documents that your department had previously approved?
okay. Repeat the question for.
Please
Okay.
repeat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. 'Cause
Forgive me.
I got lost in that one, but go ahead.
Why would the Streets Department right-of-way unit not look at prior approvals for the same property before it?
The streets department right-of-way unit only have records to access to certain records. We, due to the time and restraints that we have for plan review, meaning that a project of this type would take a 10-day plan review period for building and a 3-day plan review period for zoning. Within that 3 days, we do not have the time or the resources to look through, do a deep dive and look through zoning records, unfortunately. That is reason, so if an applicant uploads the plan into Eclipse, we reviewed all those documents that the applicant uploads. We seldomly do independent reviews based on previously approved documents from the 80s. We only review what is handed to us that's in front of us.
So it sounds like in this case, because you and your team don't review your prior approvals, it may be that you weren't even aware that the department had once, sort of the lights going off in my head here, you weren't even aware that the department had previously approved the very same conditions, which is interesting. A question for you. You had spoken about concerns regarding safety in ingress and egress at these locations. Do you have safety concerns regarding a car backing out onto Wilde Street?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I would submit that that's a pretty standard throughout the city. But I'm going to pause because I know that the board has a long
Yes,
day
we do.
ahead of it.
I want to memorialize that I have redirect questions.
Okay.
If it's possible.
Go ahead. You want to hurry? Go ahead.
Mrs. Wilson, if there is zoning approval for a curb cut that never actually comes into physical existence, does that curb cut count as pre-existing as an actual part of the environment in your view?
It depends on how long ago the plans were reviewed. There's a statute of limitations on approvals, and there's a statute of limitation on building. The building, if we approve something for zoning, we allow up to 3 years for the resubmission for zoning. If it's for building, we allow up to 5 years for the resubmission.
I feel like we're going in circles. We have a plan that shows the curb cut.
Go ahead. You want to finish?
Mrs. Wilson, in your review or in this proceeding, have you seen any permit authorizing, not ZBA approval, but permit authorizing a curb cut or any evidence of a physically existing curb cut? And I'm referring to the one closer to the intersection.
Not closer to the intersection. The approval shown is only for that parcel before it was subdivided.
And Mrs. Wilson, does the fact that there might be legal parking of 2 accessory spaces for a given building, does that affect your fact-specific determination about what's actually going on at this site?
No, the only fact determination is based on the plans that we received that was submitted at the time of our review. That's the only thing that we can review based on. We cannot basing our reviews on speculation or what's out there already, or somebody parking on grass or somebody parking on a sidewalk. We cannot make that determination to show that it's legalized because everyone else around there has done it. We need you to prove that it's safe on our plans, and that's it.
No further questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay. We heard a lot here. We're going to
Yeah, so we'll schedule a resumption hearing, which will start with questions from the board.
Okay.
And then we'll also take public testimony and the recommendation of the Planning Commission on these 2 matters.
Okay, so that resumption hearing date is 6/9/2026?
This will pose a true hardship on the families that are trying to move forward with their life.
All right, I guess you can contact our office and see what we can work out.
Please contact the office, see if there's any earlier availability, but we'll put it on the record as 6/9 for now.
Can we note who's here from the public who wants to testify?
Do we have anyone in the virtual audience or anybody here present for this case?
I just
Yes,
see Mr. Everett.
I do see a hand. It's by Robert Bob Everett.
You want to hold that till the resumption hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
yes.
All
We
right.
need to-
Okay. So if you can hear us, I think it was Mr. Robert. We're gonna hold your testimony until the resumption hearing, which is 6/9/2026 at this time. If it changes, you can just stay in contact with our office. Okay? All right, thank everybody.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board.
All right.
Very, very unusual situation.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right, thank you, thank you. So we have a Spanish interpreter that we need to do, but it's for one of the cases at our 3:30 p.m. calendar. So we have to move with that. Sorry, you guys. Let's see. That case is Wayne Avenue. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. After this interpreter? Okay. Yep.
Hello, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. Oh, so the interpreter is here. And everyone, this is a case that we are drawing from our 3:30 list because we have the interpreter available now. So thank you for your patience as we move to this. May not be long. All right, so it's MI 2025-006108, 4562-64 Wayne Avenue. Uni and Han Gwen Kim is our listed owners. So let me swear in the interpreter. So interpreter, could you state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Leonel, spelled as an Leonel. Last name Gillen, spelled as in Guillen.
Okay. And do you swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
I swear.
Okay. All right. So can you call case 4562-64 Wayne Avenue, Uni and Han Gan Kim?
Yes. Muy bien, estamos con el caso 4562-64 Avenida Wayne. Estamos buscando a Uni y Han. Kun Kim están presentes. Repito, caso 4562-64 Avenida Wayne. Buscamos a Uni y Han Kun Kim. ¿Están presentes? No
Do we
response,
see
Your
anyone
Honor.
in the virtual audience?
I'm looking for them. I don't see them.
Okay. All right. So we're going to continue this case. Hillary, what's the?
Yeah.
Give them the 3:30. Okay. All right. So we're going to continue the case. MI 2025-006108, 4562-64 Wayne Avenue. This is no exhibits first listing. This case is going to be continued to 8/5/2026 at 3:30. So interpreter, can you make that announcement?
And I'm sorry,
Yes, Your
before
Honor.
that, this is Miss Dandy, the ZBA administrator. Can we put it for a 9:30 hearing, please?
Okay, all right. So I'll repeat that for you, interpreter. So the case is going to be continued. MI 2025-006108, 4562-64 Wayne Avenue. This case is continued to, oh, wait. Hold up. I'm sorry. To 8/5/26. Is that the date you want? 8/5/26 at 9:30.
Thank you, Your Honor. Muy bien, entonces el caso MI 2025-006108, 4562-64 Avenida Wayne. El caso se le va a dar continuidad y se pasa para la fecha 8/5 del 2026 a las 9:30 de la mañana.
Okay. All right. Thank you, interpreter.
Have a beautiful day, Your Honor.
All right. Have a good day. All right, yep. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back in 5, so sit tight. Thank you so much for your patience. All right, thank you, everyone. We're back and we're back on the 2 o'clock list. Number 5, MI 2025-007166, 311-13 North Front Street. Alan Malcolmson is the attorney. Hi, good afternoon. Could you state your name and spell it for the record?
Alan Nachumson, Alan, last name Nachumson, Nochumson.
Okay, and did you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
I
truth?
do.
Okay, and could you state your name of your client and identify their relationship to the property?
So my client is Carl Geiger, the owner of the property. He's also an occupant.
Okay, all right, and this is for 3 dwelling unit in an existing structure. We don't have an RCO letter. Do you have an RCO letter?
So we've been trying to follow up with the RCO verbally. Mr. Goldberg was told that they conditionally approved it with some provisos. We have not
Yeah.
received that letter.
So, yeah, so I can have a slight update on that. So we don't have the actual letter, but Mr. Goldberg did forward me an email from the RCO that says we submitted a letter. It was contingent on a trash storage. And then the council office sent a letter of non-opposition and they cited the proviso. Sorry, I'm just trying to pull it up. They cited the proviso that the RCO put in their letter, which is, sorry, RECA, which is the RCO, has maintained a mandatory requirement for in-unit / in-building trash storage. 313 uses the open space under their stairs for trash, which is not considered a norm. Permanent outside trash cans stored on Water Street are also not okay. We require the owner to provide tenants with internal trash storage so they can put out the trash on the designated days. This issue is non-negotiable. So that's apparently what they said in their letter.
Oh, okay. Thank
Yeah.
you.
No problem.
They meant that. Okay. All right, so our board secretary, Gatson, has some questions for you.
Good afternoon, council. Did you submit your exhibits and documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. You can share your screen and begin your presentation.
All right. If I could just be promoted to a panelist. Thank you.
You have been promoted.
Thank you. All right, here we go. All right, so I'm here to present 311-13 North Front Street. Interesting location, just off of Columbus Boulevard and 95. So we have 12 exhibits here. Let's just go straight to the notice of refusal. Oh, and by the way, let me just go to the picture first. So this is Front Street. We go street to street, full lot coverage. On the other side is Water Street. As you can see here, there is garbage. The garbage cans have been stored historically underneath the property. I also have a secondary exhibit which shows pictures of other properties having garbage stored on North Front Street. So it's not out of character. We'll go over the 12 exhibits. So this is an RM1 property. So we're not trying to convert an RSA 5 property to a triplex. And actually, the Front Street side has 2 units in it. The Water Street side historically has been a mix between commercial and residential. And I don't know if the RCO representative is here, but they acknowledged, that the Water Street property, which is essentially a single-family structure, a standalone structure, was most previously used as an architect's office, and the architect resided there. So we're not trying to convert a property from 1 to 3 units. We're taking it from 2 residential units and 1 commercial/residential to make it fully 3 residential by way of variance. Again, we met with the community on January 27th. I personally attended that community meeting. My understanding is that the only issue, again, it's been a while, but memory-wise, was that there was a downspout. The person to the right of us, who was also, I believe, a board member, had an issue of how the water was coming out of our downspout. There was no issues in terms of the garbage. And again, Mr. Geiger lives in one of the 2 units facing Front Street. His hope is to actually live in the unit facing Water Street. So again, this is the property history here. The most recent history were 2 apartments facing North Front Street, a commercial unit facing Water Street. So it's basically a duplex on the North Front Street side, a 1-unit structure facing Water Street. And when you see the pictures, you'll understand better. But even that commercial use was quasi-commercial in the sense that the architect lived there as well, and there was no dispute. Not out of character to have triplexes on this block. So 337 North Front Street is a triplex. And, in terms of lot square footage, much smaller than ours. Then also 343 North Front Street is also multi-unit. Oh, why is this reason? All right, and then, there were a couple. Oh, sorry, it's like a lag in my computer. But 321-23 North Front Street has 6 units. 343 North Front Street has 3 units as well. Again, very interesting location in Philadelphia. It's like this outlier, but it's RM1. We're surrounded by CMX3 and CMX4 right off of Columbus Boulevard, and the overpass for 95 is right here as well. And I guess this is a better picture in terms of a Google Street View perspective. So photographs of the property. So this is a front of our structure. This is a legal 2-unit essentially with elevated steps. Garbage has been stored there historically. My client purchased this property in 2022. This is how it's been. So he's not treating it any different. He lives in one of the units himself. He just wants to go to Water Street, a little bit more privacy. This is the Water Street property. So you can see it's on grade, has a separate entrance right here, and there's a separate door where the utilities are stored. We have no objection through this added use to have trash stored inside on Water, because that's an appropriate thing right there on Water Street. That's a technical new use. And if there's a proviso, trash stored inside, it's for the Water Street side solely inside, because the 2-unit dwelling on the Front Street side has always traditionally had the trash stored outside. And I have some separate photos we'll go over as well. This is proof of the posting for both sides, both on the North Front Street side of this property as well as the Water Street side of this property. This is North Front Street to the right of the property, to the left of the property. North Water Street to the right of the property and to the left of the property. Interior photos. So these are the photos just for the Water. I believe this is just Water Street, but everything's above grade. It's a bi-level unit, done very nicely. You can see multiple meters here. Again, my client did cosmetic changes to the property. This is how it was. Very unique property. I think cool. So this is the interior photos. I believe this may be my client's suite on North Front Street. Not really the subject of this variance request, because there's already 2 residential units in this structure. But we wanted to just give you a flavor of what's there as well. And he lives in one of the units. He just wants to now live in the Water Street side of the property. And then just the plans and drawings, and just so you understand, move this down, is that if I can move my screen here, thank you. You come in through that front door, you saw it to the right. That's to this open floor plan. You see my cursor to the left. That was that secondary door where there's utility stored in here. We would have no objection to a proviso storing the trash on the Water Street side there. Kitchen, open floor plan, bathroom, and then it's just a loft up here as well. We met with the community on January 27th at 6:30 p.m. Again, I personally attended that community meeting. My client knew all the neighbors. It was actually shockingly simple. I was like, oh, well, you know, anytime you're adding density, who knows? And, oh, no, there's a downspout. We want to make sure that that's dealt with. I don't remember a big fight about garbage as in provisos to store it inside. You know, we emailed that notice that we sent to the community a few weeks beforehand, before the meeting. We sent it to 41 addresses. Although, given the only 41 addresses we mailed it to, I feel like there were like 15 people at that meeting. So it was a very close-knit block. And everyone agreed it's not out of character to have multifamily here. This is proof of our mailing for that notice, our application for appeal. Again, my client, in his own name, wants to live on the Water Street side, adds eyes to the street. Project information form, deed to the property showing that he bought this in 2022. He has not used it any differently on the North Front Street side, which stores the trash underneath the staircase. And then certificate of tax clearance. Well, it shows taxes are due. They're not due until next week. I also wanted to stop sharing my screen for a second. I want to show you pictures that we took, you know, about trash being stored out front. Unlike these people who are storing trash out front, and I'll show you this, ours is tucked underneath the staircase, which has been like that since my client purchased it in 2022. He's even willing to shield it as well. You know, he obviously recognizes as a resident, he wants to be responsible. But again, not that we store trash like this, and we don't condone the way trash is being stored, but this is how it's being stored on that block.
Okay, but you say your client is willing to enclose the one under the step, so that
Under the
could
steps.
possibly satisfy the RCO.
Yes, so it's not like, an eyesore to the community. And then on Water Street, he's willing to store it inside into that utility room. So that's the conclusion of my presentation. I would ask that Mr. Geiger virtually raise his hand to be sworn in.
Yep. Mr. Geiger?
1 minute, please. Geiger. Mr. Geiger has been promoted. Mr. Geiger has.
Yeah, I can hear, but Ms. Geiger, are you there? Mr. Geiger?
Coming in now.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. How are you? Good
Hi.
afternoon. Can
Good
you state your
afternoon.
name and spell it
My
for the
name's-
record?
My name's Carl Geiger. That's first name C-A-R-L, last name G-E-I-G-E-R.
Okay, Mr. Geiger, can you turn on your camera?
I thought it was on.
We don't see you. Okay, while you do that, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right, we're going to proceed. Go ahead, Counsel.
Yeah, Mr. Geiger, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
Yes, I did.
And is it true and correct?
Yes, it is.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, specifically, you purchased this property in 2022, correct?
That's correct.
And when you purchased the property, there was storage of trash below the staircase. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you continue to store that trash under the staircase responsibly. Is that correct?
Yes, and I've lived on that same block for 25 years, and the trash was always stored there.
Yeah, and you live in one of the two units currently that faces the actual North Front Street address. Is that correct?
Yes, I do. I live in the top unit.
And your intention is, assuming the board grants this variance request to allow for residential use on Water Street, you plan to live on the Water Street side of the property, correct?
That's correct.
And you have no objection to responsibly enclosing the trash area on the North Front Street side. Is that correct?
That is correct. I have no objection to that.
And you have no objection to storing the trash on the Water Street side in that what's labeled the utility room. Is that correct?
I already have, and yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, questions from the board?
So what was this other unit used for before? What did you?
Yeah, so again, Carl.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
just wanted
I
to make
can.
sure okay, just wanted
Yes.
to make sure it was on. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
No,
Carl.
go ahead.
I'm sorry, did you? Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I represented to the board that the unit was most recently used by an architect, not only as their office, but living quarters. Is that correct?
That's correct. He was the owner of the building, and he lived there for years.
Okay. It is. Okay. I'm sorry. Yes. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Can you pull up the plan that shows the common space on the side where the two rental tenants will access? I feel
What
like you-
common space?
Well, so then that's my question. How do the people who are renting get to the units? 'Cause I feel like
The Front Street side?
I'm looking, yeah, but there's one door on the front seat side, so what is
Yeah.
it?
We don't have floor plans for that, just because again, it's not the subject of this, but Carl, if you could, and actually, that's the wrong.
Well, it is. If you want to get 3 units approved, we've got to understand how you get
Yeah,
to the unit.
well, Carl, can you explain then to the board, like verbally, how the first floor unit gets in and then how the second unit gets it, floor unit gets into the building?
Yes, you proceed through that blue door, and then there's a foyer. It's about 5 feet across and about 6, 7 feet wide. There's a door on the left. You open it up and you go to the top unit. There's a door on the right, and you walk right inside the first floor unit.
What, can we find a photo of the blue door? Because
Yeah.
in Google Earth, it's white.
The blue door is got the it's right at the top of the steps.
Yeah, that's the one that on Google Earth is white.
Oh, well, it's Alan has a picture of it. He
Yeah.
Alan,
No,
you
he
want to
just, he
shoot?
just didn't have it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, that's,
No.
there you go.
So
This is the North Front Street side.
So if the rental tenants that are not Mr. Geiger are both going to enter through this door,
That's right.
there's a common vestibule. There's one unit on what would effectively be the first floor of the building and one unit on the second floor.
That's right.
And then he's going to only enter from the Water Street side. Is there any passageway from the Water Street side to the Front Street side?
Not from an interior standpoint.
No.
No, it's full lot coverage.
Got it. Okay.
Yes, it's full lot coverage.
So if I'm like for the unit on the Water Street side, they're only on the Water Street address.
Yeah, I would treat it as essentially, for all intents and purposes, as two like separate buildings that's interconnected with one street address.
So for the Water Street side, where do they pick up their mail?
I don't think anyone's used the Water Street side, but
I know, but now.
no, I would.
it's
It's
looking to
again,
move.
Carl. You would have a mailbox on the Water Street side. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's a mail slot. It gets delivered through the slot in the door.
Sure, but if I'm the post person and the address is on Front Street, I'm delivering the mail to Front Street. Does this
No,
property have dual addresses? Because I do see there's a number plate on the Water Street side for 310 Water Street, which is technically a different address. So I'm trying to figure out, are there 2 addresses? Is there a DBA address at the property?
So I think I can answer that for you. For some reason, the utilities all come in at 310 North Water Street. And other mail comes in at 311-13 North Front Street. So I don't know why it's set up that way. But you know, Pico, they all acknowledge it as Front Street side or as Water Street.
Okay. Answers my
Because the
question,
meters
but
are on.
I would
I think
recommend
it's-
that you do some OPA and deep cleanup with that, but I doubt, I do understand what's going on.
The meters are on Water Street, and I think that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I would assume, Carl, that's the utility room where it houses all-
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. The water
Well,
meters, the gas meters.
Clean up I mean, that's not your problem, but yeah.
Okay. Questions from our attorney?
Well, just, the photos that you showed of the conditions on the block, if those weren't previously submitted, just make sure those are.
I will.
Thank you. I'm sure they came in at the last minute, and
Yeah,
that's
well,
fine.
because when we were not hearing back from the coordinating RCO,
Right.
we then decided if this is an issue, we'll quickly prepare it. But yes.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, just want to have those on the record. Thank you.
Questions from our virtual audience or audience here?
I see no hands.
Okay, Planning Commission? State your name.
Madison Matera, Madison Matera.
Okay, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, do you proceed?
The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RM1 residential multifamily zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2009 in a council-supported map change. This property looks to have been converted to 3 dwelling units without the benefit of permits. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the proposed use variance for 3 dwelling units.
May I just respond?
Yes.
Briefly? It's always been 3 units. It's, the history of the property had the 3rd unit on Water Street as a commercial unit. And the hardship here is that ultimately how the building's configured, if we don't get this relief, we will then have an empty unit, and we're asking for the least modification possible because the history of the property was a commercial unit there. We're seeking a residential unit.
Thank you. Hillary, the only proviso that was listed from the RCO was interior trash storage?
Yes, and if I understood the applicant's position correctly, you were okay with that proviso for the ground floor unit only?
For the Water Street side, we have no objection to interior trash storage. For the North Front Street side, we would say stored outside underneath the step with an enclosure of some sort.
Okay, so, sorry, which unit enters from the Water Street side? Which,
That's the one we're trying to
yeah,
convert.
that is the ground floor unit, right?
That is the ground floor unit.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify which unit.
Okay, so
specifies
we say
the trash-
interior trash storage, ground floor unit?
Yes,
Would say facing Water Street, just to be clear.
we can say facing Water Street.
Yeah, so then it's perfectly clear.
Yeah, so that's fine.
Okay, thank you. MI 2025-007166 311-13 North Front Street. I vote yes with proviso. Interior trash storage on unit facing Water Street.
And just say
Michael
ground
John,
floor unit.
ground floor.
Ground floor.
Yep. Does she need to repeat it or we can
I
move
think we're
forward?
okay.
Okay. Michael Johns, my vote is yes, with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Hi, McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Hi, Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Thank you. Apologize for being late.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Have a good day. All right,
You as
number
well.
11, MI 2025-007311 3151 Stamford Street. Augusta O'Neill is the attorney. Hi, good evening. Could you state your name and spell it for the record?
Is the green light's on? Okay. First name is Augusta, Augusta. Last name is O'Neill, which is spelled O''Neill.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, could you identify your client and the relationship to the property?
My client is Nicole Fertini, who's the owner of the property.
Okay, and so we have a letter of support from the Home Circle Civic Association. We have our board member, board secretary, Sarah Gasson, has a couple questions for you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, council. Did you submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Thank you. You can share your screen and begin your presentation.
So much. Members of the board, again, my name is Augusta O'Neill. I'm here representing the owner of the property at 3151 Stamford Street. This is a single-family home. This is an application to construct an addition onto the rear of my client's single-family home. On page 7 of the exhibit package, which is currently up on my screen, this is a image of the front of the property. This is an RSA2 zoned house in a neighborhood that's full of other single-family homes. On page 8, I did try and provide a little bit of context from Google Street View, which just shows again that the kind of context of the neighborhood that's all single-family homes. Again, you can see on page 9 of my exhibit package, just an aerial, again showing the RSA2 context of the neighborhood this home is in. The addition that my clients intend to construct on their home is going to be to accommodate my client's mother so that she can live in the home with them. It's going to be adding an additional 591 square feet of living space to this existing single-family house. The intention for the area is for it to have a kitchenette, a bedroom, some living space, a bathroom, and the second floor of the addition is going to extend that master bedroom that's on the second floor. I do have some floor plans which were provided to the board, just showing what that is going to add to the house. As I said before, there's going to be some more living space on the first floor. There's going to be a kitchenette for my client's mother, her own bathroom, and the addition, because it's going up to the second floor, it's also going to provide some additional living space for my clients who are going to be able to expand their master bedroom and expand one of the bedrooms that's on the second floor. But my client's mother will, of course, have access to all portions of the house. This is just to give them all a little bit more space as they're accommodating my client's mother, who is elderly. We did receive a refusal for the application. The refusal is at tab 1 of my exhibit package. The reason for the refusal is because we are required to have 20 feet of a rear yard in this RSA2 zoning district. Because of the proposed addition, we're going to be at 11.73 feet for the rear yard. The hardship in this present case relates to the orientation of the house that's on the lot. As you can see from the site plan that's at page 11, this home is a little bit unusual in that it doesn't sit kind of squarely on the lot. It's a little bit oriented. So we're at the intersection of Albion and Stamford Street. This is a corner lot, and it is kind of, you can see a little bit askewed facing Stamford Street. So it doesn't sit perfectly square on the lot, matching the setbacks, or I'm sorry, the property lines. So our architect is Joe Lombardi. He and I spoke before this application about how difficult it would be for him to create any kind of an addition that wouldn't go into the setback. It would be really difficult, he said, for him to be able to design something that's going to give my client's mother this kind of living space that we're proposing without that addition going into the rear yard. This hardship was not created by my client. She purchased the home in 2009, but it was built back in 1950, according to OPA records. In addition to creating the 2-story addition, we're also going to be making some property improvements. We are going to be adding a dogwood tree on Albion Street. We're going to be removing a decaying tree that was also on Albion Street. We did meet with the RCO for this location on March 4th of this year. We were rescheduled for that meeting 3 times because of the blizzards that kept happening. We did receive a letter of support, which I included at page 5 of your exhibit package. With respect to the variance standard, I would submit to the board that the refusal of the grant of variance relief would cause unnecessary hardship to my client. The logistics of the lot are such that in order to be able to provide my client's mother with this addition that's going to provide as much living space, we would need this variance in order to alleviate that hardship. The grant of the variance will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. We're still keeping it a single family home. This is going to be just adding some more space to that existing house. It will not increase congestion or burden on public facilities or result in any kind of an environmental impact. That would be underscored by the fact that we met with the community. We received overwhelming support for the application. And we're going to be providing my client's mother with some necessary living space as she ages. So with that being said, I would like to call forward my client to adopt my testimony.
Come on up. Thank you. You want to state your name and spell it for the record? Oh, wait a minute. Speak it into the microphone.
Nicole Frattini, NicoleFrattini.
Okay. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Counsel.
The board this afternoon?
Yes.
Was everything that I said true and accurate?
Yes.
Would you like to adopt my testimony as your own?
Yes.
Was there anything else that you wanted to relate to the board about your personal circumstances that motivated this application?
My father passed away in April of last year, and my mom is.
Yep.
Oh, my father passed away. I'm sorry. My father passed away in April of last year, and my mom, she's still living currently in her house, which is getting very difficult for her. She has rheumatoid and osteoarthritis and also lung fibrosis. She's getting to the point where she can only walk maybe 30 to 50 feet at one time. She's having trouble on the stairs, and she's needing more assistance. We feel that having her to be living with us would be most beneficial to all of us so that we can, be together and we can watch her and that kind of thing.
Okay. All right.
No other questions for this witness?
All right. Questions from the board?
Yeah, I've got a question. Just a question. Can you pull up the plan? I know I'm coming. I'm the guy in the sky. She kind of looked around.
The site plan?
The floor plan, and then just sort of piggybacking on what the owner just mentioned, which popped out at me was the number of steps that I see in the addition. And how are you going to deal with that? Because as you get older and she's already having difficulty walking up steps, how are you going to deal with that? With you've got a couple of sets of steps to that addition.
She's not going to need the steps at all. She's going to be on the first floor in the back of the property, and it's going to be her own separate living area. The steps are in the rest of the house. It's going to be, just kind of made for inclusivity to keep it in the house in the same, uniform, not just having like an addition out the back.
I was looking at her bedroom, right? There's a connection to, I guess, a living room, right? That has steps.
He's not.
My client's husband would like to make a statement about that. He's been working closely with the architect.
Okay.
Would it be all right if you could just.
Who is that?
This is Larry Meskimen, my client's husband.
Oh, your client's husband.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to come on up? You want to pull the microphone to you and state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Larry Meskimen, LarryMeskimen.
Okay. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead. You can proceed.
Yes. The stairs that are going down into her living area is going to be 2 to 3 stairs. It basically like a stoop when you come into the house, but these are all internal stairs, and she can do 2, 3, 4 stairs. She just can't do 10 or 15 stairs.
Okay.
Like if you see in the actual house, by the bath, you'll see the stairwell going up. She can't make those stairs because there's too many.
Right. Yeah. It would be great if there was a way you can eliminate those stairs too.
Okay, we could probably put her.
Once she's in the house, she can walk around and be, at the same level
We
of
we
everybody
could
on
put
the
a
first
ramp in,
floor.
you could do a ramp in there,
something
sir,
like that.
instead of the stairs.
Yeah, just take a look at it. I just know from dealing with seniors, it gets difficult
Yes,
as they
sir.
age and more difficult. So
Yes, sir.
that's it.
All right, any other questions?
Is this akin to an ADU in effect? I mean,
Wait, you gotta say that louder, Shirley, so we can hear it.
all right. Okay. And you
What?
can tell me no. But is sort of akin to an ADU in the sense that they're trying to create like a space for.
I would say no, just because the intent is that they're all living as a family as opposed to them, as opposed to my client's mother-in-law being separate. The intent is that, because she lost her husband, they're able to, her adult daughter and son-in-law are able to accommodate her and help her with her daily living requirements.
Is there any other neighbors on the block that have put additions on their home that you know of?
All over the neighborhood.
Oh, okay. All right, questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, questions from the virtual audience?
I see no hands.
Okay, planning commission?
Yeah, I was sworn in. Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 2 residential single-family zoning at this location. This neighborhood still carries its original 1933 zoning. The appellant has shown that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of this property that would prevent conformance with the zoning code. City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed variance for rear yard depth.
Okay, thank you. MI 2025-0073113151 Stamford Street. My vote is yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. You have your votes.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. All right, so we have one more from a 2 o'clock list. MI 2025-007317 4401 Ridge Avenue. Richard DeMarco is the attorney.
Okay, I'm here. Hello.
Good afternoon, Mr. DeMarco.
Good afternoon.
I think I swore you in earlier today.
Yes,
Okay. All right. So could you just state your name for the record for me?
sure. Richard DeMarco, DeMarco.
Okay. And can you identify your client and their relationship to the property?
Client is 4401 Ridge LLC. They are the equitable owner. The property is owned by PHA. My client is represented by Eric Marshall today.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So we have a letter of support from the East Falls Community Council, as well as a letter of support from Councilmember Jones.
Yep.
Also, we have a CDR that has been completed and an earth moving plan that has been completed. Our Board Secretary Gatson has some questions for you.
Good afternoon, Council. Have you
Afternoon.
submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes, I could waive and stipulate.
Thank you. You can share your screen and begin your presentation.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Yes, the board already mentioned the letters of support. There was a long process with the East Falls Civic and the CDR. So I'm putting the refusal on the screen to begin with. As you can see, the property is zone CMX3, and we have complied completely with that designation. However, there is a extreme amount of steep slope on the property, and I'll get to that in a moment, but that is the single and only variance that we were requesting. There is some impact on that steep slope. There's a lot of it. It was impossible to avoid. I do want to put on some limited testimony. So I know the hour is late, but let me just go ahead and bring you right to the earth plan so I can show you exactly why it was so difficult to avoid a variance for steep slope. I don't want to blow up too much because then it's going to, okay, well, this is probably pretty good. So you see right here is the steep slope. It completely pretty much bisects the property. There's a little bit here I'm indicating with my cursor. So it's almost impossible to build anything that would be remotely compliant with the CMX3 without impacting the steep slope. This part of the structure here is actually, we built over the steep slope. So we actually left the steep slope intact right here, but there are footings within it. So let me go ahead and introduce Eric. I don't know if there's anything more I want to show you with the exhibits. Oh, we do have a revised proviso plan form. We are asking the board to stamp 5 pages of, let me just show you the rendering so you could see.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can you familiarize? Oh, we gotta flip that.
Sure. Anything specific you want me to show, just
Okay.
feel free to let me
Could you,
know.
and how many units is this has eventually been?
Right. It's a large it's a large project. It's 260. I got to go back to the refusal real quick. Hold on. 268, I believe.
Okay, I know it's changed.
And then, yeah, I'm sorry. Hold on. I got to rotate back. Forgive me. It's right here. 260 dwelling units, and there's 217 accessory parking spaces, which, by the way, are all within the structure. One of the issues with the previous, so let me get right to that. This board approved variances for a previous project in 2019 that did not come to fruition, but work did begin on that. So a lot of the slope, a lot of the physical conditions that are there were the result of some other work that was done. So not all of the steep slope is naturally occurring, but you can see we have bike parking, EV spaces and ADA accessible spaces, and of course, plenty of bike parking, et cetera. And yeah, we are asking the board to stamp through the negotiations with the neighbors. We made significant changes to the project that the RCO wanted, and we made those changes, and we have an agreement with them, and we're happy to have worked with them and, you know, kind of come up with a nice project. I'll show you just some quick renderings. There's over 9,000 square feet of commercial space that the community was actually was glad to see. There's a green roof. The property is completely and totally managed from a stormwater management perspective. So with that, let me go ahead and ask Eric to raise his hand virtually, and we'll put on some testimony. Here's some more of the layouts. You can see, by the way, before Eric goes, there's a landscaping in the middle. There's a nice courtyard. There's actually 2 courtyards. I'm circling them, and that they are completely accessible. This one is going to be accessible to the public, and this courtyard is going to be for the enjoyment of the tenants and maybe even the commercial space if that works out. Here's some color amenities. So go ahead, and if you could promote Eric, I'll start with this
I
testimony.
see him with his hand up.
He's been promoted, I'm sorry?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, Mr. Marshall, can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, Eric Marshall, EricMarshall.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Proceed, counsel.
Mr. Marshall, did you hear my presentation so far, and can you adopt it as your testimony in this matter?
Yes,
And is it true and accurate?
it is.
And what is your understanding about why there's a lot of steep slope on this property as far as the prior project?
Yeah, this is a PHA owned property. There were previously 3 mid-rise structures that were on this property when owned by the PHA, and those structures were demolished. And as a result, there is some, contours that exist that are remnants of the existing structures that were on the site.
How many meetings were held with the RCO?
We had 3 formal meetings with the RCO. We had a lot of emails back and forth, but as far as actually sitting down and working through stuff, we had 3 formal meetings.
And did you come to an agreement with the RCO for some architectural modifications of the plan?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and can you summarize those for the board today?
Yeah, so we did make some modifications to the exterior. I mean, a lot of them were on the original plans. We had some arches that were being proposed on the site. They've been removed. We've set some inset balconies to add some articulation to the facade. We changed the facade materials. We enlarged the sidewalk along Ridge Avenue to create a greater arcade for outdoor seating purposes, for commercial spaces. Um, those were the major items that we worked on. I'd say one of the bigger things in reference to the project that you were talking about, there was a previously approved ZBA case specifically for this property, and when we came across this property, we wanted to take into account some feedback that had been previously received by the community. And so, as you can see in the back of this, at the rear of this property, there's an existing retaining wall that's pretty much being delineated, and you can see it with the circles that are at the back of which are like the tree line. And what we did was we preserved the existing tree line that's there because there are homes that actually sit behind this. Merrick Road is to the right on the screen that you see, and it's a very steep slope, as part of why there are slopes on the property at this location as well. But it goes up really high, and then those houses sit up there, and they have a lot of green screening with the trees that are there. The previous development was actually going to be built all the way back to the rear of the property line, and it was going to obscure a lot of their views. So what we did was we set the property back 25 to 30 feet off the original property line in order to preserve the existing retaining wall and to preserve the trees that are there to maintain the existing green screening. And we actually made the building and structure itself 20 feet shorter at the rear. So part of it is trying to make it fit in and be mindful of the neighbors in the area. Other thing that I would add is that the original design to this project did have an area where we were trying to go for no variances whatsoever in touching steep slope. But we did have a scoping meeting with PennDOT and with the Streets Department as part of the Streets Department review and approval of the project that was on Ridge Avenue. They weren't happy with Ridge Avenue with the amount of traffic that was in that area. They preferred it to be at Merrick Road, which, I mean, the prior developer that had proposed and got an approval for this project had moved it up on Merrick Road. So clearly there was a reason for that. But when there was no location that we could put it at other than where the steep slope area is located, which is above that second island that you see on the drawing there, right? Like where Palisade Drive and Merrick Road meet. And that is what triggered the steep slope variance. But another key aspect of what we did here also compared to the other project is they had a lot of outdoor and surface parking. We've tried to maximize we put all of the parking inside and it's covered, so it's not exposed to the outside elements. And any of the open areas are meant to be either open parks or walkways, and allow pervious areas to exist as opposed to creating additional impervious area to help with the stormwater management on the site.
Right, and so let's get right to that. And by the way, did all these changes how you improved upon the project, they resulted in an actual signed agreement with the community, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then as far as the Streets Department's impact on the project, and you had said that you were actually trying to get an over-the-counter approval, and how did the Streets Department input alter that?
Yeah, by them they said we don't want you to do Ridge. You have to move it up to Merrick Road. And once that happened, we had no choice but to disturb the steep slopes.
Right, but let's be specific. What on Ridge? The curb cut, right? The entrance to the
curb
garage.
cut, correct. Yes, the entrance to the property. Yes.
Right. So the Streets Department's input required you to impact the steep slope. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
All right. So you went through design review, and those changes were also part of that. The changes that you agreed to were also part of that inquiry as well, correct?
Well, the curb cut as proposed is what triggered the variance. So that's prior to the additional feedback that we've worked on since we've gone through the CDR hearing and process. So the curb cut was there as part of the original, zone. We didn't move it as a part of the community feedback. That was just, we had no choice.
And so because of the Streets Department, other than the Streets Department's requirement for the curb cut on Merrick Road, have you otherwise minimized the impact on the steep slope?
Yes.
And as part of the process for this hearing, did you actually, even though PHA owns the property, did you pay off the L&I fee that appeared on the Atlas screen?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And that's been uploaded, zoning board members. There's
Yeah.
no a proof of zero taxes for this property.
Yes, we have the documents.
All right, so that's all I have for Eric. The only other thing I'd like to do, unless there's questions, of course, and I can put whatever documents you need up on the screen.
All right, so he already accepted your testimony, correct? That's your client?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, any questions from the board?
Is the green roof an accessible green roof?
Yes, there is a roof deck on Merrick Road. We originally, as part of actually some of the feedback that we had, but I guess I forgot to add also is you kind of see a little bit of a setback. This little green area that's shown on the zoning plan that didn't originally exist. That was part of the feedback from working with the East Falls Community Group, saying like let's soften the feature of its imposing nature on Ridge Avenue, and so we actually cut back and created balconies and terraces there, and then we relocated the accessible roof deck for the residents. There you can see it right there. Whoop. Yeah, well, you can see it here in the rendering too.
Is
It's
this
the
what
baby
you
roof.
want, Eric? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Tell me what you want me to.
Yeah, that's fine. That's that there is a roof deck, an amenity roof deck that is at the roof, and
Oh,
it's the
that's
baby
right
area
here.
shown there. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, but the actual green roof is not accessible. That's
No,
just for
no,
stormwater management.
Never,
Okay.
never. Can't. PWD would not be happy if I did that.
Okay. What about parking for the commercial? How does that work? You've got
Yeah,
commercial
so
space on the ground floor.
Yeah, so right now there's 217 car parking inside the structure. It's meant to be for the residential, but that is some of the conversation that we had with the community. And if we found or if they wanted us to designate a certain amount of commercial for the commercial space, we would do it. I think it depends on what kind of commercial tenant we'd have, but the intention here is that it's for the residents of the building. So, and there's like Ridge Avenue is all street parking, like all up and down there is a lane, and that's for parking on the street.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Okay, and I'd just like to say I appreciate the open space and the balconies and stuff like that. When you have this amount of units, people do need some air. Questions from our attorney?
Just confirming the number of units now that are proposed is 257.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's a result of us cutting out that setback that was on Ridge Avenue that actually caused us to reduce some square footage and combine some units, and so we lost a few apartments there.
Questions from virtual audience?
Yes, there's a hand up from Hillary Langer.
Okay, we can bring her on.
So let me just jump in. I did want our engineer to testify, but if I don't get any opposition from the neighbors, I won't call him, but let me call him in on rebuttal if there's opposition from anybody today, if that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Hillary, sorry.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, my
Hi,
name
how
is.
are you? Wait a minute. Could you state your name and spell it for the record.
Yes, my name is Hillary Langer, HILARYLANGER. I am chair of the East Falls Community Council Zoning Committee.
All right. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, you can proceed.
Thanks very much. I sent you a 3-page letter describing our negotiations, mostly within the community. As you know, it just has the one refusal. And we had 2 public meetings, and at my request, they did actually increase the number of notifications. I wanted to make sure that all the near neighbors got notified. So they notified a lot more neighbors than they actually needed to per the algorithm. So we had in-person meeting with members of the senior building. There's about 20-25 people. Then we had an in-person a Zoom meeting, 12 members of my committee, and I would estimate about 36 neighbors. So in talking about the refusal, I explained that being zone CMX3, CMX3 and zoning and traffic and congestion don't really have a lot to do with each other. CMX3 is intended to bring people into the neighborhood, to provide density. And it's going to be difficult to oppose this steep slope variance based on the fact that the project is going to bring traffic congestion, parking issues. So, starting the meeting, this was really the only feedback that came to the meetings. The feedback was really about traffic and congestion. The clogged roads, particularly bad at rush hour. This is CMX3 on 2-lane roads, originally designed for horse and cart. Your neighbors do not want traffic overspill from the units, of which there will be overspill based on our experience in the neighborhood. I think with a 133 unit adjacent building that provides 96 spaces, all those 96 spaces inside the building are taken. My estimate, there's about another 50 cars parked out on the street. However, there are no parking restrictions out on the local roads, which could help mitigate some of these issues. There was some objection to so many one-bedroom units, but that's the reality. That is the market right now.
Okay, so the RCO issued a letter of support, correct?
Yes, can I just finish really quickly? There were no comments on the aesthetics of the building. We wanted to make sure that, we had a building that respected the open space on the site, which is what it does. And we wanted to make sure that we had a building in the neighborhood that people weren't going to be complaining about, that it is the ugliest thing they ever saw. So I do want to make a note of the impact of CMX3 in small neighborhoods like ours. We have taken some measures within a NCA overlay to mitigate that. Since
Okay, yep, sir, we have this all in your letter.
then, but for Committee of 17, we considered the opinions of the attending neighbors, and we decided that in terms of just viewing this as steep slope variance and the benefit it can bring, if we can mitigate some of the traffic and congestion issues, the traffic impact study and parking restrictions, that we would support this variance.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any other hands in the audience?
There are no more.
Okay,
So
you went
I-
out again, Doreen.
So I would just say my engineer would have testified, since there's no opposition, I don't need to call him officially. He would testify that in his opinion, that it's impossible to avoid a steep slope variance because of the physical nature of the site. And that's why obviously we feel this is, we're entitled to the relief. The case law is clear that steep slope is a physical, unique condition of property that requires variance relief if you can't avoid it. And we have actually minimized the impact as much as we possibly could in light of the requirements of the Streets Department. So with that, I would rest and thank
Okay.
you. And like I said, 5 pages for revised plans.
All right, I think we had another hand up, or did we not have another hand?
No, no more.
No more? Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Planning Commission?
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX3 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2016 in accordance with the recommendations in the comprehensive plan. This proposal completed its civic design review in March of 2026. Civic Design Review Committee's advisory recommendations are not an expression of the City Planning Commission's recommendation or opinion regarding zoning variances, special exceptions, or other discretionary approvals associated with this proposal. Given the site constraints, slope disturbance is necessary to accommodate the features of the development. There is no impact to properties further downslope. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed variance.
Okay, thank you. MI
Thank you.
2025-007317, 4401 Ridge Avenue. My vote is yes with proviso. Revised plans, 5 pages, stamped by ZBA on March 25th, 2026, and maximum 257 dwelling units.
Michael Johns, and my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
All right, you too. Are there any other cases on the 2 p.m. list that has not been heard?
I see no hands.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're gonna move right along to our 3:30 list. Good afternoon. My name is Tanetta Graham, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is Board Secretary Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Madam Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns,
Present, Madam Chair.
okay, and Board Member Taya Nguyen,
Present, Madam Chair.
and Board Member Ryan McAdams.
Present, Madam Chair.
Also present are Board Attorney Hillary Emerson, Zoning Board Director Ian Haggerty, and Board Member Lakeisha Dandy. A recording of this hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to being recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you are called to speak, you must state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before beginning your testimony. Any person may enter their appearance to become an interested party to a case. There are 3 ways to enter your appearance. You can identify the case property address on your Zoom webinar registration. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business day tomorrow. Call 270-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of the appeal case. The following guidance is for our remote attendees. First, when directed by the chair, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. Second, if you are called to testify, you will be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. Third, the webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on the cases in the Q&A. Fourth, if you are participating by phone, press star 9 to raise your hand and star 6 to unmute. For our in-person attendees, please refrain from talking, eating, or drinking during the hearings. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across from the elevators. A water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on the record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and the court reporter. In the event of emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear of the room. The nearest stairwell is to the left outside the doors. In case of an evacuation, the rally point is at Love Park, directly across Arch Street. Please remain there so we can account for you. Okay, we're gonna look at our 3:30 list here. Okay. All right, number 1, MI 2024-006122, 814 Brighton Street. This case is continued to 8/5/2026 at 3:30.
And Madam Chair, could we just, I believe the attorney, Mr. Turner, is in the audience. This is the 4th listing, so if we could just get a status update from him. Thank you.
Okay, all right, Frank Turner?
Frank Turner has been promoted. Frank Turner has declined.
Oh, Frank Turner, you have
Oh.
to accept. Yeah.
Oh, wait, he just accepted. He accepted.
Okay.
Try him again.
Good evening, Mr. Turner.
I'm still working on promoting him.
Okay.
I thought he did accept.
Maybe you don't want to talk to us.
See one more time what it says. Frank Turner keeps declining the promotion.
Okay. Let's give him one more try, and then we're gonna, he requested a continuance.
Mr. Turner, can you please accept the promotion so that we can get an update on the case from you? This is the fourth listing.
Thank you. Declined again.
Mr. Orena, could you please try allow to talk?
Can you hear me?
Mr. Turner, can you please unmute? Madam Chair, it appears he's having some technical difficulty. I recommend marking this case must be heard since it is the fourth listing.
Okay. All right. MI 2024-006122, 814 Brighton Street. This case is continued to 8/5/2026 at 3:30. Mark must be heard. Number 3, MI 2025-006114, 550 West Willow Grove Avenue. Sean said he wasn't going to be here. So this case is continued to 8/5/2026 at 3:30. Are there any other requests for continuances?
Madam Chair, this is Ian Hegarty. If you could please read into the record the prior continuance for Wayne Avenue.
Oh, okay, yeah, we did that. All right, gotcha. All right, number 2, MI 2024-006108, 4562-64 Wayne Avenue. This case was continued. I think we continued it to 8/5/2026 at 9:30. Okay, all right. That's all our continuances for today. Case number 4, MI 2025-006987, 1957 President Street. Mohammed Haq is the listed owner. This is a pro se. So you come on up. And staff is going to assist you with your case. All right. Okay, could you just state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Mahmoud Haq, Mahmoudhag.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, so this application is for the creation of one accessory surface parking space for a semi-detached existing structure used as a single-family household living. You have a refusal because the property is on RSA 3, and it prohibits surface parking spaces in the required front, side, and rear yards. And the proposed parking space is located in the required front yard. You have unanimous support from Great Old Bustleton Civic League, and you have a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember O'Neill. So our Board Secretary, Cheryl Gatson, will ask you a question.
Good afternoon, or good evening at this point. Did you submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Thank you. You can begin to, I'm not sure how we're going to
Yeah,
do this.
I believe someone is going to
Screen,
help you.
begin your
Okay, sure,
presentation.
sure.
Yep, just tell us what you're trying to do and show us pictures if you have any.
So I actually didn't try to do anything. I bought the house the way it is.
Okay.
I didn't know that the house has a violation on it. I bought it in 2023 the way it is for a reason. It has a living space in the bottom because my mom just moved from a different country to live with me. So I literally bought the house the way it is. I live with my wife, a kid, and my mom. So after we moved into the house, I got in contact from the city of Philadelphia saying that I have a violation because I moved the garage door into a residential door, which I did not do. I put the house the way it is. I tried to get in contact with the previous owner to ask him if he did that, with the permit or anything. He denied it. He's like, you know what, this is your house now. You deal with that. So I
So
also,
in this picture, your house is the house without the car.
yes.
Okay.
So I'm just here, I tried to fix as much as I can. I did the planner. I met with the RCO. I also met with the variance. So here I am.
All right. Do you have any questions? So what's behind the house, the space?
Living space.
It's just living space? Okay.
Nothing.
All right, and this is a single family home
It
still?
is, yes.
Okay, questions from the board? Okay, questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, and questions from the virtual audience?
There are no hands.
Okay, and planning commission?
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 3 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1994 and a council-supported map change. The proposal for a parking space in the required front yard matches the character of other homes on this block face. City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed variance to allow no parking or parking in the required front yard.
Okay, thank you. MI 2025-006987, 1957 President Street. My vote is yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Aya Wynn, my vote is yes.
Thank you, sir. You had your votes. All right, I don't think there's anybody left, but let me be sure. Is there anyone on the 3:30 list that have not been heard? You're good.
I see no hands.
Okay, all right. Thank everyone. Have a great day, and we will welcome Chairman Berman back next week. Oh, in
You're
2
welcome.
weeks? Oh, all right, 2 weeks. Okay, right. Happy holidays, everyone. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Take care.